and then cool under pressure, okay? That's trained into them. You fight like you train. And that's part of what really, I think, is part of this whole crowd. Most all of you, we kid about Nino's Cremo and hand-wringing and everything else, but when the pressure came, and most people ran away because they didn't like the societal pressure, their friends, their relatives, the pressure to get the shot, and you knew better. At so many levels, you're the survivors who have pressed through and stayed on point. And really, we wouldn't be doing an event like this if it wasn't for the fact that you guys are here. We're just facilitating you guys. It's your event, seriously. It's not that I'm putting it on or unauthorized or the coalition. You guys made it happen. We're just trying our best to facilitate this part of the Patriot community so that we can make our way through societally. And by the way, all the news stories, all the actions, everything that's happening right now, again, as I've said several times, you're moving from the tail to the head. Everybody was abusing you. You were the misfit toys, whatever.
1, 2.
Tell me I'm wrong. Every one of you has a story
1, 2, 3,
about
4, 5,
how
6,
the
7, 8, 9,
relatives
10.
look at you. Okay, how you're thought of at work. Seriously, and you survived that. You're not SNEOPs. You know what a SNEOP is? S-N-I-O-P. A SNEOP is a person that is susceptible to the negative influences of other people. You are not susceptible to those warm brain waves, whatever. You're survivors. You're pressing through. You have a brain in your head. You know, there's a scripture, God's talking to his people through the prophet. And he says, through the prophet to the people, I have not made you an ass. You're not a donkey or a cow to be led around by the nose with a little nose ring. Okay? What is this deal with the nose rings, by the way? It's the hygienic issue. But I haven't made you like a donkey or an ass. You have a brain in your head. The prophet's telling the people, you have a brain in your head. And I gave you those scriptures. I've given you the prophets. You know these things. You can do the analysis and come up with the right answer. So do it. You're not supposed to just sit there and let some guru tell you what they think's supposed to do. You all have a brain in your head. What we do is we try to provide things like Joe Hoff's articles, the podcast where the various people do stuff. I see David Clements here. Some of the best work that you've done in your entire life has been these last few months. I mean, those videos, how many of you have watched some of the David Clements videos? Wow, superstar. Look at all the fine folks that we've had here giving you real information to work with and fill that brain so you can go out and complete the mission, okay? A lot of times, let me say this. Sometimes you're on a mission and literally even the people that sent you will never know the details of exactly what happened. They wouldn't believe it if you told them. And it's hand of God stuff at some crucial instant. Just a glint and you realize, oh, that's what's going on. Something that you're the only person that might have all the little parts and pieces of the information. It could be a family member, it could be business, it could be something of national import, but you're the guy. God has put each and every one of you in this audience in an unusual, specific situation that you're the only real one that can actually address that person, that situation with precision. Think of this. You're a precision instrument in God's hands to do something critically important, and sometimes it has to be enough for you that if the only person in all of existence that knows what actually happened is God, that's enough. Okay? And I know that throughout this audience, that is a common story. There's things that you've done. It'd be nice to get recognition by people around you. It'd be nice to get recognition for the president. Hello? Yeah, that was really great. A great job. Yeah, we all count on it. But all of that pales, right? If God knows, he's watching, okay? And then we had word just a few minutes ago, the president's been following the summit, as he should. And you know why? He already knows what all of us speakers might have to say. He wants to know how you guys are doing, how you're thinking about it, because at the end of the day, you remember I've told all of you, there's a number that's critical. You have to have 80+%, okay? In order to overcome all of these things that are coming and to avoid going into civil war. Some of these things are so radical. So it's important because you're the ones who are going to influence all the people around you. You guys, like the Gideons, just the chosen, the 300, thousands there, you're the chosen, and you're going to go into battle, and you're just going to have a lamp for light to scare the living daylights out. Do you realize they went in, they didn't go in with a weapon? The Gideon story, go read it again. They just go in, and all they have is a lamp. At the right moment, they bring it out, and they're waving it around, and then they're, making all sorts of noise, okay? And the noise scares the living crap out of all of these camped up armies, and they start running into each other. That's what's going to happen right now. We're about to bust loose in these guys, but it's going to be you guys that do it. I so appreciate everybody that's here. I've tried to get a chance to say hi to as many as I can. If I miss somebody, we'll catch you in September. Bannon is ready to come on now, so I'm going to leave the stage, let Bannon come in, and he's been a treasure. Let's give it up for Steve Bannon and thank him.
Listen, I want to thank you just for a minute, but Tom Cotton just put up a tweet that said that the confirmation hearing today for Jay Clayton is not going to take place, that Bill Polk will be the acting director of national intelligence. If you saw the morning shows, all they were doing is sitting there and saying, hey, we need Jay Clayton in, because the first question we're going to ask him, was the 2020 election stolen? Well, Mark Warner, I can give you the answer of the summit out in Las Vegas. The 2020 election was stolen, and we're going to get the receipts in those intelligence agencies, and we're going to get it.
Ooh, freaking raw, Steve.
The power of your summit. You had Eduardo Bolsonaro there premiering the film for you, the first time it's ever been seen. The very next day, the Supreme Court sentenced Eduardo to 4 years in prison. You had Rachel Maddow take her whole show to call you vigilantes. They are scared to death of what you're doing. And then last night, I was honored to be able to say a few words to you folks and play the Rachel Maddow thing. We got it to the president. The president obviously got other input, but you are having a major impact. From the halls of Congress, the United States Senate could not stand up to the power of the summit. And now we're going to get Bill Pulte in as Director of National Intelligence on an acting basis. And trust me, Bill Pulte is going to pick up from the great work started by Tulsi Gabbard. You got John Solomons over there now. We're going to get to the bottom of the stolen election of 2020. And the President of the United States is going to get the Save America Act passed. We're going to implement it. We're not going to have this current midterm stolen. We're going to go on to victory from Las Vegas. I just want to thank you guys. Fight on, truth.
Steve, thank you. You are a hero. Thank you. He texted me at 2 o'clock in the morning. Matt, why aren't you picking up? Well, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. But he said, please get me back on. I need you to have me on to tell the summit the power you have. And I want to give the mic back to Wami. We got another 15 minutes before Greg's on. He asked me to start this back in September. He knew something.
Well, hold on, don't go anywhere. Gosh, you keep running off.
I'm just his chief of staff, and I like just being his chief of staff.
Steve and Matt have really bonded, and so they really team up really well together. But I don't know, have you been helping? Steve thinks he's telling this audience something we don't already know. 2020, it's not over yet. Hello? Jennifer wrote a whole song about this. Everybody here, you have it on the cards in your bags. How does it go? 2020, it's not over yet. I hope Steve heard that. Okay, I gotta thank everybody here too. You know, I did a private conference here, paid for it all, brought in about 100 people a couple months ago. Decided we had it pretty well down, and we did another one with this. Nobody expected what happened, and of course, after I announced it, then I get the call from the folks with the movie, and then we had some other things happen. Brazil, South Korea. We have the South Koreans here, former president, okay? You're gonna see him this afternoon. So it wasn't perfect, and we're still working through some of the stuff. We tried to be as sharp pencil as we could, had to spend a pile of money on all sorts of things. But I thank all of you for being graceful as we try to work through it. We did kind of jam the tables in to make sure that we had everybody in, so it's a little bit tight quarters. Did you still have a good conference so far? One of the things that we were hoping, and we were told early on we were going to be able to pull it off, was to take the bar area out and then have it so it was more open across there. In fact, we'd actually go to that side. And then just with logistics, working through it, they just decided it just was going to be too close and they might be able to get stuff done that interfere with us. We have a great ally here with Don Ahern, with the Ahern Hotel and staff. Very important. I mean, they're running a business. They got to pay the bills, all the other stuff. But when other places, when it really counted early on, wouldn't have anything like this around them, we had access to this facility and did a number of events, bailed. There was something that happened early on, and the kids were going to lose every penny they had, and I said, well, we can't have that. And so we were able to work something, come over here and do something, and got them out where they didn't lose any money, that they were doing another event. And then we've just continued on. And I can tell you behind the scenes, even where there's been concern, well, somebody's going to come after us, we're going to get stuff, they might do something legal, whatever. Top to bottom, they just said, well, send it, we're ready, and they never backed down once. It is a privilege to have business people with real assets, their reputation on the line, all sorts of things, decide to step up. It's more than just throwing money at something. It's more than just a name or personality. You still have to have this kind of access. As a community, I can tell you that within the Ahern family, they're totally in support of things that we're doing. The president, they've had the president here in this room. Matt and I were here for that and other things. So you're blessed in ways that you don't even know, so that I would say it's a hand of God thing. He wants you to be able to do what you're going to have to do next. Why is the president following what you're hearing, what you're seeing, what you're understanding? Because you're going to be that Gideon's army at this critical moment. And I'd actually encourage all of you, go read that. Go read that section in the Bible. And then just kind of in your imagination, you can even find some Bible commentary to help you kind of think through what would that have been like? And they went into battle. They didn't have a sword, okay? When the enemy ran, it wasn't from their sword, they were killing each other off. And when they were defeated, they didn't come back and bother Israel for a whole 50 years. Nobody did. When we beat the deep state at their own game, they're going to be wiped out, and we're going to bring peace, not just to America, but to the whole world. Think of all the lives, okay? Everyone here affects a much larger crowd than you ever thought of. And by the way, you know what? Think of 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, everybody in this room, and the amount of influence you had in the community, how you thought and all that. You've grown up in the fight. You've been trained in the fight. You mentally have shown yourselves approved because you can process things, you can think for yourself, you're not going to be a SNEOP. You're the greatest audience of this type in the country, and you've got the greatest leadership here providing stuff. I mean, Trennis Evans, just another one of us, and rises all the way up to the top, dealing with stuff going right to the president, the J6ers, leading really a informational side into that community that I don't think anybody else even touches. We got a number of people I could stop and go, well, there's this one, this one, this one, this one, this, endlessly. The amount of leadership within the Patriot community that we have represented here as a cross-section is off the charts. Do you guys agree? So, Matt, who do we have up next? I didn't even look. I got over here and I got swamped a little bit. I didn't get a chance to look. Greg, oh my gosh, Greg. We had a great conversation the other day. Seriously, come on up here. Come on up here. You know, go ahead. Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't go over there yet. I want to talk to you. Okay, come on, come on, come on.
Hey, not contract, schedule time. No. I was going to call you up here anyways.
Just one more time. Great, Greg. I got to tell you, you know, you just wrote a book, or you're in the process of finishing up this book. It's on pro se.
Yeah.
You know that. Let me just give you a hint. One of the days that we're going to do in September is going to be just focused on pro se everything, because you know what? We have not been able to get through the courts with attorneys, not because they're bad attorneys, but because the attorneys can get sanctioned and fined, and the judges, they're part of a club, and they only want the attorneys to bring stuff they want. And then they've got a scam going across the country where if you're a pro se in so many of the states, you can't get out of what we mockingly call magistrate hell. They won't let you get to an actual judge. They're gatekeepers to get into the court system. So we're going to spend an entire day. Greg, would you come in September and present again and actually go in? And I actually would like you, along with Tracy and some of the other folks, I want to coordinate that schedule out. That's going to be one of the most important days within this whole movement, I think, in the next several years, because we've got to have the pro se, get the respect in the courts. And, you know, Abraham Lincoln, he wasn't a bar accredited attorney. He read by candlelight, figured it out, did it. You're like an Abraham Lincoln. You even kind of have a little, we could get some lifts for you. Stilts, actually, in your case. But even in our talks, I'm just telling folks, this is a guy that's really in the fight in a unique way. We have so many people. Where's Tracy? She was sitting right over here before. Oh, there she is. Oh, she's supervising. I see it all the way at the back. Okay. Echo. Tracy doing this amazing work up in Utah, and has been, the miracle has happened. The court system, she's now broken free of some of that magistrate hell stuff. She's got one heck of a story, unbelievable story. And a mom, okay, doing battle just like Lloyd did and his brothers, all the way to the Supreme Court. We're not done there. It looks like it's dead. Hold on, okay? So, and it would never have gotten to the Supreme Court except that it was pro se. So you're doing the Lord's work. You just wrote a book. I'm going to hand the mic off to you, but you know what? Let me just say a prayer for you. Father God, what Greg's doing is so important. We pray for favor within the court system, the legal system, and out to the public. We pray for your blessing, your provision, where there's thin resources for Greg and the others with him doing the beautiful work they're doing to bring justice into the lives of Americans back here in America and out across the world. I pray that you would bless Greg, protect him, put your angels around him, and give him the right access to the community, this community, to be able to send out his message accordingly, and massive book sales with this important work that he's done. We ask all this in Jesus' name. By the blood of Christ, make it so. Thank you, Greg. All right. Take it out.
Thank you very much, Juan.
And remember, you've got Mike and everything over here. You got your computer right there.
I'm coming over.
Tissue paper if you got to cry. Whatever you need. Yeah, where's the hand cream? Where's Nino? Oh, you know what? I got you. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I got 20 seconds.
Oh, I just used this.
Here, 20 seconds. Okay, so you know what? Hold on. Okay, you know what? For different reasons, I had a couple of guys come out here to join us. I've got Ethan and Wayne. Wayne's one of my mechanics. He's doing stuff. He's 15. He's a farm mechanic. So they'll pull the cab off, pull the heads off, pull the tranny out, do whatever they got. He doesn't even think about it. Well, he's been doing it since he was a baby. So yeah, they got baby pictures with grease on them and everything. Working on the trucks. This guy could pick up the truck, okay, if you take a look at him. He looks like he's 25, been working out for 20 years. We got Wayne, kind of a genius in his own lane. His father and I did critical work for a long time together. In fact, his father's work was page 1 of the President's Daily Brief for many years, stuff that he doesn't even know. So it's fun to have a young component here to begin to understand what's going on. They will be some of our leaders out in the future. We got some other young people out here, but I asked them to sit up front here. They've been Roman, great guys, and you might want to get their signature, because 20 or 30 years from now, you don't know who they're going to be, right? Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, sir.
All right, help me.
No, I want to use that. I like to walk around with the mic. Test. I got to be moving, walking around. Wow. Thank you all for being here. It's quite a showing. It looks different from up here. My name is Gregory Stenstrom. I'm currently from Pennsylvania, southeast corner of Pennsylvania. I'm about 15 minutes from the Delaware border, Joe Biden land, and 15 minutes from Maryland. So I'm tucked down in the county called Delaware County. Anybody here from Pennsylvania? We got a few? Oh, there you are. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to. Joe Russo. Yeah. So that's my contact info here for anyone trying to get a hold of me. I mostly answer Gmail, mainly for storage. So anybody wants to reach me, there's that info there. I don't know if we're allowed to take screenshots or whatever, or photos, but. Say again? What, okay, hold on. No, I just make it go. Oh, okay. So this is the subject of the conversation for today, primary subject. The subject of this presentation is hidden in plain sight. You'll understand it in a little bit. This is a short booklet. It was about 100 pages about who's running the United States, the council. And after watching and listening to some of the presentations and talking to quite a few of you, I cut out a lot of the presentation. This has been downloaded over 100,000 times, over 100,000 downloads. It was the subject of 2 segments on Alex Jones, 2 of the biggest shows he ever had. Roger Stone was the subject of a couple of segments on Roger. I consider Roger a personal friend, and I think if you download this and take your QR code, it's free, I think you'll have a better understanding of how things work in the United States and who's running the show. Next slide. So I had all this screen space here, and I figured I only wanted to make a few important points. And it's something that Juan touched on earlier, and I hate to correct him, but it doesn't require 80% of people to make a change. It only requires about 3 to 5%. The American Revolution was instigated and fought by 5% of the population. 5. That's it. Our opposition and the people we're fighting, communists, whatever label you want to use, they're a very small minority too. There's not that many of them. So the theme and the thing I wanted to talk about was stop waiting for somebody else. There's nobody coming. It's just you. That's it, this room. Things aren't going to work out in November. I hear this happy talk, happy, happy, joy, joy. Not going to happen, folks, unless you do something. You. Not the people, not the 80%. You. There's no politicians coming. They've shown you that. We have a broken Senate. We have a broken House, rife with corruption, that won't do what the President of the United States has been directing them to do and that we voted for him to do. The courts aren't coming, I can tell you that for sure. I've been in the courts for 6 years. Over 250 cases, just about every court in Pennsylvania, not all the courts in Pennsylvania, the U.S. Supreme Court, the appellate courts. I wanted to mention Andy Thompson right here. Where's Andy? I've been working with Andy. He's got a case here in Nevada right now. Proof that the governor of Nevada and the attorney general of Nevada and senior officials and senior judges, federal and state judges, committed federal election crimes, felonies, felony conduct right here in Nevada. He's pro se, and I've been working with him, and no one will step in. The DOJ is well informed. Everybody, you want me to give them by name? We started with William Barr, useless, a criminal, treasonous. We have emails from him to the head of election integrity, Richard Pilger, stating plainly they will not investigate the 2020 election fraud. I wasn't a bystander to the 2020 election fraud. I was recruited. My specialty is fraud. Recovered over $2 billion for the United States government and corporations. Over a long career, I put politicians in jail, sheriffs, mayors, congressmen have resigned. I was put into that data center in Delaware County for a reason. I had Bill McSwain, the U.S. Attorney for Eastern Pennsylvania, in my cell phone. I wasn't dialing 1-800, report to the DOJ. I called Bill that night and again on Friday. And I said, Bill, get down here. We can use your team. We can use my team. We imaged 5 machines. I got 130,000 fake mail-in ballots in the back room. This is an easy squeezy.
Bill Barr told him to stand down. He's a traitor. It's a matter of public record. The courts aren't coming, the DOJ is not coming. Pam Bondi is already gone. And I know everyone tried to be nice. Let's support Trump's appointees. Useless. Patel, useless. Useless. Harmeet Dillon, useless. Jean Pirro, useless. All of them have got full disclosures. Over 750 whistleblowers. 750 whistleblowers. Admirals, generals, SES employees, senior government officials. Tens of thousands of pages of evidence have been handed over to the DOJ. My understanding is President Trump calls Harmeet Dillon every day saying, "What are you doing?" Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Heroes are not coming. The people who will decide this battle are ordinary people. They were always the plan. Next slide. My job, ordinary citizen. How many people need to know the Bible phrase is, "Send me, Lord. Use me, Lord." That's all there is to it, people. Use me. Naval officer, computer scientist. My specialty is financial crimes. Got 250 lawsuits, like I've said, pro se. And what I've built over the last 6 years, with limited help, is a sovereign AI system that we've been using to prosecute our lawsuits and process this data. A sovereign AI system is, it's mine, ours. Our data center, our racks, our data, our AI systems, ours. Currently only for private use. That's what we've been building. The bottom line is, if you look at everybody here, you've got no choice. None of you do. You've seen this. You've got no choice. You've got to act. Next slide, please. I already mentioned this, pro se litigation. For those of you who don't know, I was co-defendants with President Trump. 2 defamation suits. I've been co-defendants with Giuliani, Newsmax, OAN, Margot Cleveland, Hogan Gidley, Phil Klein, Project Amistad, any number of people. I was in court for 900 days. Pro se. Alana Habba wasn't there. Is that her name, Alana? Alina? She wasn't there. She took credit for it, but she wasn't there. 900 days we sat there in a defamation suit that was funded by the 65 Project, that was funded by communist groups, and it was funded to suppress anybody who would challenge the elections. 900 days. We won, pro se. Another 800 days. 800 days, pro se, in Delaware County. We won that one too. As a matter of fact, we're the only ones in the country that won any defamation suit. Only ones. It's the only defamation suit that President Trump won. When we got the verdict, or they withdrew from the case, I saved Rudy Giuliani $1 million. Hasn't sent a Christmas card yet. $1 million, they had already done a judgment on him, and they removed that judgment. Truth is a complete defense. Truth is a complete defense. The fact that there's election fraud is a matter of public record for 6 years. It's unavoidable. We see it every day. Most recently, the people from California, I talked to a few of you. Spencer Pratt, just like every other election. Oh, I won. No, 24,000 votes came in just for the other person, and you lost. You think that's going to change in November? Seriously? Does anybody here think that's going to change in November? No. They're just doing it. They're not even bothering anymore. They send out mail-in ballots. They don't care. There's no LNA testing. Do you know there's not a single election machine in the United States that's certified to run an election? Not one. Not a single machine. That's a matter of public record in Pennsylvania. Filled with malicious code. The most recent verdict from a district judge in Pennsylvania, a federal judge, was, while we admit that the code's not certified, while we admit that it's got malicious code in it that can change elections, it's speculative that it will be used to cheat. That's our ruling. Went to court again for this election, and the last election with the machine code. Done it 5 times now. Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania admits twice that the machines aren't certified. This is illegal. It's a federal violation of election law. It's a felony. So forgive me for not being so optimistic about our DOJ, but only three months ago, I sent a 40-page document, criminal referrals, criminal charges. I was asked, what do we do to stop this? You guys watch TV? Just indict 10 of these knuckleheads, 20 of them. They won't be able to roll fast enough. These people aren't willing to go to jail. They're willing to send you to jail. But if you indict them, if someone from the DOJ, anyone, and I'm going to challenge you to come up here, Juan, you give me one person in the DOJ, one, that will grow a pair to be vulgar, and this is all over. Next slide, please. It's the first book I wrote, Leah Hoops. There's a QR code there. Nothing's changed since 2020. The election machines use fraudulent code. Over 70% of the mail-in ballots are fraudulent. I can prove it. We have proven it in court. Truth is a complete defense. It's entered in the public record. Multiple dockets from the Supreme Court all the way down to county courts, all over the country. We got the proof. I've been listening here for 2 days. I was walking around asking people, what is it that you want from us? What more can we tell you? What can I add to this? I know most of the speakers here. Ian Trottier, coming on after me, I think. Ed Solomon's here, great mathematician. The people that have been at Peter Tickton. I don't think there's anybody in that list of people there at the bottom that I don't know. Most of the podcasters that are in here, I see different ones. I've been on all your shows. Does anybody need any more proof? Do you really need any more proof? If you want it, that book is still for sale on Amazon. It's inexpensive. I'll tell you everything I want to know. How they use the machines, how they use USB sticks, how they integrate mail-in ballots into the system, the corrupt judges. I filed lawsuits against over 20 judges. I'm not a popular guy. Next slide, please. It's the new book. In the parallel election, we tell you how they did the fraud with evidence. Videos of election officials destroying public records and ballots, laughing at you on video. Coordinated with James O'Keefe at the time. We did a sting. One thing I've learned in every public corruption trial or scenario that I've been in is public officials are all arrogant, most of them, and they always destroy the evidence. Always. Every time. Every time. They can't help themselves. They'll destroy the evidence, make up evidence, pretend it doesn't exist. Got to get that working, or I'm going to be walking around like Freddie Mercury. Get me my Freddie Mercury mic. I got to be moving, got to be walking. The Marine Corps comes to the defense of the Navy again. There you go. You're my favorite guys to drive around. Go Marine Corps. Anyways, we tell you how it happened, and you don't need any more. It's been entered in the court records. It's all entered in the courts, from the federal courts down to the county. You know, it was a mystery to me why Mike Lindell, who got stung with hundreds of millions of dollars in fines, never called. I called him, called his lawyers, and say, hey, you don't need to take this fine. Truth is a complete defense. You weren't talking, you were telling the truth. I got the videos. I got the emails. 6,000 pages of FOIA requests from the federal government. Federal official after federal official. All people you know, admitting that they did it. Admitting that they stole $2.4 trillion over the past 15 years, maybe 20. Public record. What this book does here is 97% of pro se cases will fail. They don't want to hear you. The Supreme Court just passed a case where you are no longer allowed to speak in front of the Supreme Court pro se without an attorney. You don't know that. We can't represent the False Claims Act as citizens. If the DOJ commits crimes, the only one who can prosecute the DOJ is the DOJ. Does that make sense? The only one who can compensate victims of the DOJ and the Inspector General and the FBI is the DOJ, Inspector General, and the head of the FBI. They'll decide if you even hear your case. 97% of you will be rejected. This book changes that. I'm not an attorney. I'm an engineer. I'm a systems engineer. To me, the law isn't any different than the rules you would use to build a bridge. Beam's got to be so big. Span can only be so long. No different from a computer program. So all it is a set of rules. That's all the law is, to me. It's a set of rules. So what we did is we took all the laws in the United States. We put them in our own sovereign AI system, not ChatGPT, with its LLM and hallucinations and the different things that happen with that. We put it on our own system. We indexed all the files, took in all the cases, put in all the data, and then we generated lawsuits. Real lawsuits. You know what happened? They don't want to hear them anymore. Most of the cases that are in right now have been sitting there for 2 or 3 years. And what we found out was the court's greatest power isn't just to quash. You have no standing. You didn't state a claim. We have no jurisdiction. Whatever BS that they use to exclude you from the court. The greatest power they have is not to hear your case at all. Andy Thompson, wherever you are, they won't hear his case. They won't hear it. They won't hear my case. Next slide, please. I'm watching the time. You know, I asked this question, and it was a little uncomfortable for some people. And I got to admit, I really don't know why I'm here. Because Juan asked me. That's the only reason I'm here. And Matt Meck. That's why I'm here. For the love of God, I don't know what more I could say. The question I had, and Juan's walking up, because did Jill tell you?
I want to jump in for a second. Bear with me, bro. Okay? Stay right here with me. So, you are the burn our britches, the rock in our shoe, the bee in the bonnet. There's a reason why we have Greg here. You have to have a safety all the way through. We got all sorts of plans and ideas. We make a move, they make a move. You have been in the fight. Nobody can challenge the stuff that you have or just dismiss it. That's why you're here, because everybody needs to know. I've told all you guys, you're survivors. You've stayed in it. That's what you've done the whole time. And we have to give you a lot of respect for all the work you've done. You're prodding along to keep this going. This pro se thing is so huge. I think personally, it's the biggest thing. That's why Tracy's succeeded at this point in time. If we can't get to justice in the Justice Department and in the legal system, we are toast. We aren't the country we think we are, because there's no way to enforce the Constitution. So we're not in disagreement. You're here for a reason, because you have information that this audience needs to hear, get fired up on, and also to pass along to the other people around them. And then it will not be the 80+% that fixes this problem, exactly as you've said.
Agreed.
But it's going to be that we need at least the rest of the people that aren't here, like you, to at least not fight us at the critical moments, and at least kind of sort of understand, why are we in this fight the way we are? You are the Gideon's Army. You're the 3%ers, and Greg is exactly right. There's no conflict here as far as I'm concerned. I just want to clarify that. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, except I wanted to make sure they understand you and I are totally on the same page. I'm a true believer. The work that you've done, so many people claim to have done a bunch of work, but their work is either frivolous, it's scattered, it's not coherent. You have been doing very coherent, important, intelligent work, and your book is going to help people. Big hat tip to you, bro. So, okay, thank you.
The question I had, and I've asked a bunch of people. I've asked a couple of dozen people. Some of you knew me, some of you don't. And I've said, why are you here? Why are you here? You know, I haven't gotten a coherent answer yet. I'm here for information. I'm here to find out about fraud. I'm here for my podcast. Why are you here? You're here to fight? Well, I hope you are. That's why I came. What are you waiting for? A better time? It's been 6 years. All I've heard for 6 years is we'll get him next month. Don't worry, the indictments are on the way. I saw Steve Bannon earlier. Yay. My wife calls him the cheerleader. I'm not kidding you. The cheerleader. Yay. Something's happening. Somebody's doing something. What are you waiting for? More money? I haven't had any money. My cars have been repoed twice. I lost my health insurance yesterday. I lost a $5 million business. And I didn't think twice. I didn't have a choice. There is no choice. You have a duty to God, to your family, to your children. What are you doing, really? What are you doing? You waiting for someone else? Next slide. Nobody's coming. Trump can't save the republic alone. I hear these people go, oh, Trump doesn't know. Are you kidding me? Seriously? Trump knows. He's the most informed man on the planet. It's arrogance for someone to say, oh, I know something President Trump doesn't know. Why isn't he doing anything? He's the President of the United States. He's a busy guy. It's up to you, not him. He's probably the only one who can do something now to force the DOJ to act. He's got to call Todd Blanche. He's got to tell his Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who is our biggest obstacle. The Chief of Staff of the United States of America, President, is our biggest obstacle. There, I said it. Our biggest obstacle. Number one, Todd Blanche was so busy screwing Pam Bondi the whole time she was in. And now he's going to fix everything, right? How about Kash Patel? We've dropped so much evidence on them. It's in the public record. It's in the National Archives. Jim Jordan, his statement to Congressman Lee of New Jersey when confronted with this evidence, with disclosures of $2.4 million in crimes, with disclosures of a blatant election fraud was, this is too toxic for us. No, that's a quote. This is too toxic. We won't be able to do anything until after the 2024 election. So we're going to do nothing. Because I want to be Speaker of the House. That's what this is about. Jim Jordan, traitor. 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 The only one who's coming is you. Next slide. Everyone here is called. You wouldn't be sitting here if you weren't called. You might not know why. You might not know what it is you're supposed to do right now, but you're here. Like Juan said, you're here. I love you for that. Most people won't act when they're called. In fact, I talked to the AI. 94% of people aren't going to make it. Aren't going to make it. I got people here, and I don't say much about being a Christian, but I am a Roman Catholic. And I'm going to ask a rhetorical question, and then I'm going to move on in terms of how you lead your life and what it is that you decide to do. How many of you could take your phone right now, unlock it, and hand it to your loved one, your significant other, or your mom? I got a few. Congratulations. I've seen fistfights break out in some audiences. That's how you have to live your life. If you're going to be a crusader for Christ, a crusader for God, and you're going to lead your community, that's how you have to lead your life. Next slide. All right, I'm going to move it along. How am I doing on time? 15? Okay, I'm going to move pretty fast now. Most important things are really hidden. You can read this slide yourself. Next slide. I'm going to get to the meat of things here quickly. If you download and read that article, what happened in 1978 is that after about 20 years, the communists, Capcoms, neocons, the people who deigned to be running our country, created an organization called the Council. It was initially called the Council in 1978. It was later renamed the CIGI, Council for the Inspectors General for Integrity and Efficiency. They created the Department of Education at the same time, and the CIGI was designed as a control node. Head of the FBI, Inspector General of the United States, and the Attorney General of the United States. And a group of people. They had the power to indict. They had the power not to investigate. They had the power to impeach presidents. They had the power to prosecute billionaires. Absolute power. And what gave them that power was, how many countries have SEAL Team 6? DevGru, Green Berets, HRU, FBI. They had the full weight of the government to do whatever they wanted for 50 years. Now, for those of you that don't think the litigation doesn't work, you don't have to win. I don't have to get a win. I don't have to get a check mark from a judge to say we won. We initially filed our disclosures from 2023 up until 2025 of what the CIGI was doing, who the culprits were. And in March of last year, March 22nd, we filed a lawsuit naming 117 senior government officials as guilty of federal crimes. 117. One of them was the Inspector General of the United States, Michael Horowitz. That was one of the people. And we were told, oh, no one's going to do anything. It's not going to matter. On June 6th, they defunded the CIGI. It's gone. Of 117 defendants, over 75 have been removed, terminated, or resigned. Those are my scalps. That's why wampum beads, or if I said it right. That's my scalp list. Inspector General Horowitz moved to the Federal Reserve. People said, oh, it had something to do with the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is a quasi-government agency, not subject to discovery. So don't tell me litigation doesn't work, that we don't get what we want. Juan's aware of it. That was a conversation for over 2 hours with Juan. If you want to learn about it, you can look it up. It's under Stenstrom, Schindler, Mancini, and Heitman. It's in the D.C. District Court. It's currently in the Appellate Court. Anybody would like to know more, let me know. Next slide, please. Oh, go back for a second. So I wanted to say about control nodes. I'm watching the time. What we found is by filing all these lawsuits, and you're all going to find this if you file lawsuits, is that governors of states, congressmen, senators, presidents control certain key positions. I don't need to control a judge. I don't need a dirty judge. If I politically appointed and control the clerk that will file your lawsuit and get it to the judge, do I? If I control the clerk in the Superior Court, and I control the clerk in the Commonwealth Court, and I control the clerk in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and other courts, and I can control the clerk, Scott Harris, of the Supreme Court of the United States and the Master at Arms, I control them, guess what? Your Supreme Court writ of mandamus, your Supreme Court writ of certiorari will never get to the judge. Never get there. It'll be quashed. It won't even be put on the docket. You don't know how many boxes I got back filled with papers. We had to file 40 copies of different things. I have letters coming back saying, don't waste your time. Literally from that movie with Matt Damon. You must be stupid, stupid, stupid. You're going to find that out, and that's in the book. And the reason I need 1,000 of you filing pro se lawsuits is one guy can't do it. I need 100 people, 200, 10,000 to see the same thing. Why am I getting a per curiam order from a clerk that this suit has no merit? What? Andy, how many times has that happened to you? Mike Miller, I could name a dozen people. Dozen people here. If you can identify the control nodes, you can beat them. Next slide. Same thing with choke points. Just military, common sense, engineering. That's all this is. This isn't rocket scientists. Who controls the certification? Who controls access? Who controls enforcement? If the only one who can prosecute election crimes is the DOJ and they don't prosecute, hello? How many fingers am I holding up? Next slide. The people everyone sees are not always steering. The people who are running this country aren't the people that you're seeing in the news. Next slide. I'm going to move it along. Now, this is a thing that's near and dear to my heart. I'm a sailor who has a love for the sea. And you know something about the sea? Is it's indifferent. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't love you. If you turn your back on the sea, it'll kill you. That's why I love going to sea. I love sailing. And what people do is they're all reaching for somebody. Who's doing this? And we're going to get to that before I finish here in about 5 or 10 minutes. You get me? Deep state. We're draining the swamp. It's the cabal. It's the Trilateral Commission. It's the World Economic Foundation, or whatever they are. It's Antifa. It's white people. It's Democrats. It's Republicans. It's the Jews. Seriously? Seriously. I'm going to tell you, for some of the people that I've talked to, when I hear that come out of people's mouths, what I hear in my head is, how can somebody in this day and age be that ignorant? Next slide. Abstractions don't act. People act. Let's talk about the Jews, which I've heard quite a bit. And I've heard Tucker and Candace Owens and all these people we're supposed to be supporting. How many people here have ever been to Israel? Oh, wow. It's a lot. Israel's a nation state. 1948. Jews is a religion. There's Zionists there. There's neocons here. Does the Ku Klux Klan represent you? Maybe some. Do the neocons represent you? No. Do you think, when I think of Bibi, when I think of Netanyahu, I'm from Pennsylvania. I know he's the prime minister in Israel, but to us up there, he's a guy from Cheltenham, Pennsylvania. He's a world leader, he's doing his job. Do you think for 1 minute that he can tell Donald Trump what to do? Seriously? The only one who can tell Donald Trump what to do is Melania. That's it. He doesn't listen to anybody else. He does what he darn well wants to do. Okay? Nobody's telling him what to do. And no one should be telling you what to do, especially under the slurs and some of the things I hear. Abstractions don't make decisions. People do. Next slide. Okay. I'll give you some good news. What AI is really good at, not the current AI you're being fed, but what real AI is good for is coherence. Coherence. Computers don't lie. They just give you the data. They can't be made to lie to you. Lies are expensive. Lies have to be programmed. The vertically integrated media stack has to be programmed. They have to lie to you. It goes back to the previous slide. Don't look at what we're doing. Don't look at the real people that are committing crimes. Don't look at the fact that the DOJ won't do anything. It's the Jews. Seriously? Seriously, you should be ashamed of yourself if that's the way you think. Ashamed of yourself. I'm a veteran of foreign wars. I've been to war. And if someone says something to me about race, religion, color, I recoil. It disgusts me. You can't even use the word in front of me. You find one of my friends that and every one of them will tell you, do not use an ethnic slur in front of him. He will call you out immediately. That's not godlike. Next slide. If you remember one thing here, and one thing about AI, and one thing from this talk, coherence is the boundary that evil cannot cross. Coherence. If I take all of the data for COVID and the COVID vaccine, okay, and I strip out the lies, which are expensive, but I look at the VAERS data, and I look at how many people were killed, and why they did what they did, it was a fraud. You can't make that up. If I look at the elections, the same thing. Ed Solomon, who I'm actually going to probably catch his whole presentation if he's sitting here yet, he's an expert in statistics and fraud. Just another way of proving it. The elections are fraudulent. COVID was a fraud. A lot of the things they're telling you are frauds. When I say they, we're going to get to that. But coherence, when you use AI, and I urge you to buy the book, only because probably about 1/3 of the book is discussing how and what to ask AI to get an honest answer. Most of you don't know how to get an honest answer from AI. If you talk about coherence, AI can talk to you about coherence. It can lie to you if you let it, but you say, what is the coherent data? Align all the data points and take out all the outliers. You'll get your answer. Next slide. Slide speaks for itself. I'll be here all day. I'll be here till tomorrow morning. Most people look for powerful people. I look for trustworthy people. Trustworthy. I don't care what your power is. Next slide. I'm going to wrap it up. Juan, this is where you come up, I think. We know who they are. We named them, 117 people, all of which have committed crimes, all senior government officials. And I hear these people like it's a mystery on TV. Like, how can we prosecute Obama? How can we prosecute Hillary? How do we prosecute all these people? We'd have to prosecute everybody. Good. Good. Yeah. Just start out, prosecute 10 of them, 20 of them. Most of you here for election fraud today. One. Good. Send me. Send me. I'll do it. And I don't think there's anybody here who wouldn't do it. Send me. I'll sign the indictment. There's nothing more they can do to me. We all know who did it. You're going to hear presentations today from learned men and women, most of whom are my friends. You've heard from people yesterday talking about all types of fraud. They just need to be prosecuted. You need to stand up. Next slide. I wanted to close with this. It's a little dramatic. Give me one more minute. So in November of 2020, not that I'm a naive guy, but I figured, hey, we reported everything. The cavalry's coming. I mean, really? The FBI, the DOJ, Inspector General, the district attorneys, attorney generals of the states, governors. We told everybody. We had video, had the evidence, had machine tapes. Tina Peters went to jail for it. She's somewhere in here today, I think. We had it. So I got a call. I had government contracts in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. Big government contracts. I took care of all the network security for the state of New Jersey. Their firewalls, their switches, their networks, Department of the Treasury. It took me 20 years to get that contract. Had a private business worth millions of dollars. Worked out of an office in a wing of my home. My sons worked for me. And long story short, I got called in. I got sued, I think 3 or 4 times within the first 3 or 4 months. I got called in by senior government officials who were my friends. And they said, Greg, you got to stop. Governor of New Jersey was beside himself that I was on TV. He says, it's that or you get all your, pull all the contracts. What choice did I have? Really? If anything I said here is true, and all of it is, what choice did I have? What choice do you have? If you're making that kind of choice, there's something wrong with you. If you won't take that risk for your family, your kids, your wives, your husbands, you won't take that risk, God have mercy on your souls. So my second oldest son worked for me. I used to not be able to talk about it, but he had worked very hard. His life was really wrapped around the business, his identity. And he killed himself. He shot himself in the head. He died in my arms on February 6th, covered with blood. And about a week later, I was trying to make sense of it all, and I got asked to speak. And I don't know why I did. It was Amish country in Pennsylvania, somewhere in Lancaster. And a friend said, hey, why don't you come out and talk to people? And there were a lot of people there, probably as many as there are here now. And I didn't know what to say. Didn't even know where to begin. Was it worth it? And I said this to the crowd, and I didn't realize I was lying. But I said to the crowd, you're worth it. You're worth it. You were worth my business. You were worth my son. You were worth the lawsuits. You were worth the pain. You were worth it. I said that a week after. And I didn't realize until the last year or so that that was a lie. They weren't. 90% of people don't vote in the primaries in Pennsylvania. We got 9 out of 100 vote. 9 out of 100. Are they worth it? The 9 are, maybe. Most of you will walk away from this. I don't know if you'll donate. Hey, I could use the money right now. I don't have any. I didn't have the airfare to get here. Matt and Juan paid for it. That's not a complaint. But I look at it and I look at you, and I've been walking around, and kind of the way to wrap this up is, are you worth it? Are you worth it? You're worth it, right? Yeah, well, make me believe that. Make me a believer. Make Juan a believer. Make President Trump a believer that you're worth it. Because most people won't do a darn thing. They'll sit there and go, what's President Trump going to do? Who's going to come and help me? Who's going to save me? Save yourselves.
Thank you, Greg. I gotta have a hug.
You don't have any oil.
No, seriously, let me see, Greg's an inspirational person, but it's not inspiration just rah. He's trying to get you out of the seat somehow in your own individual situations. You know the scripture that comes to me that applies? 1 Timothy, I think it's 5:8, says, if a man will not provide for and protect and care for his family, he's worse than an unbeliever. He's worse than an infidel. I take that very seriously, and I know all of you here do too. So this isn't a criticism, this is a compliment. You're here for a reason. You're the called, you answered the call. What Greg is saying here is that, you know, like a watchman on the wall, you see the problem coming. They're coming through the gates. And I have a perspective on how this solution comes about, but you know what? Where's the safety? What if it doesn't? What if something we've all misread it, whatever? The war falls to you folks. There's no single point failure allowed for. There's nobody else coming to back us up. What Greg's doing and the way that you're coming at it, we have to force that the courts are actually providing a place for justice. The courts are captured, they're not working, and you can't get there with the attorneys and with the way the bar's set up, the way the judges can fine and disbar and remove law licenses. Attorneys, they're choking every day because they got a house, a family, everything else. They can't do it. So one of the ways that we have to bring the country back on track and online, I don't care if the military shows up. This still has to be fixed. All they do is buy time for us to come in, and now we have the work to do to fix it. The Justice Department must come toe the Constitution. They must obey the Constitution. They must give us access for redress of grievances. Nobody's getting redress of grievances. And then the other thing, I'll just say this, Greg. Do you have a place where we can give to you? What do we got to do?
Patriot.online, donate. Patriot.online, donate.
Okay.
Or give it to you and he'll give it to me.
Of course, you know we will. And so, yeah, you don't know what we do behind the scenes exactly, but you know, to get Greg out here, I felt was very important. Matt and I discussed it. Hey, thanks, bro. Seriously. The guys lose their whole livelihood, and then here they are. Bro, I love you. I know that this audience is going to take care of you, okay? And we're going to do a whole day just on pro se, and we are not in disagreement. I love you, bro.
Love you too.
All right.
I do.
Super.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks, folks. Okay, let's who we got up next here? Here, Dino. All right. Oh my gosh, Nino. We're already 15 minutes late. Can you do anything to kick some ass and get this thing moving? Yeah. What were you doing slowing the whole process down, okay?
Yeah, okay. Not intentional. Everyone knows what I'm going through at home, and it's been really rough. But, yeah, I know a lot of you thought you left yesterday. I did not. I wanted to come back here and just thank everybody and thank Juan for putting on this event because what a guy, man. This guy, I mean, national treasure right here. And I'm not making that up, man. Seriously, you are. How many people's hands? Can you all stand up for Juan, seriously, because I think he deserves it. For everything that we've been going through the last 6 years, this guy's been right there, man. And I tell you what, I wouldn't have a podcast without this guy. So I gotta give you homage, man. You're a great individual, national treasure. You've held a lot of people's hands through this hard time, and even me, man. And I do look at you like a father figure, man. So I really love you, man.
You think I'm that old?
Yeah.
Hey, Professor Clements, is it Professor Clements? Where's the professor? Come on, let's go. Come on, step it up, snap to. Okay.
I saw you on the plane. Yeah, you're from Las Cruces, right? Wow, small world, man. I knew as you've been. Pleasure. Good to see. I knew I recognized you, man. I've even had this guy on my show.
The only other thing, Nino, is this guy is trying to imitate me. You know, Randy Quaid, Roseanne had Randy Quaid typed for the part in this TV show she's doing. Okay, so I'm supposed to, Randy Quaid is trying to copy me. And then I get Professor Clemens, and he's trying to copy me.
No, I think this guy needs to be on Ancient Aliens.
Okay, we're going to hand it off. Go ahead, and we'll see some more of Nino this afternoon. Professor, wow. I love you, bro. Okay. But who's your stylist? Okay. You got it. Okay. Go take care.
There's no mic here. That's all I've got is this. Are we good now? Yeah, let me take that one too. Okay. Hey, everyone. You know, I sat through Greg's presentation, and I get it, because he's been through hell. And I've had periods where anger ruled the day, but we can't stay there. You know, power comes from a place of peace, at least a peace within. And real authority doesn't come from a court. It doesn't come from the president. It comes from the king. And a dear friend of mine, Pastor Yon, had a download when he took a look at this crowd, and he wasn't insulting, but he said, it's all the seniors. But what he told me was that when you look at how the body of Christ is built, you've got the head, you've got different parts, that this is the shoulder in which that head rests. Yes, we've got a body, and some of the parts are pretty aimless, but this is the shoulder. You all are carrying the burden. That's what the shoulders are for. And so I'm going to come at this a little bit different. When someone says, no one's coming to save you, I respectfully disagree. We believe in a God, do we not? A mighty God. And he loves this nation, and he loves the people here. And we're due a miracle. We talk about this being like 1776. We talk about this being like the time of Lincoln. It is, and then some. And some pretty spectacular, amazing, unlikely, impossible things happened then. Why can't they happen again? And the other thing is this. I share Greg's lament over the DOJ doing nothing. I get it. It doesn't bother me 1 second, because they were never the plan. They were never the plan, and we're going to talk about that. And I can say this, folks, I'm going to give you a little bit of hopium, but I've earned it. I've earned my hopium. And I choose to have faith in this providential time, in this providential president, that we are going to succeed. We are going to have real victory. So, but before I do that, this is a conference about action. I just saw all of these generous souls reach out to Greg, support him, bless him. There's one more soul that I'd like for you to consider blessing. And it's a dear woman by the name of Kathy O'Brien. A tornado destroyed her home. She wasn't even sure if she could show up yesterday. She did, briefly. They had to clear the debris and the rubble. Her house is split open. Split open. And the fundraiser only has about 35 grand. It's going to cost way more than that. So please take a screenshot of this or direct a donation straight through her website. Usually the demonic gets to enjoy a momentary catastrophe before someone enters into a spiritual promotion. And Kathy, over the past 30 years, has been fighting against the CIA, fighting against the MK Ultra handlers, and I think she's on the brink of sharing something that's so consequential that she is being derailed every which way that you can imagine. And right now, her home isn't a home. So please, let's get this above 100,000. Let's bless her, please. People ask me all the time, how can I bless you? You can bless me by blessing my friend. And I will be so happy. Okay, so the title of my message, testing. Also, I guess I have to stay here. I think after the fireworks you just had, maybe I just need to be steady. I'm going to stay right here and be a good boy. Because I think of all the things I can do with the time that I have, and you know, sometimes these routines, they can turn into stand-up routines. And, you know, I heard just the other day, there was a UFC fighter in a cage, and I don't want to get anyone in trouble with the broadcast, but allegedly, someone said out loud that a former First Lady was a man. I'm not saying one thing. I'm just saying that happened, and I don't know. I just want to ask you, did you hear about that? I mean, we got to take the high road, and I'm saying the word allegedly for legal purposes, but that was interesting. Now let's move on to the topic at hand. Allegedly. This is what we're up against, folks. This is a cast vote record summary. This is why I'm here. This is what you want a record to look like with natural behavior. This is what we have across the country. And instead of me explaining this to you, I'm going to just give you a clip from Let My People Go. Anybody here seen that film? And we're going to get about 8 minutes of education, and I'm going to get started, okay? Now, do I have audio? I don't have audio. I don't have audio. How do I fix that? Okay, plan B. I'll just give you back what we had before, and give it to him. Okay. There's a little. Did you ever plug this in? Well, I don't know if that was necessary or not. Yeah, it was. That's on the other side. Okay. Here we go.
One of the most vital election records to analyze in determining whether systemic election fraud is present is called a cast vote record
Turn
summary.
it up.
Experts will study the record to see if the sequence of votes being cast by voters reflects a natural pattern, and whether it adheres to the law of large numbers. The law of large numbers governs scientific polling and many quality control practices.
Maricopa County has over 2 million registered voters. someone's running for office, they do not make 2 million phone calls and say, do you mind telling me who you plan to vote for? They make 400 phone calls at random. Candidate says, well, I want a more accurate poll. Okay, call 1,000 people. You don't have to call 2 million people because the sample is random. It doesn't matter which 1,000 you pick, as long as there was no pattern to the way you picked it. One of the citizen auditors gave an interview, and she said, the box of ballots that I went through to inspect was 7 Biden, 1 Trump, 7 Biden, 1 Trump, 7 Biden, 1 Trump, 7 Biden, 1 Trump. People do not line up that way at a polling place.
Transfer that concept to elections. An election is a poll. The ballot that you're marking shows your preference for a certain candidate. So you would expect to see within the CVR the same phenomena that you see in polling, which is some variability in the beginning and then a flat line. Instead, what we're finding is a spike for a predetermined candidate and a linear drive towards a predetermined set point.
And I looked at the curve and I said, that's a PID controller. So what's a PID controller? Well, it's proportional integral derivative. It is the simplest closed loop feedback system. That graph reminded me very much of an airplane coming in for a landing when the runway is completely fogged in. Then the pilot pushes a button that says Cat 3 Auto Land, and the plane gets the beacon and says, where's the start of the runway? Aim for it at a 3-degree glide slope. And there's a strong gust of wind, and it bumps the plane's nose up. Did the computer know there was going to be a strong gust of wind to bump the nose up? No. But it knows it's not on a 3-degree glide slope, and if it continues this direction, it's not going to land at the start of the runway, and it says, decrease attitude, and get back on the 3-degree slope to hit the start of the runway. Let me put 2 races side by side, which are completely different in every respect. So 2 different counties, Pima County, Maricopa County. 2 different machines, ES&S and Dominion. 2 different races. We'll take county sheriff and president. That means 2 different pools of voters. 2 big peaks, 2-to-1 slope, 25% of the way, there was a little bump, and it tracked on down. In Pima County, 16 of the 17 races were won by the Democrat. 1 race was won by the Republican with exactly the same curve. But what this tells me is that at the bottom, all of the election software is the same.
In fact, over 400 cast vote records have been analyzed in over 300 counties across the country, and we're finding the same phenomena. A spike for a predetermined candidate, a linear drive towards a predetermined set point that violates the law of large numbers, that is predictive and therefore impossible.
All right, there's more, but I figured you came here to hear me speak, not watch the movie over again, but that's what we're up against. And you'll notice that when we engage with election integrity advocates, not many people talk about the whole thing that makes it go. It's the machines that provide you with the metrics to know how many ballots to create out of thin air, put in a drop box, and steal races. And what are they doing right now throughout California with Spencer Pratt? They're stealing the race. Now, we had the bombshell breakthrough that was reported by John Solomon, where a congressional delegation showed up the day after the election in November of 2024, and they did a spot visit at Runbeck. Runbeck is the industrialized, scaled-up place where they print up the ballots, one of many. But when they showed up, wouldn't you know, the machines were still on. They were still printing ballots, and there were pallets full of these day after the election ballots that were being put onto Penske trucks by non-English speakers, and they were headed to California They were headed throughout Arizona. They were headed through Nevada, Colorado. Now, we're in what state? Nevada? You guys were owed a U.S. Senator by the name of Sam Brown, correct? They didn't have to steal, they just kept adding them. They added them. There were about 30 House races in California that were firmly in the R column election day until the industrialized cheat continued. And one of the big fictions that we keep buying into, because there are a lot of people that are out there talking about a prescription that we need to chase ballots, ballot chasing, beat the Democrats at their own game. We've heard that. And what I'm finding out is that get out the vote efforts are diametrically opposed to election security efforts. They are not the same. It's one of the biggest grifts in the world to think that somehow you're going to beat Democrats when rhinos are part of the problem as well. And the whole point is this: hey guys, let's go out and scour the wastebaskets at a dorm room or at a nursing home, and somehow that's going to produce the 20 million ballots that were added to the 2020 election? Are you kidding me? So unless we have our own version of Runbeck and we become wholesale cheaters, you're not beating the Democrats at anything. But it's the machines that make it go. Now, why do I have hope? Because in 2021, I got to have a brief meeting with President Trump. And I can't tell you why I felt in my spirit that we're not going to lose, but long story short, I had a supernatural encounter January 6, 2021, and I was told we're going to win. I was told this. And trust me, right now, it's a lot easier to say that because is Biden in the White House? No, are we not here fighting still? Are we not witnessing the greatest exposure that we've ever seen of corruption and we look past it? See, we think small, and you have to look at Trump and you've got to stake a claim on who you think he is. If you think he is guided by the nose by a bunch of idiots, you don't understand the man. You can't be this aloof idiot and also a 10D chess player. So make a decision about who you think he is. But he knows these problems better than you do, better than I do, and he's known it the entire time. People are still perplexed with why did we go through the hell of 2020? Why didn't he go in there? You weren't ready. You weren't ready. I wasn't ready. We all thought, sure, there's fraud, but not the kind that I just showed you on that video. Not everywhere. But that's exactly what we're up against. And so as far as I'm concerned, the reason why I'm going to share these things with you with confidence is I've filed lawsuits. I've scanned ballots. I've performed audits. I've had my house burned down. I've had death threats you wouldn't believe. As soon as I got in this fight, my sister was shot in the head. Yes, I lost my job. Yes, you can Google my name and there's over 1,000 hit pieces. And I'm telling you, the reason why these things have happened, because I know I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, you just ignore me. So when I met with the president, this was about 10 months in. I didn't know then what I know now, but I was pretty close on the architecture of this vote trafficking scheme. It's all about vote trafficking. And I looked at him and I told him, like, I need something. A week later, I would be terminated. But at the time, you know, he's humoring me by asking for legal advice that I know he didn't need. But he's concerned about the pulse of the people. He's concerned about the people in this room. He needs to figure out how to bring us along to do something, which is to take the baton from him and run a clean election. I'm not convinced we're going to be able to run a clean, fair election this year without the help of the National Guard. I'm not convinced. In fact, I think your current election officials, staffs, clerks will not only be an inhibitor, they will likely compromise the elections and then engage in all the lawfare they can to keep these slave master devices right where they're at. And this is a critical choice for the Trump administration as well to think about. Because the power of these machines, some of us have been lulled into a sense that if the right people, if we just have the right people controlling the levers, then we'll be okay. Anybody here watch Lord of the Rings? The mighty men of Gondor, surely the one ring to rule them all would not corrupt us if it was in our hands. We will use it against the enemy. That's a real temptation with the brass around Trump. That's why they don't talk about these things, because they secretly want to keep them. And we little hobbits of the Shire have to have the collective courage to march these tabulators, these e-poll books, and drop them in fire. Has to happen. So I'm begging for a bone from the president. Please, surely you have something that Mike Lindell doesn't. You created Space Force. You've got all of these curious videos out there. And he couldn't tell me. I'm not read into any plan. But his confidence and his silence spoke volumes. Because my prescription back then is the same as it is today, which is, Mr. President, we will meet you in the middle. But there's a black pill expo that's going on. There is a Panikin parade. And it's driving me crazy that in this moment, when we have accomplished so much, people are ready to give up. Give up on your president? Are you kidding me? He never left. He never gave up on you. But let's hear it from him.
I'm 45, 46, and 47, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46. They indict their political opponent, and what that does is it sets off a chain of events that's very dangerous in future years. It could happen to them very easily. The reason Crooked Joe and his thugs are trying so hard to stop me is that in my first term, I disrupted all of it. Oh, did I disrupt? That was called major disruption. And in my second term, which we're sort of having now, but I don't want the results, right?
Okay, second term, that was on the campaign trail. And we've talked about this idea legally. Can you have someone who is devolved into a commander-in-chief without sitting in the White House? And the answer is yes, you can. Legally, this is all a byproduct of continuity of government. And this might be unimaginable to some of you. But how else do you explain the walking red pill dispenser that was Joe Biden? Who did more to red pill you than I have. All he had to do was just walk around. That's all he had to do. And Democrats were like, I think I want to be a Republican. But that might not be enough. See, we here have talked about elections as a national security issue. And if you listen to the commander-in-chief, he's been saying the same thing.
Voter ID is part of Homeland Security. Think of it. We're talking about two separate items, but they're really the same. Voter ID is part of Homeland Security. And citizenship, proof of citizenship, is part of Homeland Security.
Okay, so he's telling you there. Now, this continuity of government idea that's just so crazy for many to embrace. I'm going to let you see this next video, and we're going to talk about it. And all I'm going to ask you to do is to not walk past what you're about to see. This is the immigration chart that Trump kept pointing to. It's also the same chart that he was pointing to when he was nearly decapitated. And in the bottom corner, on April 1st, 2020, the president tells us he left office. That's odd, because I could have swore I saw him finish the term and the usurper occupy the White House. And if you think this is a typo, he only showed it at about every single rally. So you'd think that they would have fired the intern, got you a chart that doesn't say that he left office. But at the RNC in 2024 with his bandage, he puts this on every single screen at the convention center and tells you, by the way, I left office that week. Now, guys, is he insane for saying that? Does he have worse dementia than Joe? I don't think so, but I think we're going to get a taste of it here just a second. Play this out. There's the RNC. Look at the arrow. Look at everything that's going on around him. Look at
And
this.
that was my last week in office. And that was my last week in office.
Say it one more time.
And that was my last week in office.
Guys, he never left. He never quit on you. This is why he doesn't care that your feckless rhinos haven't approved the Save America Act. Look at what it says. All voters must show voter ID. Pop quiz. Did he not issue an executive order that requires that anyway? Okay. We're gonna clip through this. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. Okay. Has he not issued an executive order that does just that? In fact, he has commandeered the U.S. Postal Service to ensure that if you're going to use the post office, it better be with curated voter roll lists that Doge likely went through. And if you don't, you're going to be subject to mail fraud, penalties, and the withdrawal of federal funds. The Help America Vote Act actually funds the rigged machines that we use. And I think he's just right now looking at all of the corrupt election officials, especially in California, that don't seem to think that he is serious about prosecuting the fraudsters. No mail-in ballots. That's what we just talked about. Executive order issued. I think he's also put executive orders on no men and women sports, no transgender mutilation. He is operating through the executive power without any need of Congress. He's the executive. So he's already got laws on the books that are drawn from congressional acts that are already on the books. He doesn't need new legislation to enforce HAVA or the Voter Roll Act. So that's quite interesting. But he's telling you, I don't need Congress, because when you read this Truth Post a while back, it says the Democrats refuse to vote for voter ID or citizenship. To be fair, that also includes Republicans like John Thune and people that won't even bring it to a vote. The reason is very simple. They want to continue to cheat in elections. This was not what our founders desired. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject, and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future. That's the discussion we're having right now, folks. There will be voter ID for the midterm elections. But this is my favorite part. I feel like Vanna White. Whether approved by Congress or not. Those are what we call fighting words. And he goes on to say, this also applies to the mail-in ballots. So if you have familiarized yourself with the Youngstown Steel decision, this is the steel seizure case, you'll realize that he knows exactly when to operate in his authority in tandem with Congress at the height of his power. He also knows when he can't count on the legislature and the Supreme Court, and he's got to go it alone. But he's going to do it legally. He's going to do it by the book. And something interesting happened today, as a matter of fact. Something happened. I don't know if you saw this. This came out from Reuters this morning. Trump invokes Defense Production Act for munitions supply chains. This is right out of the Youngstown Steel case. Now you're thinking, munitions, supply chains. Are we talking about rockets? Sure. But you're also looking at supply chains. And our election-rigged architecture, the computers that are made in China, everything else, this has a bearing. And he has basically declared a national emergency, that we are under threat. And that allows him to do all kinds of things, including using the greed of Washington against itself, because the military-industrial complex wants its money. So Trump has demanded that they infuse the Save America Act within this bill. You want the money? You're going to restore elections. Now, he's trying to make sure that he's got protections legislatively, but he can still act. Are you all following me? You guys like what we're throwing down? The problem that we're running into is that so many people are confused because they think Trump has the responsibility to tell you what he's doing. And I think that's a lot of the frustration we have in the conservative movement is he said one thing and he did another. It's called tactical misdirection, folks. It's permissible deception under a war dynamic. So, what looks like chaos about Bill Pulte serving as acting DNI, and I think that's a fantastic pick. But do you think William Pulte would have been approved by our Senate? He wasn't. So what you're seeing is this wonderful, tactical, musical chair dance that's been happening with all of his first approved cabinet members. And I'm telling you right now, if the swamp didn't have some level of confidence with every single one of those folks, they wouldn't have been approved. Doesn't mean that they're bad people. It just means that they think that they can stop them, run interference, slow them down. But you'll notice, while Tulsi got in, there was no chance in hell this guy would have gotten in. Now he's in for at least 210 days. Setting a landmine by having someone that, by the name of, what is it? This is the, is it Jamie McDonald? This guy had exquisite bona fides in the legal world, right? And you could tell right out the gate that the Uniparty loved him. That should send you a message that maybe we don't want him. Sometimes Trump will create landmines that are, going to help us. So we get a patriot. So much of my analysis when I look at what Trump messages is you don't look at what he says, you look at the fruit that comes from these decisions tactically. He knows that the Uniparty, the swamp, doesn't want who he wants. And so he has elevated temp after temp after temp into a place where he doesn't even require the Senate confirmation to keep moving forward. It is brilliance, brilliance, brilliance. So how much time do I have, Matt?
Well, you had interrupted time, so if you could wrap it up as soon as you can, that'd be great. But at least maybe 5-10 minutes.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Oh, they like me. Oh, they like me. Oh. I appreciate that as a guy that never gets invited to the prom. I never get invited to the prom because what we're saying threatens Conservative Inc. It threatens the operators. It threatens people that want to be a part of the Trump movement because they're addicted to power. They're just not addicted to truth. So let me end with this. Trump's memorandum, this Defense Production Act of 1950, is not a minor bureaucratic move. It's not. It is a formal presidential determination that conditions exist which may pose a direct threat to the national defense. He is telling you, bringing you along, but he can't alert and spell it out for the Rachel Maddows of the world, because he's trying to reduce the friction when a kinetic conflict happens. It's going to happen. But the degree in which that conflict manifests itself will be so wildly different in the year 2026 than it would have been in 2020, that all the left has are paid agitators that, guess what, they know exactly where the money's coming from, where it's going, and he's got them in a corner. Now, this Defense Production Act, it's a predicate that's needed for this third budget reconciliation package. This is the $300 billion in additional mandatory defense spending. But the fact that he's attaching the Safe America Act provisions within it should not be lost on you. These are signs and evidence that he gets it. And he's maneuvering in a way that is just so subtle, it's beautiful. Trump is acting like Lincoln. You have to understand Lincoln to understand what Trump is doing. Lincoln did not have the legislature. He did not have the Supreme Court. He made a decision based on a national emergency to, quote unquote, violate the Constitution because he didn't have the power to suspend the writ of habeas corpus. But he looked around and said, there's other provisions in the Constitution that I have to obey. I've got to put down the rebellion. I've got to put down the slave trade confederacy. And now we enter into a new epoch where we're still slaves. They just don't use whips anymore. They use machines. They still plunder your income. This entire Bondgate extravaganza is just a reminder that we are slaves. The fruits of your labor have been taken from you. So I'm going to leave on a high note. We are not alone. Trump's not going to save you? Well, he's going to do his part. I guarantee you that. He's doing his part. And if a bullet to the ear, assassination attempt number 1, 2 hasn't gotten your attention, the deep state is deathly afraid of that man, and they know their days are numbered. My plea to you is to not give up the day before you see what you want to see, which are arrests. So, why I don't really care about the dysfunction of the DOJ, I've prosecuted a racketeering case. Have you? I've done RICO. Have you? As great as RICO and racketeering is, it is not made for this problem. It's made for the mafia, sure. But if you think it's made for the traitors within the CIA, Department of Homeland Security, former presidents, you have no clue what you're talking about. There's a line that goes down a different path called a tribunal. There's a place for the DOJ. Don't get me wrong. There's a place for plea deals en masse. When people ask me, David, one thing to improve our elections, they're thinking, get rid of this machine, get rid of the e-poll book. And those are fair questions. The one thing that we need to see is a prominent traitor brought before you with due process, of course. And after that due process, they get to suffer the legally prescribed penalty, which may or may not include a firing squad. Then all of a sudden, your clerks are going to start paying attention to executive orders. All of a sudden, it's like, I didn't know I was violating the law. How can I help? Oh, you don't want to use this black box? Neither do I. I've always hated them. but it's going to require that. So my plea to you is a man who's only spoken with the president one time. I don't pretend to be his best friend, though you've got my number. Call me. Let's be friends. I'm a big fan. I'm not going to give up on the man. Not going to do it. Don't give up on the president. When it comes, and it will come, we're going to have our nation back, but we're going to have a whole new set of problems, which is the shoulder. The people that are here, you're going to be the ones that are counting the votes. Not Dominion, not Liberty vote. We're going to take the baton. There is a place for we the people. But right now, it's to equip yourselves with truth, to shout down the lie, place faith in God Almighty that He's got a plan for this great nation. He's not done with us. Peace and authority, folks. So thank you so much for being here. God bless you. And please support Greg, support Kathy O'Brien. Let's lift up our patriots. God bless you.
I saw you put Kathy's stuff on your site just for donations. You need it too, though. You've got subscribers that have come on for your videos that are kind of helping you through. I mean, the kids aren't starving. You're getting by.
I'm getting by. In fact, don't support me. Support Kathy and Greg, because one of the beauties of being poor is I'm a less attractive target to sue. People say, why haven't you been sued? Because I still have crappy cars and a crappy house. My cabin burned down. It makes me judgment proof. But the Lord has provided one. But I really want to, I promised Kathy when I saw her yesterday, I didn't know about Greg's circumstances. But folks, look at this room. We can change their lives today. And let's do that. Let's keep the fighters fighting. Yeah.
Hey, before you go, so you're a national treasure. You're doing great work. You know, you went. How many states have you been to? How many have you missed so far?
I hate to say this. Where's Mac Warner? The only place I haven't been invited is West Virginia. I've been to all 49 states, but not West Virginia. Probably because Mac was doing a good job.
Well, you've been there with us, so you're going to be out there with us on June 27th, the private meeting that we're doing. No way! You got to be there.
I'll talk to my wife.
Yeah, talk to the supervisor. Gosh. Oh my gosh! Please, I could call her if we could have a conversation. Maybe I make her a deal she can't refuse. Okay.
This is my only way out. This is why I gave a pitch to the president, because I know he's watching, is I'm going to the Grand Canyon, and I'm taking my kids and my wife there. We haven't gone on a vacation in a few years. But if someone wants to send a military helicopter to pick me up to help the fight, my wife has actually given me explicit permission to leave her right there. She'll be so happy if I get picked up. But outside of that, I'm going to hang out with my kiddos. And yeah.
Well, in this fight, family first, which we really are doing, right? It is a son of a gun. Jen and I have had to stop a number of times and say, okay, got to take a few minutes, take care of what's going on out there through the rings. Just one last question before I let you go, and I know we're a little bit behind schedule. Matt, we're just a little bit behind schedule. One quick question. Because you were doing all these presentations about the vote fraud 2020, you were going all over the country, you really just took it on yourself. You were attacked personally, your work, even your home, kind of a unusual thing there with the fire. And you powered on. Your wife is, which, by the way, all of us in here that have spouses and we've been in the fight some way, those spouses are, it's the difference between being able to be in the fight or not, right? So, but I have a question. You've become very articulate. You're so good, you're so precise in identifying these little hidden things showing that Trump never left. Was there a moment where that really catalyzed for you and suddenly, you know, angels showed up with scripts or showed you whatever, you know, and realized, oh my gosh, it's not what I thought.
Yeah, like I said, January 6th, if you see my latest video, Endurance, I give a testimony of what happened to me. And I'm not saying I saw angels, but I saw outlines. And you could say maybe you're on drugs or something. I know I look like it. I don't. But there was a download about how to see the man. And I feel like I've been put on this earth to protect that man's anointing. He's got an anointing, folks. And for me, I can't tell you why I know, other than I feel like the Holy Spirit is giving me a vision of clarity. But to see the man, to meet the man, to sit there, is to believe. And there's certain people that just carry light. And I pride myself when I was a prosecutor. I put thousands of people on a stand, and you've got to make snap judgments about who they are within seconds, minutes. You don't have time. And that intuition has trusted me, has served me. So when I met and visited with the president briefly, the man's got light, and he's got truth, and you can't fake what this man has. And all I've needed to do is keep looking at the crumbs, picking them up, and making sense of it. This is not salacious stuff. This is just legal analysis. But for whatever reason, especially our attorneys, our egotistical, crappy attorneys out there, not all of them, we've got great ones here, but for the most part, they don't like talking about things they have zero experience with. And I would implore the attorneys out there to humble yourself and start learning about a different legal system, because there are answers there. And when they happen, we're all going to be studying them after the fact. But Juan, to answer your question, I got my own download. I was promised we're going to win. And it wasn't like this hopium thing. Like, I was bursting at the seams with a passion that serves me even today. I know I'm a little fatter, a little uglier than I was 6 years ago. But it hasn't left me. And I'm so thrilled that even now this is surreal to be standing here in front of how many people? 800, 900 people. This place is packed. And you have loved me enough to sit here and listen through it. So thank you so much.
All right. Professor, love you, bro. Seriously. You're national treasure. Thanks, bro. All right. Matt, who's next? Linda? Wow. And you're such a hot babe, and you dressed up for the occasion and everything. I should have dressed up more if I knew I was going to be on the stage with you. Oh, my gosh. So I was kind of, and look at you. You two, I didn't get the memo. Linda, and by the way, Professor, the work you're doing, I think you hear a lot of people talking about, this thing and this executive order, and it has been. He does that presentation in such a way that it's hard to argue if you've actually listened to it, even for people around you that haven't understood that. He just gave you, in the visuals, what you need to help red pill some of the people around you, right? So, all right. So, Linda, oh my gosh. What are you going to tell us about today?
I think I'm going to talk about election fraud.
I wanted to talk about cookies. I wanted to talk about, stuff that really, empowers me to get through the day. But you're going to talk about more election fraud?
Yeah, we'll have cookies later.
Okay. Election fraud is such a big deal. You experienced it yourself.
Yes.
In a very real way. That's why I want you up here. You've had time to go through the process, the courts, the cheat, and you have a very personal story, and I think it's very important for everybody here, because yours is not a unique situation. It's just yours is better documented, and I think you're better at articulating it than a lot of the people that just went through it. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Okay.
All right, love you. You're going to get a treat. Linda, Mike is yours.
Thank you so much. I am absolutely thrilled to be here. Juan, thank you so much. Matt Meck, he's actually on my board of directors. And I also have another board of director, Tim Barton, who's in the audience, who is undergoing incredible lawfare, and you'll be hearing a lot about that in the very near future. So I think the first thing I should let people know is how I got into this. I never in a million years ever thought that I would be involved with anything to do with elections, let alone everything that I've gone through. So back in 2014, I decided I was going to run for state rep in Middletown, Connecticut. Wet behind the ears, not really knowing how the system worked, and then you start seeing things that don't make sense. Why does my opponent's 4 adult children who haven't lived in Middletown in 20 years, married with kids in California, Massachusetts, and New York, voting for him from Middletown? Didn't make any sense. So what I did, what anybody else would do, you file complaints with the proper authority. In Connecticut, it's the state election enforcement. Useless. Absolutely useless. And yes, I do hold the record in the state of Connecticut for the most amount of complaints. I actually won, if you went legally, every single one of them. But when it came down to it, they never did what they were supposed to do. So anyway, I ran again in 2016, met my first ballot harvester. Didn't know it at the time, had no idea what a ballot harvester was. I just had this gentleman come up to me on election day in front of the one of the locations, and he had to show me all the names of all the people he got their votes for my opponent. And I'm thinking to myself, didn't you see my name tag? You know, I'm a Republican, and I'm his opponent. So it wasn't until 2018 that I realized how they were doing it. I spent a year and a half knocking on doors. In the cold, since I'm from Connecticut, in the snow, in the heat. And I gotta tell you, one other little thing I always stuck by is you never walk across anybody's lawn. So there's a lot of homes that are up high driveways, that you walk up the driveway, down the driveway, and 10 feet over here, you walk up the driveway and down the driveway. So anyway, we put together probably about 6 inches of hard evidence to show all the fraud that I had already found. I contacted the Chief State's Attorney's Office, and they said, we don't have the resources. Who did they tell me to go to? The State Election Enforcement. And what did I say they are? Useless. My husband has told me to stop saying that. He said, you can't keep saying that in public. And I said, all right, honey, they're absolutely useless. They don't do their jobs. So we go through the election, and actually just before then, it was 8 days before the election, I was actually meeting with the FBI. And I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good, they're gonna help. 7 a.m. in the morning, I get a phone call, and they said, we can't meet with you. And I'm like, well, do we need to change the time or the location? And they said, no, it'll look like we're interfering with an election. I remember that day as clearly as it was yesterday. That I was on the phone begging the agent to take my information, take my evidence. I was actually crying on the phone. Never happened. That was the day Fight Voter Fraud was born. Because I figured if somebody else came along this, like, as you know, I'm a quiet, shy person. If I can't get anything done, what about everybody else? I didn't realize it at the time that that was the day that God chose me. Through the tears and saying, oh my God, a year and a half and I'm gonna lose, and I know why I'm gonna lose. So as time went by, I was trying to figure out what we can do. What can I change? We call things out, nobody does anything. As time goes on, we end up having this Report It app, because at this time I was just doing Connecticut. The Report It app, we geofenced in Connecticut, that you can report on your phone any fraud that you might see before, or after, or during Election Day. What I didn't realize is that when you put it on your website, it can come from anywhere in the country, if not world. So from November of 2020's election, and this continued for 2.5 months, at least every 5 minutes, I was getting reports. 37 states, 2 countries. So it was the second day after the election that things started to change. Because, by the way, it was just me at the time. I had some volunteers, but it was just me. So this woman from Virginia contacted me, and she said, do you have any for North Carolina? And I said, I've got about 24 credible voter fraud information, which, by the way, people were turning in their ex-husbands, their landlords, their neighbors. People are turning in anybody. And then I even got someone who said, if I wanted a fake ID, this is where you go. And I'm like, oh my God. So I ended up talking to that attorney about an hour later. She was actually working with Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani. So then they decided they wanted all the credible reports from all the swing states. So what they were doing is they were going out and getting affidavits from the people they were talking to. Fast forward to August of 2021, I'm invited to DC to speak to a number of people over the course of 2.5 days. And then I get told, well, we need to change the location because there's more people that want to talk to you than the facility would hold. And I said, I really appreciate this. And I remember saying, why the hell do these people want to talk to me? And that's when I was told, all those affidavits that President Trump would talk about, we actually supplied between 70 and 75% of them from our little organization and how everything went on. So I was really proud of that. I knew I had probably about 50%, but I was really happy to hear the number was higher. So as we are going through all the stuff, what I decided to do is we wanted to start doing the deep dive to prove the people, the actual people, not numbers. We don't look at numbers, 27 people, voted this way or that way. We wanted to see the people who had moved, the people who had died, the people that had double voted, and actually prove that they were violating the laws. Fast forward again, we had at one point over 2,000 volunteers across the country. They were our silent army of volunteers. They couldn't tell anybody they were working with us. We didn't want anybody to know what we were doing. Because once you tell the enemy what you're doing, they will do everything they can to thwart what you're working on. So as we go on and we're learning how to do this process, we built an SQL database. We know every single person, every single address. We know the 168 registered voters at a single-family home in the outskirts of Chicago, and an outhouse in Texas. We have all of that. We know where they are. But what we needed to do was make sure we drilled it down to prove the actual people. Some of the things that we've come across was the dead people. And everybody says, don't worry about the dead people. Nobody's going to vote for a dead person. Did I tell you I live in Connecticut? So in November of 2020, we found out there was 7,742 active dead people on the voter rolls. Does anybody want to guess how many of them voted? Not all of them, but 542, and some of them even voted in person, which is absolutely amazing. Talk about dedication, And I also found out the joke in Connecticut about the cemetery votes really is true. And it's not just Connecticut. Is anybody from Florida here in the audience? You guys have the Lazarus effect. Oh my goodness. Your people die and then they come back to life 20 years later and continue to vote. Wisconsin. Oh, you're dead people. Your dead people flip back and forth. The Wisconsin officials will take them off, 2 cycles, that's all it takes, and they're back on again. This has been going on across the country for decades. For decades. So we believe one of the biggest problems is, obviously, the voter rolls. So with the voter rolls, what we had been doing, we do analysis We prove the states that have violated HAVA, the NVRA, but we also know the people that are doing it. Whenever you see or hear someone say, whoa, they registered 1/1/1800, that's a default. That means somebody did not do their job with the registration. And no, we do not have thousands of people that are over 126 years old voting, because the default in the system is 1/1/1900. So anyway, what we do is we look at the people who should have been removed from the voter rolls. If you do not vote in 2 consecutive federal elections, you're supposed to be canvassed to say, hey, are you still out there? Are you still voting or not, etc. Then depending upon the state, some people automatically remove them. In Connecticut, you get to go on the inactive list for 4 more years, unless they hear something otherwise. And then by the 9th year, you are finally put on the off list. The only difference is when you're dead, you're dead. You don't have to wait. They're supposed to immediately remove them. And what we tell people is that if you haven't been voting, or these names are on the list and they haven't been voting, somebody's gonna vote for them. And we in Connecticut have Wanda the ballot stuffer. I don't know if anybody have heard about her. She's known around the world for stuffing those ballots in the ballot box. Well, we actually went to the Supreme Court in Connecticut with something I had done over that. There's a law, 9-368 from 1837, that says, if 3 electors find that another elector violated any election law, and they have the evidence, and they sign an affidavit, they can then go directly to the Superior Court judge, who shall issue the arrest warrant. Looks pretty solid. It was used once in 1959 in New Haven, Connecticut. Long story short, we end up getting into the Supreme Court, which I gotta tell you, my attorney said when he first met me, since then, his only goal in life is to retain his law license, because we push the envelope. So we wound up making it into the Supreme Court, and again, I'm gonna condense this down, and the unbelievable thing happened. Well, first of all, I have the Attorney General who's supposed to be standing up for me. He's on the other side fighting with the Chief State's Attorney against us. So the ruling comes down, and the ruling says, we don't have standing based on Massachusetts law. This is the Supreme Court in the state of Connecticut, using a Connecticut law, made their determination using Massachusetts law. Now recently, I was in New Haven, Connecticut, and someone had asked me about it, and I explained. Well, John Bolton is running for Attorney General for the Republicans in Connecticut. As everybody was saying, no, that didn't happen, he stood up and he said it was the most incredible thing he has ever seen in his life, using the Massachusetts law. So we know that even our Supreme Courts within our states will go to any length not to follow the law. But that's not going to stop us. We are going to keep continuing on with what we're doing. And what our organization does, now we actually train people, everyday people. If you don't want to join a group, that's okay, but you know something? Every single one of you can do something in your own community. You know who died. You know who moved. You know there's not 27 people living across the street from you in that one tiny apartment building. So you can do something. And we actually, Matt, we have a little clip. Quick little clip.
Hi, I'm Linda Sinkowitz. I'm the founder and CEO of Fight Voter Fraud. We are launching Operation Verify Voters 2026, and we want to get everyone involved in every single state, because you can make a difference. We will be able to train you. It doesn't take that long for the training. It's very, very simple because you know the people on your street, in your neighborhood who have moved or died. We want to make sure that the voter rolls are clean. We're going to show you how to do it. Go to our website, fightvoterfraud.org, or scan the QR code and we'll show you how. Thank you.
It only takes about 15 minutes. 15 minutes of your time will show you what you can do. We'll hold your hand. If you have any issues, you can contact us. We're there for you. We've already had 27 states with people who have gone through our quick training. We've actually had success with our double voters. We had been sending double voters, and I'm not going to go into where we had sent them, but we are finally getting states that are doing something. A couple weeks ago, we got contacted by a police officer from New Jersey. They had our evidence with the letter from the Department of Justice on one of the people that had double voted, and they are pursuing it. We worked with a woman in Montana with 14 double voters. We reviewed all the work on that. She contacted me about a month ago. The FBI actually came to her house personally to get more information. They were actually doing something. So there's little bits here and there that things are getting done. Is it distressing sometimes when you're told, first of all, oh, there's no voter fraud? Or better yet, the way you're doing it, you're never, ever, ever going to have anything done. There's nothing you can do. You know what? I do not have a defeatist attitude. If we can make changes a little at a time, we can make things happen. And this is where we've started with things. Here's another thing. Every time we turn over a rock, we find more corruption. In Connecticut, and I use that as a base, and we are actually actively working in all 50 states with people, I was trying to figure out why, with all those dead people that we proved were dead in Connecticut, why there was still over 1,000 left on the voter rolls. We had been sending every registrar, certified mail, a book with everything, 100% evidence that these people are dead. We don't just take, it's not taking a picture of a tombstone. I've seen people try to do that. That's not how you prove someone's dead. It's crazy with all this stuff. We actually show where they used to vote, where they used to live. We give the obituaries. We match on first name, last name, middle name, and date of birth. So I started looking into why are they not doing their jobs in Connecticut? Well, I found out why. In August of 2020, against a whole bunch of things we went through, we found 100% proof that there were 40 towns in the state of Connecticut that could not legally run the election. Their election officials weren't certified. 2 years, state of Connecticut, you have 2 years to get your certification. You take an 8-hour course. Then you take a 2-hour test, which are yes or no or multiple choice. You only have to score a 70 to pass. And oh, did I forget to tell you? It's open book. The bar is so low, you trip over it. This is what we're dealing with. So what I did in May of 2025, and contrary to what the newspaper reports and Blumenthal in Connecticut and all the others say, I had not filed a complaint in 5 years, because I've been doing this since 2018. So what I did was I called the attorney. We had words in the past, but he did want to see me. I think he was just happy I hadn't sent anything in 5 years. And I said, I have got documentation, which I did. We had put it together in a book. We had scanned everything in, every single thing that we got from the towns, registrar of voters, attorneys, on every town with the proof we had. We had it in a comprehensive book. We had the laws that were being violated. He invited me the same day, can you get up here in the next 2 hours? Well, of course. I got there, met with him, met with several of the investigators. And I said, I do not want to waste your time. We have the Secretary of State on dereliction of duty. We've got these 40 towns, et cetera. And I said, what do you want me to do? They said, file the complaint. Okay, so I filed the complaint, which also had 1,300 pages on a thumb drive. And I brought it to the Department of Justice and with one of the deputy U.S. Attorney Generals, gave him the exact same information. 2 weeks later, I'm back down there, and I have a letter from the state election enforcement. And what did I say before? They're useless, absolutely useless. So he looks at the letter, and he said, well, where's the rest of the information? And I said, that's what I gave you 2 weeks ago. The state of Connecticut said it was unnecessary to investigate. Unbelievable. This is what goes on. So I also encourage everyone, check to make sure your election officials actually have their certifications. You can't give up. You have to keep moving forward with what you're doing. Now, this is going to be the first time I'm actually going to read something because I wing it all the time. I usually say, you want me off the stage, use the hook. Just pull me off. That's okay. So the other day when I got here, was actually in the elevator, and it came to me. This is from the Declaration of Independence. And I was reminded of it because anybody saw the movie National Treasure with Nicolas Cage, when he ends up going and deciding that he is going to steal the Declaration of Independence. And this is what he read from the Declaration. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for the future security. That's what it says. Now, if you also remember, Riley Pools had no idea what it actually meant. And what it means is if there's something wrong, those who have the ability to take action have the responsibility to take action. And that is what all of you are about. You have a responsibility. And as Greg and David has said, you can't forget about what you see and what you know and what you've learned. Even if this is your first time being exposed to the fraud, it is real. It is absolutely real. And every single one of you needs to do something. Don't think somebody else is going to do it. Because it's your responsibility, your ears. God has you here for a reason. And that's the reason. You need to pass it on to as many people as you know. Yeah, there's going to be some people that think you're crazy. I, like Greg and David, I've had death threats. I have my phone number out there, and I answer the phone to anybody that calls. There's been some times I wonder why I'm still doing what I'm doing, and then I remember everyone needs to make a difference, and this is where God has put me right now. I'm not the same person I was a few years ago, even a few months ago. I got to tell you this funny little, it's funny, but it's not. My parents are 86 and 88 years old, both of them hard of hearing. And about 2 months ago, I stopped up their house. They're still fully active. They don't even take medication, whatever. So I said, Dad, I said, I got to let you know, I'm not afraid to die. Well, Mom thinks, oh my God, you're dying. And I'm like, no, Mom. I just need you to know that I do not have a fear of dying because of what I do. I don't. And I looked at my father, and my father says, neither do I. So if you have faith, you can't let fear of what people are going to say about you, what people are going to do to you, I walk around and I actually think I should be wearing a steel girdle because then at least I could hear the thunk. I mean, the stuff that has been said about me is unbelievable. And you know what? I don't talk to media. I don't talk to the left-wing people in the media. I do talk to a few reporters that I know their work, that they'll actually tell the truth. And the other thing that has happened where I've had a lot of changes is a year and a half ago I started a TV show podcast. It's called Sinkowitz. It's spelled phonetically. I have usually a national guest on once a week. We tape this. I talk about 5 states. I do national stuff. I do vote notes, which means it's a longer story. I actually do international things, and I did have Brazil on, like in the last week or two, so I thought that was something the other night when they were talking about Brazil. But I put together those shows myself on the stories I'm going to talk about. And up until January 1st of this year, I had tried to stay nonpartisan because my Fight Voter Fraud is a 501c4 nonprofit. We can be partisan. I have always been one vote for one legal voter. I have to stay this way. But I gotta tell you, the Democrats and the left are out of their freaking minds. Even the stories that I have to read in the newspapers and online, anytime you see anything that's from PBS, NPR, or better yet, the League of Women Voters, honestly, whatever they say, do the opposite. Because it's crazy. These women for the League of Women Voters think us women are too stupid to be able to change our last name when we get married. I mean, really, or better yet, we can't have the DOJ getting our voter rolls. Then they'll have the last 4 digits of our Social Security number. Excuse me, who gave you your Social Security number? They already have all the digits. The last 4 is just an identifier. That's it. So now if you go to my show, I actually have a box of tissues that I call for the wah-wahs. So anytime I'm reading a left-leaning story, I get the tissue box out. So I've been pretty outspoken recently about a lot of different things. I didn't want to get political with anything. But then I had something else happen. There was a wonderful person who spoke yesterday who was actually the inspiration for it. And that's attorney Peter Tickton. I hadn't wanted to do anything political. And I saw a couple of months ago, his publicist Adrian had sent out an email saying that he was interested in running and being the Attorney General. Within 5 minutes, I emailed her and I said, I would love to do a 30-minute special on Peter, on why he wants to be Attorney General. 2 days later, we had that done. And I remember my producer saying, Linda, I thought you said you didn't want to do this. And I said, I changed my mind. So now, what we are doing is we are doing 20-minute interviews for any candidate anywhere in the country. Send me an email, we'll schedule it, we tape it, we put your assets in, takes maybe 3 or 4 days, and then you can send it out to your constituents. And you know what? We don't charge anything. The only thing we ask is a voluntary donation to fight voter fraud, and if you don't want to do that, that's okay. We'll still do the taping. We have done so many people across the country. I know we can help with getting people elected where they can get the word out on what their platform is. So that's our contribution right now. And Matt, we have this another 30-second little video.
Hi, I'm Linda Sinkowitz. I'm the founder and CEO of Fight Voter Fraud. We are launching Operation Verify Voters 2026, and we want to get everyone involved in every single state because you can make a difference. We will be able to train you. It doesn't take that long for the training. It's very, very simple because you...
No, the other one. Yeah, the next one. You already heard that one.
Hi, I'm Linda Sinkowitz from Sinkowitz, and I'm here to tell you about an exciting new series that we have just added called Sinkowitz Presents Candidate Spotlight. And this is open to any candidate, any party, anywhere in the country that wants to have a 20-minute interview so you can talk about yourself, your platform, your campaign, and we'll help you get it out there. So give us a call, send us an email, or visit our website. Thank you.
So, thank you. So if you know of
Hi.
any... I got to tell you, my poor producer has to go through all the videos, and he sees me all the time, and he's making, all this stuff. And I asked him the other day, I said, how do you stand to hear my voice, like 8 hours a day, and on times you're working from home? And he goes, I've gotten used to it. I'm like, oh, okay. I know my husband wouldn't be able to tolerate it, but anyway. So if you know of anyone who would like to have a video done, just send us an email or call me. And anyone who wants to go through any training, takes 15 minutes. We have some time set up on the website, but we can also accommodate you. We can do groups, anybody. We need to make a difference. All of you here are here because you are supposed to be making a difference. Don't rely on anybody else. You have to help. So I want to thank you again and thank Juan for having me here and Matt and the whole crew. And if anybody is so inclined, we are a nonprofit. We do have to beg for money, so you can go to our website, fightvoterfraud.org. Thank you so much.
Gotta have a hug. Thank you. All right, folks. If I can, I'm going to give the microphone to Juan, but if I can, it's going to be an honor to have Ed Solomon up here. I'm going to explain what we're going to do real quickly. I'm going to give it to Juan, and I'm a jarhead, right? We ate crayons, for God's sakes. We asked Ed to give us a presentation with the help of Roger and Mark and everybody else here, so even Marines can understand. When he's talking to me in some presentations, Lagrange multipliers, they're like, oh my God, I'm going back to calculus in college, I'm going crazy. Let's make it so everyone can understand it. Later today, tonight, after dinner, he is going to challenge you going back into your college and high school days with your mathematical abilities, and he's going to get really deep into the weeds. But today, right now, it's going to be for all of the rest of us crayon eaters.
They tease, we make fun of ourselves a little bit here and there. But the reality is that all those Marines, they have to make very complex, sophisticated decisions in just a fraction of a moment. Do I kill him or not? Good guy, bad guy. Beyond that, everything else is just already trained in. It's an instantaneous reaction. Yes, sir. So here you go.
Everybody talks about Edward being heavy math. Edward and I have had several discussions. It is not math, it's just arithmetic. We just take numbers, do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. There's no math in this stuff. It's all arithmetic. It's straightforward. In some regions it gets complicated, but it's straightforward, and there's no real advanced abstracted math in this at all.
Okay. So Ed, come here. So we talk about us. This guy here is all of you. He takes care of his elderly mom, and in the meantime, between other, less, very noble actions, but less enjoyable in some ways, he's crunching away on his computer. In fact, we got you a new computer, didn't we, the other day? So you got something better to work with now. He was working on a prehistoric dinosaur computer, and we got him something newer so that he could work. He's a little bit hard of hearing, so he'll do the talking. We won't have to force him to listen. But Ed, you have done some amazing work pulling these algorithms together and understanding what's going on, that even with all the experts that we've thrown at this stuff, you found things that nobody else found within the way these programs are working in the machines. And he's just a guy. But he's one of the great patriots in this whole thing. His material was presented at the White House the other day and got total respect, okay? So, super guy. Ed, come here. Come here. One thing I want you to do, he's going to have some needs. We're covering them. Anything, when you give us a handover to an authorized.1 or other things, or direct to guy like this, you're not helping them forward so much as just backfilling on what they've already put in, okay? We're way deeper than people realize. Ed's one of those guys. You did it all out of your own pocket, your own time, your own mind.
Whatever I could do.
Whatever you could. But you did it.
I did it, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
stuff that world-class experts did not get it. You saw things nobody else did. Ed, thank you so much for coming. He flew out here, he was willing to walk. We said that we don't have time for that. He's got out here. We paid for an actual airplane for him. And I'm going to hand it over to you, bro.
Thank you.
They're yours.
Okay. So, perhaps the most important thing to preface this with is why we shouldn't have computers and technology in our elections to begin with. I'm not a chef. I can't cook a Chateaubriand. I'm not a mechanic. I can't change an axle on a car. How many of you here are computers and programmers? No, right? Well, the general audience, you get what I mean. How many people can do calculus, can do rates of change over time? No. How many law enforcement officers can pull up a cast vote record and analyze it for election fraud? How many judges can understand it? How many lawyers can understand it? This is why we can't have things in our elections that require specialized skill sets in order to understand how the counts get to where they are, because once something goes wrong, it takes an incredibly, what's the correct phrase for this? A very special niche of people to diagnose the problem, and then we have to compress it back down for the general audience. And so the one thing I want to say before we get started is the number one reason to get rid of computers in our elections and then to return to hand-counted paper ballots on election day only at a precinct level, 400 or 500 people a precinct, is so we never have to have a conversation like this ever again. All right, now I wrote this article 1 year and 1 day ago, June 16, 2025. I was a bit black-pilled right then during Andy Thompson's case. I said, why Nevadans deserve to have rigged elections. That's how angry I was. Anyway, I'm a little happier today. So, I'm taking the same images from that newspaper article from the Nevada Globe, and we're calling this synchronized election results and lockstep parallel motion. And we're going to be going over Nevada 2024, Colorado 2020, and Maryland 2024. So I want to have Maryland in there because Maryland is done with ES&S, and Nevada and Colorado are done with Dominion. So it's not just one vendor, and they have the exact same graphs you're going to see. So when I show you one or two of these graphs, once you understand it, don't think this is the only place it's ever happened in. Give me the cast vote record of any one of the 50 states in the union of 2020, 2022, 2024, and it's going to happen again in 2026, and you're going to see stuff just like this.
Hey, folks, please keep it down. Ed's speaking.
Yeah, let's keep it down at the back, even though we're getting in line for that stuff. But stop for 1 second. Ed, I want to mention one thing. He just gave you a term that is going to be part of the glossary that you want to have in your armory as we go to battle on this stolen vote. Lockstep parallel motion. You coined that term, I think, didn't you? So think about what that means. They're all in step, parallel in all of these different votes. If you don't get that, you don't understand anything of the rest of what Ed's about to say. Lockstep parallel motion, okay? So I just want to make sure I emphasize that sticks in your head. You think that's right? You think that's right?
Roger was talking. Okay. All right. So we're going to start. This is the chief exhibit in the case of Andy Thompson versus Secretary of State in Nevada, which we filed in December of 2024. That case is still ongoing because they don't know how to get rid of it. So what's happening in this graph? Well, there's 3 modes of voting. There's an early voting, election day, and mail-in voting. They rig all 3. We're going to deal with the mail-in vote here. And we're looking at roughly 500,000 mail-in ballots, it's 443,000. And we're pulling them from the cast vote record, which comes from the Secretary of State's office. So it's not like it's my own data source or it's some PCAP thing. This is, I go to the Clark County Registrar of Voters, I download the cast vote record, and let's say there's 1 million ballots. Row 1 is ballot 1, row 2 is ballot 2, down to row 1 million is ballot 1 million. It's not that complicated. And it shows me every single candidate and proposition selection made on that ballot. That's it. If there's a 1, it means the person filled it in. If there's a 0, it means they didn't fill in that bubble. That's it. Very easy to read. So what happens when I look at the mail-in vote only? Because just so you know, there's technically an early vote that happened that I've taken out of here. There's an election day vote that happens around here that I also took out. So we're only looking at the mail-in votes, all 443,000. I said, I'm going to take I said, what is 3% of this number, 443,000? It's about 13,000. So I chose an arbitrary number, and I said, I'm going to take every consecutive batch of 13,000 ballots, and I'm going to split them into Trump and Kamala voters. Then I'm going to split them again into how they voted on abortion or as to how they voted on adopting open primaries for future elections, okay? So when I do that, let's say halfway through the election, this would be about 220,000 ballots in, it says that 65% of Trump voters were opposed to state question 3, and that maybe 48% of Kamala voters were opposed to state question 3. And I go, okay, how about the next batch of 13,000 ballots? Let's say it comes down here. And now it's, okay, 58% of Trump voters were opposed and 2% of Kamala voters were opposed. Is there anything wrong with there being a partisan difference between Trump and Kamala voters? No, we actually expect that. That's not the problem here. Wait till you see Arapahoe where there was 0 in Colorado. But anyway, the partisan divide isn't the problem. The problem is that the rate at which they change is identical from one batch of ballots to the next. So look at this in the yellow regions. When Trump voters go up, Kamala voters go up by exactly 0.6 that amount. Then when Trump voters go down in the next batch of 13, Kamala voters went down by 0.6 of that percentage again. And then when Kamala voters went up, Trump voters went up in the yellow. And they go down, down, up, down, down. Like 85% of the ballots, that is 375,000 ballots! Almost 500,000 ballots were synthetically engineered. This has nothing to do with human behavior. Then after Election Day in the gray, is there any more synchronization here? No, it's all gone. They didn't have to rig anything anymore. Synthetically engineered elections, it's worse than rigged. It's completely fake. Now here you see the rates of change. So how do you get this graph? I subtract that peak from this peak, and I do the same thing for the Kamala voters at the same time. So I subtract the distance from peak to peak. Can anybody see the difference, other than one being 0.6 the height of the other? See the end, where they're out of sync? That's what a normal election looks like, right at the tail end. All right, we'll go to the next slide, Roger. I get very, I want to knock people out sometimes I talk about this.
Keep going, Ed.
All right.
Keep going, it's good.
Ed, you be loud, man. You be loud.
All right. All right, so here's Arapahoe County. We'll probably we'll do Mesa County more later tonight for Tina Peters. But this is Arapahoe County, Colorado. This is the 2020 general election. Did the same thing. So in El Paso County, there's a 30–40% difference between how Democrats and Republicans wanted to raise their taxes or not, which you would expect. Except in Arapahoe, there's no difference between Trump and Biden voters. Blue is how Biden voters voted on the repeal of Gallagher, which resulted in like the tripling of property taxes, by the way. And then the red is the Trump voters. Can anybody see the difference between every consecutive batch of 10,000 ballots? So what I did here, and Roger does these, we'll take these cast vote records and we'll shuffle them millions of times. This is what an ordinary election would look like if the ballots just came in the mail at random the way they're supposed to. That's what it's supposed to look like. Does that look like that?
Oh.
So the beauty of this synchronization, which the original term I used was lockstep parallel motion. Roger, go to the previous slide, the original. So the reason I got that more crazy term was because they're moving in lockstep. The lines are parallel, even if they are something called a linear thing. And it's in motion because it's happening over time. But the word that Mark Cook used, I actually like, is synchronized election results, because the rates of change are synchronized, and it's impossible. There's no controversy. There's no theory you can come up with that says how this could happen in a fair election. And this is why the Nevada Secretary of State has been running away from Andy Thompson now for over a year and a half. We haven't even had a merits hearing. Because who wants to have a merits hearing on that? It's over. All right. So this is Arapahoe, and this was the second exhibit we entered into the Nevada case. And initially, they didn't want to admit it because they said, well, this isn't from Nevada. Why are you giving us something from Colorado? Why? Because it's the same vendor, Dominion Voting Systems. It's also a historical example, which is technically neutral because that's from the state of Colorado. Now, what happened 5 years later after we entered that into the court record? Go to the next slide, Roger. Here it is again, the same graph you just saw for Colorado. Trump and Biden voters doing the same thing. Maybe the ballot window is a bit bigger than 10,000, that picture. And they said, oh, well, let's go change the cast vote record half a decade later without telling the judge, without telling the plaintiff, Andy Thompson, without telling the analyst, Edward Solomon, under oath for penalty of perjury. Let's just tamper with evidence across state lines without telling anybody.
Same file name, same everything, same file name.
Yes, exactly. Same file name, same version number. Trump voters became the yellow line, and Biden voters became the green line, and they're no longer synchronized in their rates of change. Now I caught them by accident. Lady Draza asked me to help her in a Supreme Court case. There's something going on in Maryland. And I said, I want to make sure I have this proper for the Supreme Court justices. Let me make sure that nobody tampered with that data. Then I caught them, whole shebang. I called the FBI. The next thing you know, Arapahoe County was putting out apology statements for why they changed a cast vote record half a decade later without telling anybody. So you put two and two together. What's the most important thing? Because there's a little mathematical controversy about Arapahoe in particular that I don't want to get into today. And let's just assume for the sake of the argument that the excuse Arapahoe County gave is correct, for the sake of it being correct. There's no point even discussing what that was. They still proved with the new cast vote record that lockstep parallel motion can't happen naturally. So then why is it still in the Nevada elections in 2024? Why is it in North Star Bureau, Alaska, for the 2025 election? Why is it in Fulton County, Georgia in 2020, 2022, and 2024? Well, in fact, why is it everywhere I look in any cast vote record that I ever get my hands on? It's not hard to find. It's very easy to figure out which ones and how they're going to rig it. It's not like I'm coming to a predetermined conclusion. I just graph the data as it is from the states, from the Secretary of State. All right, Roger, let's go to the next one. All right, so here's another one. How about, is this early? Yeah, that's the early vote, and that's election day. So here it is again. We're looking at Abortion, we're looking at Trump voters only for the moment in red. So this is Clark County 2024. Do you want to have third trimester abortions or not? That's basically what the amendment was. So it says that in the early vote in both Clark County and Washoe County, that 70% of Trump voters were opposed. Exactly 70.00 in both counties. And then between the second part of the mail-in vote, we get to the election day vote. This is the election day. It says we went from 70%, which is more than 2-to-1 opposed, to 52% opposed to late-term abortion amongst Trump voters only. Because Kamala voters are down here at only 8% in both counties. Why would Trump voters go from a near 3-to-1 ratio against late-term abortions from early voting to a near 1-to-1 ratio on election day? Does that make sense to anybody here?
No.
It's not the voters.
Now let's look at Kamala. We're going to get there. Let's look at the Kamala voters. I come from New York. I know a lot of Democrats. And you know what? Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't know anybody in my personal life that endorses a late-term abortion. Their own polls, fake news, their own polls will show you that the partisan difference on this doesn't bear, I don't think it even exists at the third trimester. You're telling me that 92% of Democrats who voted for Kamala want late-term abortions? And so people go, well, maybe it's the wording of the bill. They use, all their crazy euphemisms for it. Okay, well, I can go look at Colorado 2020, where it was explicitly written to ban late-term abortions, and you got the exact same result if you split it by Trump and Biden. Doesn't hold. Now, let's go back to one more previous, so we get to the human thing. One more back. So this type of behavior, ordinary humans that are criminals, rigging an election and stuffing ballots, they cannot create this pattern. If I told everybody here, I want you to stuff ballots to this predetermined outcome at the end, I guarantee you're not ever going to, not in a million years would any of us create this pattern, even if we were trying to rig it. This can only be done by a computer. And now I want you to know how it happens. How did this happen? Because I can split this into congressional districts. I can show you Trump voters in District 1 moving in synchrony with Kamala voters in District 4 in Clark County. Okay? How does this happen? Do they act on all these subgroups at once? No, it's a very dumb algorithm. So there's another line in the middle you're not seeing here, and it's the overall yes to no ratio, regardless if you voted for Trump or for Kamala or where you live. And what they were doing was flipping no to yes on abortion or no to yes on state question 3, regardless of how you voted for president, regardless of where you lived. And that makes everybody do the same dance at the same time. It's mathematically forcing. Flipping votes. Not deleting, not inserting, flipping with the computer. It's the only way to recreate that pattern. Now, on that, I was going to say something about out as well. We even know the direction in which it's flipped, okay? How do we know that? Because if I divide the height of the red line by the height of the blue line at any moment in time, the ratio actually remains a flat constant. So I know the flip is no to yes, because if the flip was from yes to no, and I divided the height of the red line going to the top by the height of the blue line going to the top, it's not constant. So we even know the direction of the flip. So when they say, oh, well, ballot flipping occurred, but maybe you don't know who it's for, Mr. Solomon, case is, actually, I do know who. I know exactly who they flipped them for. This is what happens when, anybody here play a video game called Half-Life years ago? No, I see a few people. The opening chapter was called Unforeseen Consequences. And it was about a bunch of geeks and computer scientists and particle physicists that thought they were smart enough to open portals to other dimensions, and all they did was accidentally open the gates to hell in a resonance cascade. That is your resonance cascade right there. They didn't even mean to do that. That it's an unforeseen consequence of their own rig. Why did it take so long to find something like this? Well, believe it or not, nobody wrote a textbook on algorithmic election fraud. Yeah, so I mean, you know, you want to go to, yeah, I should. I actually have hundreds of paid, thousands. But, you know, if you want to be a counterterrorism agent and you're writing in law enforcement, you can go find some, you know, interns and whatever, and you're going to find, you go find how to do it. You want to go prosecute white-collar crime? There's plenty of internships and courses on that. You want to be a chef? There's a course on that. You want to be a mechanic? Is there any course on election fraud? No. So this is why it took so long to find these, because if you just looked at yes versus no on abortion without splitting into Trump and Biden voters, you're never going to see anything. It actually looks like a fair election. If you just look at Kamala versus Trump and nothing else, it looks like a fair election. I can't tell you what's wrong with it. But once you split it into 4 or more groups that can't overlap, Trump yes, Trump no, Biden yes, or yes and no on a proposition, that reveals how rigged every election is across the United States. It's that easy. All right, let's see what else we have time for. All right, so here's early voting. This is state question 3 for open primaries for Clark County, and down here is Washoe. So in Washoe, there's no synchronization here. I actually think this is authentic. It says that roughly 80% of Trump voters were opposed to open primaries, and 40% of Kamala voters were opposed. Let's take a look at Clark County, right where we are now. Does anybody see lockstep parallel motion at the beginning and the end? All right, so they're rigging the early vote. How about Election Day? This is interesting. Why would Trump voters go from 72% opposed, which again is 3-1, to only 49% opposed in the Election Day vote? Again, how about down here, Washoe, same thing. 80% down to 56%. How about Kamala voters? They went from something in the 40s to down to 26.00 in both counties.
The number of ballots.
Tell
them the number of ballots.
20, what?
Tell them the number of ballots.
Oh, yeah. Okay, these are hundreds of thousands of ballots, guys. Again, this is 90,000 ballots for the early vote of Washoe. This is 371,000 ballots for the early vote of Clark. This is 175,000 ballots for the Election Day vote of Clark County. This is 89,000, 90,000 ballots for the Election Day vote of Washoe. We're talking the entire election, early Election Day and mail-in. So, you know, even though they have these huge changes that are synchronized between the counties, why aren't we seeing that synchronicity like we see in the mail-in vote? Well, it's not because we had a fair election, okay? The reason is because it's a very different type of portion of the cast vote record. So when we get the mail-in vote, it comes in from random precincts, random places all over the county, all at once into boxes, and just goes in. It's no rhyme or reason. When you get to early voting or Election Day voting, they come in by the precinct, okay? So that synchronicity is no longer there because you're not getting a time flow. You're actually getting a space flow. And yes, I'm talking about space-time. We're almost getting there. Okay, but we'll save that for later. All right, let's go to the next one. So this is the stadium picture. Very simple. So, you know, as you already saw, I say all the Trump voters stand up for the early vote. There's no Kamala voters in the stadium. If you're opposed to abortion, raise a red sign. All right, it's 5-1 opposed to abortion. The green people with the green signs want it, okay? Then I go to the Election Day vote. I say, everybody, only Trump voters, no Kamala voters, hold up your signs if you're opposed to abortion. Does that picture look like that picture? That's what it means to go from a 5-1 ratio to a 1-1 ratio with numbers with that many ballots. It is incomprehensible. And it happens in every precinct, every congressional district, every state Senate district. It happens in 2 different counties on opposite sides of the state. Clark and Washoe. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, so here's Okaloosa. Now, we could talk about how they front-loaded it for Kamala in 2024. This is Matt Gaetz' district. But I want to focus on what's at least good about this election. And Do you notice how the percentage of Trump voters opposed to abortion never changes in red the whole way? Even the moving share doesn't change. There's no drop from 80% to 50% in that picture. That's what a normal election looks like. If I take 10,000 Trump voters, they should poll no differently than the next 10,000 Trump voters. End of story. End of discussion. All right, let's go to the next one. Maryland. So we're looking at Frederick County, or are we looking at Congressional District 6? Frederick County, okay. Every county in Maryland looks like this, what you're about to see in 2024. And even every congressional district when I put the cast vote records together in a certain way. But we'll just stick with the county since that's the original source of the data by county. And what we're looking at here is Hogan, who was like a never-Trumper, over here, and then the Republican over here is Neil Perot or Neil Parrott or something, Parrott. He pretty much polled the same as Trump, so I wish I had a Trump one, but I'd have to find that another day. The point is, whether we're dealing with a never-Trumper or an actual MAGA Republican, it says that, going with the MAGA guy, that 75% of the Republicans there were against abortion in the first mail-in vote and the early vote. But then in the election day vote, it came down to 60%. And then in the final mail-in vote, it came down to 48%. So you're just seeing this in Nevada, and now you're seeing this in Maryland, that Trump voters are randomly falling over time as to how they're opposed to late-term and post-birth abortion. How about Kamala voters? Oh, look, same thing, only 5% want to save babies, and 95% magically want to kill them. I don't believe that because I don't know anybody that is in support of it. But we get the same pattern. How about Hogan? Okay, he's a never-Trumper. Okay, well, it says that 63% of Hogan voters were against abortion in the first mail-in vote and the early vote, and then it fell down to 45% in the election day vote, and then it fell down to 37. That's only 1 to 2. It's backwards now. And the second mail-in vote. And this is every county in Maryland. Every county. So if I were to put every county, superimpose them, you would get almost the exact same shape. All the counties are synchronized with the exact same pattern across every congressional district and county. So it's lockstep parallel motion if I were to stagger the graphs out in 3 dimensions.
Because they're all counted on the same machine.
Yeah, right. They're all counted on the same software. Let's go to the next one. Skip that. I don't have time for text right now. All right, we have 85. Okay, so this is on a logarithmic scale, but I converted to percentages for everybody, so I don't have to, because even I can't convert into my head, all right? All right, so once again, we're looking at 387,000 ballots. This is El Paso County 2024 in Colorado, biggest red county in Colorado. I said, well, Maryland and Nevada had this constantly descending ratio of opposition for Trump voters to abortion. How about Colorado? They had it on the ballot, right? We went from 85%, which is 6 to 1 opposed, down to 66%, which is only 2 to 1. Again, it's another threefold decrease in opposition on abortion amongst Trump voters only. Because the Kamala voters, they're all the way down there. I can't even find them, okay? I'm only looking at Trump voters. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, so here's 2020. Go back right there. So here's, again, that repeal Gallagher, the thing that, like, tripled everybody's property taxes in Colorado. This is 2020. We're looking at, again, at El Paso County, so we're 4 years back from the last picture. And it says that in this supposedly really heavy Republican county, that Trump only started with 35% of the vote, and this is like, it doesn't matter what precinct you look at, and then he somehow skyrockets to 65, 70% of the vote. Well, there's no election day voting in there, it's only mail-in, so you tell me. So anyway, what happens, what's the more interesting thing? Let's pretend, for the sake of the argument, that this is authentic, that the purple line, which is Trump going from 40 to 70% of the vote, is authentic, just for the sake of the argument. If the amount of Trump support increased that much over time, what do you think the amount of people overall opposed to raising their taxes would increase with it? Oh, it doesn't. It stays a flat line the whole election. So, as Trump goes from here to here, Trump opposition goes down at the exact rate required to keep overall opposition stuck at the 45%, which is what's safely needed to pass a constitutional amendment to triple everybody's property taxes. Does that happen anywhere else? Let's go to the next one. Same thing, Arapahoe County. Next one. Call this a seesaw. So when there's a lot of Democrats, you don't really have to worry about the Republicans, right? But when the Republican vote becomes really, really heavy, the big fat red kid, he shimmies up the seesaw in order to negate the effect of his vote. Now go back to the previous, to go to the El Paso, back to. One more. That's what you're seeing in this picture. The heavier the Republican vote, which is in purple, the more they shimmy down the seesaw to decrease the effect of their vote on the repeal of Gallagher in yellow. Never changing. It's literally a seesaw rig. That's what it is. It's a mathematically perfect and easily derived. No guessing, no statistics, no human behavior involved. I like you, by the way. All right, let's go to the next one. All right. How much time do I have? Okay. Let's talk about Harmeet Dillon for a moment, because I have to start swinging that wrecking ball right now. Okay? Okay. So Andy Thompson, I, and Roger, we go to the DOJ. We're like, Harmeet, we have a problem. All these state courts are corrupt. Can you help us? Here's what she says, verbatim. Sorry, we don't have any data, guys. We don't have any data, guys.
So she's saying real quick, Ed, not that they don't have the data, they don't have the data guys to do the analysis?
Yeah, she's saying they don't have anybody that's good at math. That's what she's saying. So I said, Harmeet, if I were to use my math and computer programming skills to hack the pensions and Social Security of everybody who works at the DOJ, something tells me you would find a lot of data guys. All right? So what is this about? I'm not trying to black pill, I'm trying to red pill here, okay? Nobody's gonna wave a magic wand and fix this for us, okay? I'm not here for my health today. Everybody in this room, you're the ones that gotta do it. Lockstep parallel motion, was it that hard to understand? No, it's impossible, okay? If Trump had a magic wand, he would have waved it already, okay? If Harmeet Dillon was actually wanting to do her job, she would have done it already.
We volunteered. We
Yeah.
volunteered.
Exactly. I've been on a 6-year death march.
I'll do your data guy.
Right. We are the data guys, Harmeet Dillon. That's what I wanted to say. So what I'm trying to say is that, I'm pretty sure everybody in this room is actually on my level when it comes to that. But if you have other people who are like, they know the elections are rigged, you got to start telling them, hey, you got to get part of the movement too. Okay. Like, this is ridiculous. And the only way we win this is if we shift the Overton window. The law's on our side. The facts are on our side. I mean, you can't even refute any of these things. The problem is that there's like an inertia of some sort by the institutions themselves. And it's not just because they benefit from this. It goes back to what I started this presentation with, is not everybody is an expert at math and computer programming, okay? All right, let's go to the next slide, because I forgot what I was trying to say. All right, so here's a fun one. So here's a precinct level, okay? This is Arapahoe County, and we're looking at Trump's share of the vote in, it's Arapahoe County 2020. And instead of showing you one line for the whole county, I show you a line for every precinct. All 410 precincts are synchronized going the same direction. Woo! Every precinct. No election day voting, only looking at mail-in voting. Impossible. 410 precincts doing the exact same thing the whole time. Let's go to that. Oh, that happens in Mesa County in Tina Peters, by the way. Exact same graph. So that's still Arapahoe, but just pretend it's Mesa because you get the same picture, okay? Again, this is So here I'm going by ballot types. So instead of precincts, I'm going by the different ballot styles. So there's less lines. Big 30-degree eigenvector. What happens if I shuffle the cast vote record? Well, it looks like this, like it should in a fair election, all straight lines. That's the difference between rigged and fair. The chance of this happening is a number so large that if I were to start writing it, I could fill every crevice of this entire hotel with zeros, and I would never get finished writing the number of how improbable this is from happening based on shuffle tests that show you how it should look in a fair election. So it's not just like I'm saying, hey, it looks rigged and we all know it's rigged. We can prove with the scientific method that it's rigged. I'm going to take the exact same ballots, the same cast vote record. I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to shuffle them by a random ordering. I'm going to ask, does that pattern remain after it's over? No. I'm going to shuffle that 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Roger does them millions of times because he does it in an actual computer program. I only do it in Excel. And what we do is it's called the 5 sigma rule. 5 sigma means 1 in 3.5 million chance. So in particle physics, if you prove something to a 5 sigma standard, you get a Nobel Prize. All right, this line right here, this is 400 sigma. So me and Roger should be getting, I don't know, dozens of Nobel Prizes for lecture reform. Okay? That lockstep parallel motion, remember the one where I shuffled it, it was just random noise? Okay, that one we started with in Clark County, that's a 12 sigma event. That's 2 Nobel Prizes. This is what I'm trying to say. It's not hard to prove.
XR bond fraud, 50 sigma.
What?
XR bond
Oh, yeah, but when Mitch Vexlar with the bond issues, we get 50, 60 sigma. These are numbers that, like I said, they're so large, I could never stop writing the number on the walls. There's no name for these numbers. They're incomprehensible. I call them black hole numbers because if you could even comprehend a fraction of the number, the mass energy density in your head would turn into a black hole. Like that's how large these numbers are, okay? All right, let's go to the next one.
That was the end.
That's the end, all right, that's good, all right, whatever.
So let me say this thing. That number, the number of the tax issue in Bexar County, Texas. The number in the Bexar County, Texas. I ran the shuffles, 4 million shuffles, and it came out with a 50 sigma. I have a little program that converts sigma to probability. It came out infinity. What that means is beyond the floating point number capability of the computer to hold that big a number. The floating point capability of our computers is an IEEE standard thing. It's 10 to the 135. Okay, there's 10 to the 80 protons in the entire universe. 10 to the 135 is just an unimaginable number. And that's what happened in Bexar County tax issues on the ballot. They passed them. Okay? That's where we are.
Ed, thank you. Even a Marine figured that out, so thank you very much. And then later tonight, Ed will go into more detail. We'll have a little more question and answer, iterative process. And then here, if you want to get some chow, in about 15, 20 minutes, we'll have Martine Rodil presenting. We're running a little bit behind. Martine is one of the folks who briefed Elon, who's briefed Tulsi Gabbard. When Tulsi made that comment in the White House April last year about the machines and the rigged elections and so forth, that was like 24 hours after Martine and team had briefed Tulsi Gabbard. So Martine will be up on stage in about 15 minutes.
Hey folks, thanks for being so cooperative on this. And you know, I know it's a lot of speakers, it's a lot of information. You've all been so diligent. I think, you know, hopefully we're not overburdening you mentally with all this stuff, but I'm trying to throw as much red meat out there as I can, okay? So, I have one quick question. Where in the world is Paul Moore when you need him? Where are you, Paul? You got to run to the sound of fire. Earth to Paul, Earth to Paul. Come here, Paul. Hurry up, get up here.
He's coming.
All right, come on. Show me what that academy did for you. I mean, I would think you could still sprint. There's a bad guy running down the street. He's jumping the fence. He's jumping over the moving car. Paul Moore, you got to know about this guy. He was a state patrol, highway patrol. Do you call it state patrol or highway patrol in Oregon? I think it's state patrol in Oregon, isn't it?
Oregon State Police.
Oregon State Police. Paul Moore was an Oregon State Police officer, what, 20 years?
A lot of years,
A lot of years. And then you decided that you could do a little bit more as a sheriff, and so you, tell me what your career was up till just recently.
Well, I've done a lot of things, many years in law enforcement, United States Marine for 6 years on active duty as a Marine security guard.
What is it with all these Marines? They're everywhere. Gosh, you're like hiding out or something. You think you stand out more.
So I was here at a conference 3 years ago, right here, CSPOA conference with Sheriff Richard Mack.
Yeah.
And I met a contingent of people from Wasatch County. And so they kind of followed me a little bit. A couple of years later, they invited me to Wasatch County, which is east of Salt Lake City. And they said, can you come and visit? So I did.
Well, wait a second. Hold on a second. You're passing over something here. You ran for sheriff up in Oregon, and you had a stolen election, as far as I'm concerned. They stole that election from you.
Well, they did, and that's what happens to conservative Christians when they run for sheriff near Portland, Oregon. But we learned a lot, and we made our mark. We made a statement, so some people from Wasatch saw that, and they followed.
Oh, you're going too fast. Hold on a second. Just like so many of the guys that I'm dealing with, after you ran for sheriff, they knew you were a threat. They really were kind of going out of their way to push you out of town, is really what happened. You had to take a break, I think, just for yourself, your wife, like that. So you didn't just, decide to go to Wasatch County. It became a little bit testy there for you in Oregon. Am I overstating it?
No, you're not at all. There's a lot of corruption, and when you want to fight corruption, and you have the Holy Spirit in your heart, you know what you're going to do, you're a threat. And they don't like that. It makes them very uncomfortable. But it's that resolve that works for all of us. See, we have a compass, and it's called the Constitution. And it's a great thing, but no compass does anything for anybody unless you have a focus on true north. So Jesus Christ is my true north, and I have a compass, the Constitution, and both of those things combined with the authority of a county sheriff and people behind the county sheriff can accomplish so much. Take election fraud, for example. We don't like the Dominion machines. Well, all I need is reasonable suspicion as a sheriff to start an investigation. So I go to the county clerk and say, please produce those machines. I have reasonable suspicion to believe that they can be corrupted. And you mark them with evidence tape, you throw them in the evidence locker, you get forensic studies done, you can't use them anymore. And by the way, don't sign contracts with Dominion because we can't use their machines. And so you do something that sheriffs around the nation haven't done, but sheriffs need to stand up. And if all the county sheriffs, now how many states do we have represented here?
Oh, that's a good
Many
question.
states.
I wonder how many states we have here. I don't think we have time to go through that, but that's a really good question, Matt. We ought to figure out what the cross-section is.
And with all the states represented in here, how many counties in each state?
Oh, yeah.
Probably a lot.
Over 2,500 counties in the country.
Where are the county sheriffs here to find out how to fight corruption and to understand what it even is? This place should be packed with county sheriffs because, think about it, and that begs a really good question. So every sheriff in this nation swears an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States as well as the Constitution of the state in which they're elected. Do they swear an oath to run the jail? No. Do they swear an oath to run the county budget? No. The only thing that they're required to swear an oath to do is support and defend the Constitution. Why is that? Because that's the most significant thing that a county sheriff can do. And if they do that, they're standing up for your rights. And if every sheriff in this nation did that and understood that they have the authority to do that, watch out. Corruption goes away. A lot of the problems that we face now go away. So please vote for good county sheriffs.
Well, hold on now. Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourself. Okay, I know you're trying to get it all in, but these guys are patient. They've got their food, some of them, so they're not, they're listening, calm. We gotta let them, work. I'm training you for campaigning. The problem is he's not used to campaigning. He's just trying to get it all out there. But you are running for a sheriff, but I've got to tell you what happened. So he found a friendly environment over in Utah, Wasatch County, and what he wanted to do, some people invited him over. They wanted him to run for sheriff. One problem. After what? Almost 30 years of law enforcement, what I say, is that total between Marine and everything? Yeah. He still had to go back to school. He had to go to the state academy, one of the law enforcement academies, and you had to go through the whole schooling with the 20-year-olds. With the 25-year-olds, okay? And did you have to do your own push-ups? Or did anybody help you? Did they have to grab your vest and help you up and down or something like that? I mean, did they lift your leg over the fence when you had to jump over it? Okay, so, and I mean, I'm pretty tough if you get right down to it, but guys half my age like you, it's still a hard thing. You were dealing with 25-year-olds and you're like, what, 35, 40?
64.
Are you the oldest graduate from the academy there in Utah? Maybe one of the oldest in the country for a policing academy?
My understanding is I'm the oldest graduate in the history of the state of Utah, number 4 in the United States of America.
Wow. Wow. And he leaps off of tall buildings. He's able to wrestle with the guard dog in the backyard if it shows up, and he still gets the bad guy. And by the way, you're not wearing a white hat, but a lot of times when you're in law enforcement, you got to be a little more covert, right? You don't let them know you're coming necessarily. And I don't think Utah realized you were coming. You got through the academy, and then how much after that was it before you actually signed up to run for the office of sheriff there in Wasatch County?
Well, I did 5 months of the Utah Post Police Academy, and after 5 months, then I could go to the county clerk's office and file. I'd get signatures and then file, so we've done that. But the beautiful thing is I filed as non-affiliated candidate, so we go right through to the general election and face whoever wins in the primary. So we have a great opportunity, and it's a blessing. It's a blessing because we're getting lots of support. I believe the county sheriff should not be affiliated with the political party because a county sheriff represents everybody, all the citizens.
I absolutely 1,000% agree, seriously. It's like the secretaries of state. They really shouldn't be party affiliated. They should be running for everybody because that job is for everybody. So you're enforcing the law, which is apolitical, unless you're in Utah. Okay, unless you're a criminal. It should be in Utah too. Okay, so now here's my question is. I know that you spent a lot of time, money, effort running for office over there in Oregon. They stole it from you. Then you had to do a complete move because you really run out of Oregon because the powers that be didn't want you there. You had to go through the police academy, and then now you're running for office with your campaign running for sheriff. You need money for a campaign, but you're still getting hit pretty hard even on your own personal because you had to pay for the academy yourself. You didn't have an agency hiring you. So it's been a bit of a, push. Anybody here, especially you from Utah, should be stuffing a couple hundred in his pocket before he leaves here and then thinking about going on to the campaign. I think it's a really important work that you're doing, Paul, and I really appreciate it. So let me see. Ooh, there's one right there. Okay. So Paul, there's a couple hundred for you, bro. Okay. Gas money and like that. I appreciate having you. We got you a hotel while you were here, so we don't have you sleeping out in the street or something or in your car. Okay. And we fed you. So you're not.
Oh my God, the food's phenomenal. This food is incredible.
Well, okay, we're
I've never
trying.
eaten so good.
Okay, we're trying. And just the emotional support. Let me do this with you, Paul. Father God in heaven, you govern in the affairs of men and then you provide those people that help to enforce the laws, that protect us, people just like Paul with real skill sets, real experience, and a heart for justice. And I ask you that you would give him favor, that you would make perfect provision for him, and that your protection would be on him, your angels trying to keep up with them as best they can. Father God, we thank you for Paul. We thank you for people like him all across the country, and he is iconic in an extra special way of all those people coming in from a law enforcement side to protect us, to help us as we go through these perilous moments just ahead. Thank you, Father, for Paul. Bless him. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. God bless you, man. Thanks for
All right. Find him, stuff a little something in his pocket for me, if you would, please. He's got to get back home. I don't want to find him on the side of the street with his thumb out. All right, folks. Enjoy your lunch for a few minutes. We'll be back in a second with Martine Rodil, and we'll have a good time. So give yourself just a couple minutes, and then we'll be up with Martine.
next to you, girl? Can I sit next to you? Let me take you home. Can I sit next to you, girl? Can I sit next to you, girl? Can I sit next to you? Lick your ear. Can I sit next to you, girl? Can I sit next to you, girl? Come on! Can I sit next to you, girl? Can I sit next to you, girl? Can I sit next to you, girl?
All right, folks, as you have eaten or get back into your seats, it's an honor to bring up, if we can bring up his presentation on the jumbo screen. Martine Rodil, we got to meet him through Patrick Byrne and others. We were at a home January of last year, right after the inauguration. Martine gave us a presentation, some of which he presented to Elon Musk, that then got the Trump. Listen up! Please! Stop talking, please. Thank you. This is going to be an honor. And then after Martine, you're going to see Mark cook for 2 hours. And we're going to have Mark, you're going to have some international guests here. You're going to see Dr. Frank show up here, all encompassed in Mark's presentation. And that's going to give us a call to action. What do we need to do on elections? You're going to be given some more information, but I want you to please, even if you're in line, be quiet, don't speak. Listen to this man who's been briefing Tulsi, the White House, Kurt Olson, DOJ. It is my honor to introduce to you Martine Rodil, who might not have been born here, but he's more American than a lot of people. Martine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And if we can bring up his presentation up here, please.
So, Matt, I need okay. So let me introduce quickly myself. I was born in Venezuela, but I've been in the United States for 27 years. I've been blessed to be in this country. And for the last 20 years of my life, I've been working with different part of the U.S. government investigating the Venezuelan mafia and working with that process into the U.S. government, the Department of Justice, and different law enforcement agency. I ended founding all the election integrity situation and the component of a company named Smartmatic and the connection to a company named Sequoia in Denver, Colorado, and then the connection to a company named Dominion. So during all those years doing the work with the Department of Justice, we were focused primarily on the drug aspect of the Venezuelan mafia, but not into the election integrity, because we didn't know the connection of this with the United States until we start bringing witnesses to the Department of Justice who start coming forward and start explaining the connection. So what we're going to do today is we're going to go through very quickly, I mean, it's a long presentation, but I will try to go for the next 20 minutes into the history of this and how we ended with a problem in the United States that has spread like a cancer across different election companies in this country. And with me today, I have the pleasure to have a friend, but also a bestseller writer, Ralph Pesullo, who will speak after me about the experience of writing a book named A Stolen Election, that it was written based on the investigation that I've been doing for the last 20 years, but more important in the last 5 years, doing the investigation on the election integrity after 2020 to today. So there are other people involved in this investigation that are not with us today because they have other commitment. One of them is Patrick Byrne, which is a person I really grateful because the patriot is a person who really put a commitment like very few people we have seen doing it and taking risks. And the other person is my friend and colleague and business partner, Gary Burnson, who wrote, he was in the Central Intelligence Agency in the old good days. And Gary and I are the two person who decide to move forward and do and get to the bottom of this and taking a challenge that we definitely have no idea of how complicated it was on day one when we did this. So again, all of this that you're going to see today is well more explained in detail on the book that Ralph wrote, and you can buy it on Amazon, and you will have a much better comprehension of the depth of the problem that we're dealing today in United States. So what the first part of what I'm gonna do is explain the Venezuelan mafia. I'm sure recently you have heard in the news about Nicolás Maduro being arrested by the armed forces of the United States and being extradited to New York. And for many people, this is actually something that no reason why you have to connect it to election integrity in the United States. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk you through the history, and you will see a little bit of that connection and how we ended here today. So Venezuela is a country a little bit smaller than Alaska. I mean, and it's a country that has been for years friend to the United States, but in the last 25 years when communist movement took over the country became anti-American. And that is when the problem that becoming Venezuelan a threat to the US national security started. And today, what we're gonna do is trying to give you a glimpse of how big that problem became. And this is a country that has been involved, this mafia running the country, in global money laundering, global election manipulation, counterintelligence, Tren de Aragua, that you have heard about it, and drug trafficking and corruption. How this country become a problem inside the US with the network that has built to penetrate areas of the US government and political parties. So this is the kind of people that we're talking about. Those are the 5 leaders of this organization. 2 of them are in federal custody. 1 of them already is actively cooperating with the United States government, which is General Hugo Carvajal, which was the director of military intelligence. This slide, what will give you is to understand the massive amount of money that this mafia has accumulated over the last 25 years. So $2.7 trillion in revenue from those 3 different commodities. So they weaponize this money against the US political system. And they use this money to start penetrating different circles under the sponsorship of the Cuban government, who has been the one who are behind the curtain controlling Venezuela for the last 25 years. So this $2.7 trillion has been used not just to attack the US and the association they expanded with other countries around the world, enemies of the United States, but also to acquire election machines, election companies inside the United States. And I will walk you through that process in a little bit. This is what the impact of the US national security that Cartel de los Soles, which is the mafia running this, has in different aspects of the US national security. And the problem we have with this is this problem has completely ignored by the US national security apparatus. And it has been not ignored by a coincidence. It's been ignored by a choice. And this is the biggest problem we have today, that you have elements of the United States government who collude with these people to basically let them do what they've been doing in the last 20 years, very quietly inside the United States. Those are the 4 countries that were very close to Venezuela, helping them to do this. And just to give you perspectives of a massive power, the economic power these people has accumulated, we found at least 90 banks around the world moving part of those $2.7 trillion, and a lot of those banks are here in the United States. So we are talking about a transnational organized crime that become very sophisticated because control a country is not like the typical mafia that we have seen in the past, like Cartel de Sinaloa, a bunch of thugs in Mexico, or Medellin cartel in Colombia. This is a state sponsor which have a level of sophistication that very few mafias in the world has, and has been able to inflict damage to the US national security like very few people has understanding. So part of the strategy of this mafia spend their influence was to build an incredible sophisticated election machine. And that election machine named Smartmatic. And Smartmatic is a company who purchased Sequoia back in 2005 in the United States, in Denver, Colorado, and then controlled the software that inherits Dominion voting system from Sequoia when it was sold to Dominion, and today is named Liberty Voting. So we will walk you through that process, but what is important is this software was not only used in the United States, it was a campaign to move this through the world. So during the President Obama administration, this happened. So what we found in our investigation was that this company, Smartmatic, owned by Venezuelan, received $6.9 billion of U.S. taxpayer through the USID to the global expansion. So we, the U.S. taxpayer, were funding a machine to basically commit fraud around the world, including in our own country. So this is actually we need to say thank you to Elon Musk and Dodge, because without their effort to expose USID and the really murky management of that organization, we will never have understand how we, the taxpayer, we the people, were paying enemies of the United States to expand a software on more than 35 countries. You have all the countries that have been using this software. So this started from 2005, but increased in 2009 when President Obama took over the White House. That's when they start getting funded by the United States. So the mafia actually did not need the US taxpayer money. They have enough money themselves, but some part of the US government decide, oh, we want to fund them. And then we ended with the mess that we are today. So this is what I want to walk you through. That is, again, is well more explained in detail on the book Stolen Election that Ralph wrote it. So the first company we want to talk is about Smartmatic, and it was created back in 1997 in Venezuela. And then I walk you through the history of how that company was controlled by this group of people here. So it was created in Venezuela, then they created a company in Delaware back in 2000. Then this company got a contract from the Venezuelan government to do election and develop a software. That software, which is called SIZE, and that move it into the United States when they acquired Sequoia voting system in 2005. And I want you to pay attention to the person in the bottom, Mark Malloch Brown, because it's going to give you an answer to how this was controlled by people that you are familiarized with. So then we found that George Soros, since 2008, has been embedded into the structure that was managing this company. And they were exporting, with the help of elements of the US government, this software through the world and inside the United States. And I have to tell you that in our investigation, we have found, unfortunately, people compromised from both parties. So this is not just one side of the aisle, both sides. So in 2005, a Smartmatic voting system, who have only done one election in the whole world, which was the recall referendum in Venezuela of Hugo Chavez, come with the money to acquire the second largest election company of the United States. That company name is Sequoia Voting System, a 100 years old company. And that company was controlling 22% of the electoral market of the United States. So what the important thing I want you to have today is the day they acquired that company, they get rid of their software that was developed by Sequoia and brought the Venezuelan software and install it on that American company. So now that company, Sequoia, who controlled 22% of the electoral market of the United States, is running election with a software built by a mafia state. But that problem, still today, it hasn't changed. And this is what this administration is trying to address right now, and there are many people in this administration that are fighting very hard to get this solved. So how we know this company was a problem? Because a Democratic congresswoman named Carolyn Maloney wrote a letter back in 2006 to the Secretary of Treasury and saying, who are the people behind this company, Smartmatic, who now owns Sequoia? And the Secretary of Treasury decided to open an investigation through a committee named CFIUS to try to understand who were the real owners of this company. And the company decided not to comply with the request of the US government to provide the corporate documents. That forced the company to be sold. But they got sold to Dominion, which is a tiny Canadian company that no one knew ever about it, who ended now controlling 30% of the electoral market of the United States. Now, Dominion, when we started investigating Dominion, we found out that they acquired the asset of Sequoia, but Smartmatic retained the control of the source code of the software, which means my computer is an Apple computer. I own the computer. Perfect. The software is owned by Apple in Palo Alto, California. They are the ones who decide what to do with that software, with my knowledge or without my knowledge. So it's a little bit what happened with election voting machines in the US. We don't decide what happened with the software. They decide. And this is the problem that we're dealing with. So I want to pay attention to this specific document. When Smartmatic purchased Sequoia and installed the new software, they go to California, which was already in the portfolio of clients. Governor Schwarzenegger was in charge in California. And they come with a new software. When they install the new software, the laws in California at that time required that if you bring a new software into the state, doesn't matter if you already have an existing contract with them, you have to provide the source code, which is the equivalent to a DNA of the software, into the hands of experts designated by the Secretary of State of California for review. That happened, and those 8 engineers from UC Berkeley, Pennsylvania, and Davis produced a 360-page report that we got access to it. That report in 2007 established that this software was built to steal election, not to administer election. For that reason, state of California revoked the license of Sequoia and told them you have to leave the state, which they did. But they stay in the rest of the country. But when the Republican lost the governorship in California and the Democrat took it over, they changed the law. And what company took over the election in California? Dominion, with the very same software that was revoked. Not only, it's even worse, because in 2018, Smartmatic come back to the United States. Where? LA County. Does anybody in this room believe the last election in California was fair and clean? Well, that's a Smartmatic. California today is ground zero for election problem. LA. And if they lost LA, they lost California. And they're gonna fight to death to keep that. And the conversation of election integrity must and should be focused on what is going on LA County today, because this is what it is. So here's the revocation of the state of California when they decide to revoke the license. The attack could therefore be carried out on election day without being detected during the logic and accuracy testing. So in our investigation, we did something. We decided, okay, we cannot use American engineers to do reverse engineering of the software. So what my business partner and I did was to go after the engineers who built this, and we recruit 17 engineers, and they become witnesses of the United States government. So that is how we figured out what's going on. So the Department of Justice today has affidavits and debrief some of those engineers, and they will be able to understand not just the backdoors, but the malign intention of the design of the software. And the software, the key element of the software, it was designed with the ability that for any forensic and auditing of the software would be almost impossible to detect an attack. Well, the people in California knew that back in 2007, and there's a reason why. But since 2007 to today, no one seems to be interested to address the problem. And the question is, how are we gonna keep the trust on democracy in this country if we don't fix this problem? So now, when in 2010, the US Treasury forced them to sell the company because they didn't want to show who were the real owners of Smartmatic, they sold it to Dominion. And we found that Dominion was lying about the process. If you look at the item number 5, by 2010, Dominion acquired 2 American election companies, Diebold and Sequoia voting system from Smartmatic, but Dominion never wanted to show the documents of the acquisition, the terms of this acquisition. And the reason they don't want to do that is because when they put the press release in the acquisition, they say they bought everything. Well, we found this is not actually true. They didn't acquire the software. They acquired the assets and the license of use. But let me give you right now a summary of what I walked you through. This is what we have. We start back in 1997 in Venezuela. We ended today in 2024 when Dominion voting system was sold to Liberty Voting. And the big question is, what are we doing to fix this problem in November? Yes. So when the software was created, the original name was a Smartmatic Automatic Electoral Solution. Then it got transferred to Sequoia under different name, Window Election Database System, WinEDS. Same software with different name. And when Dominion acquired the asset of Sequoia, they changed the name to Democracy Suite. Now, we are at 2026 under Liberty Voting with the very same thing. So how we know this actually happened? Because Dominion in 2015 submitted this document to the state of California trying to gain a contract to do election, and they put that paragraph in their document about one of the key technical people in the company named Ronald Morales. And Ronald Morales was a Venezuelan, now US citizen, who basically, based on Dominion own words, moved the software from Caracas to Sequoia, from Sequoia to Dominion, and now to Liberty Voting. I mean, we don't need to be very skilled on investigating anything. This is in the open. They just put this, by the way, they trying to delete all those documents from the web. We found it through Webback Machine and a couple of other tools, because they're trying to bury all of this. But who owns the source code? We found an European Union document back from 2006 that shows That the Venezuelan National Electoral Council, however, owns the source code of all Smartmatic software they use, which means the Venezuelan mafia owns the software that Smartmatic moved to Sequoia that then transferred to Dominion that today is used by Liberty. That Dominion couldn't show one document to prove they actually bought the software. They bought the license of use, but they never bought the software. And this is a document produced by the European Union, which is not a club of conservative people. So when we recruit the engineers, we ask the engineer, what were the main elements you need to control an election? And they come with those 4 elements. Those 4 elements are basically, you don't need to control all of them. You control one of them, you can fix an election. But if you have control of the 4 of them, that basically allow you to steal an election without being detected. And today, we don't have the time to go over, but our presentation in the technical aspect is really long. We can go, we have even demos built based on images obtained by the court back in 2020 in Coffee County, Georgia, that we give it to our engineers, our witnesses, and said, okay, do me a demo how you can change an election with the actual image used in 2020, and we were able to prove it to the US government. And that's what Matt was referring, that I have the opportunity to show to Elon Musk back in 2024. So we asked the engineer, how many features do you build in the software that can alter an election? And they said at least 14 features, 14 capacity, and you can combine 2, 5, and 12 and change an election. So the amount of combination you can do is infinite. So the problem is, it's hard to get in a smoking gun. So when people tell you in court, oh, but you didn't show a smoking gun, well, the system is designed not to you be able to do that. And the fact that the election is not stolen on election night. Election is stolen 24 months before the election, because election machines have access to the system well in advance. They understand, and when I look at when I show you the 4 different elements that are in the technical composition in one slide before, the most important is the poll books, the electoral registry. Once, as a company, I have access to the poll books, to the registry, I can develop the intelligence and the plan to execute the election change on election night or the election month. Because the problem you have here in the US is you have election for a month with early voting. So the companies are every day looking at the process, how it's evolving, and they can do the fix and change remotely, and no people can detect it. So the problem we have is very huge. So what we did with the engineers is, okay, you have those 14 elements. Here's a process flow of interacting components in an election. This diagram came from the document prepared by the A engineers in the state of California. I said, okay, where are those 14 elements? So pretty much the whole system is compromised. There is no place in the system that you can interact and damage. And we won't be able to see today the demo, because you're going to take, no other speaker will be able to come to the stage today. But in the demo, we can show you with a video that we create on an actual attack of an American election system storage by the court in 2020, how this can execute it without being detected. And not being able to prove it forensically that we actually did it, because the system allowed me to delete any fingerprint into this. So when you look at the diagram of democracy suite used by Dominion, which is what got transferred to Liberty Voting, there you go, same thing. Yes. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a company named Smartmatic, right? Who started the whole thing in the US, moving their software into Sequoia. But the interesting part of this is that that company has been indicted by the Department of Justice of Joe Biden, not Trump, Joe Biden, for election theft in Philippines. But that election in Philippines was done together with Dominion. So they are indicted in Miami, and two of them are already arrested in Miami. And this administration, the U.S. Attorney of Southern District, Florida, Mr. Quiñones, is looking at this in a very comprehensive way. So, because what the people who did this case back in 2018 didn't understood that this case in Philippines was directly connected to the United States election. That they know it now, and they're working on it. This is the person behind Smartmatic Control. He is today the president of Venezuelan National Assembly and the brother of the current interim president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez. And this is the person that has been running the technical aspect of this inside the United States. He lives in Colorado, and he's a Venezuelan, now US citizen. And this is a person in charge of Texas. So in our investigation, we found that the level of complexity of the system, we were trying to find out where is this control, who run it, who make the decisions. And we found so Dominion sued Patrick Byrne. So Patrick have the right as a defendant to do discovery. And the discovery, they produced close to 24,000 emails. So Patrick legal team hires some of the engineers that we recruit to help them understand the emails that Dominion thought no one will ever understand. And those engineers were helped to decode the Chinese connection to the United States election system through this offices of Dominion / Smartmatic in Serbia. Those are the three people who runs Dominion. And this is a guy who provided technology for Dominion offices in Serbia, Nina Kovac. When we look into this company named Dot Networks, we found that the partner of this company is Huawei, the Chinese company that by federal law is prohibited to be on any critical component of the U.S. national security system. Well, these people, Dominion, never report to the U.S. government that the servers that host the primary data center of Dominion, so let me explain this to you. The primary data center of Dominion, 30% of the electoral market of the United States, was not hosted in Denver, not even in Toronto. It was in Serbia. We found it in their website, on Huawei servers. So the Chinese pretty much have access to 30% of the electoral market of the United States through the servers, and we found the connectivity of the servers in Serbia back to Hong Kong. And who is the biggest commercial partner of Venezuela? China. So you can see Dominion implementation of all-flash pure storage solution on the primary data center. That was in Dot Network website, the Bank of China. In the emails that were produced on the discovery, then we found the architecture with the IP addresses, how they were connected on November 2020 through Cook County, Chicago, which is interesting. Dominion runs Cook County, Smartmatic runs LA County. The two most corrupted counties in this country on election integrity were controlled by them. And we found they have a VPN connection. So the way the connection worked from Belgrade to the Dominion voting system, it was through a VPN. We found that on the email. A VPN, as you know, hide their true connection where it comes from. But they create what is called a virtual machine in the electoral manager system, which is the brain of any election system per county. Each county in the United States have an EMS, electoral manager system. In Cook County, they create a virtual machine. Why do you have a virtual machine in that computer, in that server? Because at the moment the election is over on election night and you put off the server, the electoral machine disappears. Like no trace of anything. So we found all of this on the emails. And we were able to back to the US government and said, look what they did. They create basically a secret backdoor where they can interact live with the US election, and then at the end of the day, delete this and evaporate this. So all of that were produced on Dominion emails. It was not us saying that. And who was the person who wrote the email? Ronald Morales and John Poulos. So you have here John Poulos, which you saw a document. I think the audio.
Chavez.
Absolutely not.
Does Smartmatic own Dominion?
No. We do have a relationship. We are competitors.
Were you associated with the late Hugo Chavez?
Absolutely not.
Do you use a Venezuelan company's software that's been used to steal election out of the countries?
Absolutely not. Anderson, I can cut all of this short. We were founded in Toronto, which is where my family was from, and there was nothing to do with Venezuela.
Can you flip votes in the computer system? Can you add votes that did not exist?
Absolutely not.
So this is in 2023. My business partner and I started exposing this and working with the Department of Justice. There were few U.S. attorneys that were career officers during the Biden administration that were patriots who decided to take the risk to investigate this. And against all the marching order receiving from Washington, they kept an investigation open. God bless them. Because those are the people who are making this to be exposed. But Mr. Pesullo, who wrote the book, neither my business partner and I ever has been sued by Dominion. We want to be sued. I'm waiting for the lawsuit. They haven't sent me a lawsuit, Smartmatic, because we want to bring our engineers. I said, okay, let's go. They started suing Fox News and Sidney Powell and everyone. The people they knew cannot get to the bottom of this. At the moment, and here's an interesting part, at the moment the Department of Justice in San Juan, Puerto Rico, confiscate the system of Dominion, the whole environment, the whole ecosystem of the election, under the request of Tulsi Gabbard, Dominion got sold weeks later. And they shut down the company. Dominion as a company do not exist any longer. So you cannot subpoena emails, you cannot do anything, they disappear. So the question is, how is come that the company who controlled 30% of the electoral market of the United States abandoned the most profitable election market in the world because DOJ took over images of every component of the system? So here we have like the big view of the problem that we have. So what we found, the Dominion was not the only problem. ES&S and Harrington Civic also has taken small pieces of the Smartmatic software and installed it by different kind of agreement over the years into their own system. So This is the problem that we're dealing with today. So this is a big question I ask to you guys. Why are we doing this? Why it cannot be American-made? Why we have to use a Canadian company with a Venezuelan software with Chinese? What can go wrong? I mean, we have to believe that we need to trust our enemy to run our election, and they will be fair to us. And the next question is, where has been CISA? Where has been the FBI? Where has been the part of the US government that are supposed to protect the integrity of the heart of democracy, which is the election? And with this, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to let my colleague and friend Ralph to tell you a little bit about his experience with the book, and later on we will be happy to answer any question. Thank you very much.
Great job. Hi, everybody. I met Martine in the spring of 2024, and he showed me his longer presentation. He and Gary Bernson had been working at that point for 3 years on this investigation. And he showed me a PowerPoint that lasted about 3.5 to 4 hours with all the details, with all the documents, with all the communications. And I was like completely blown away, because like most of you, I also suspected after the 2000 election that something very strange had taken place. And they had all the evidence, all of it. And I asked them, you know, why are you showing me this? And he said, because we want you to write a book, which I did. I wrote it. I tried to get it published. The publisher blocked it for a year, and finally I self-published it, and it came out last September. And the name is Stolen
Hey, Ralph, if you
Elections.
could, a little louder and the mic closer to your, the mic closer, there you go.
Okay, and so it came out in September of last year. Now, the brilliance of what Gary and Martine did is that they are very experienced criminal investigators who put together huge criminal cases for the U.S. government. Martine worked primarily with the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and Gary worked with the CIA. So when they saw this problem, what they did, instead of looking at the sort of the gathering all the symptoms of election fraud, they went out and they very painstakingly hired engineers who had designed and ran the system for the Venezuelans. And these gentlemen were able to take them through all the different aspects of how this was done. Who was in charge, how they stole elections, how the source code and the software moved from, as Martine has pointed out, how it moved from one company to another, and how they constantly were trying to hide the ownership of this computer software. Now, when I wrote the book, I had an opportunity to interview one of the engineers, who was a man who was born in Venezuela, worked for the Venezuelan National Electoral Council, and then worked for Smartmatic. And here are some of the questions I asked him. I said, when you run an election in the U.S., like the one in Cook County that Martine just described, who decides who the winner will be? Okay? And he said, his answer was, that's a political decision. I said, what do you mean? He said, the result is determined by the political entity in the United States with the most money. Right? So imagine you're Smartmatic. When I come to you as a political entity or party in a particular county, you say, I can sell you the election machines and provide you with the data that will help you win elections. I said, okay. And that happened, that's what happened in the Philippines, in 2007? And he said, yes. And it happens in the same way in U.S. elections? He said, yes. For example, the Democratic Party, or people backing the Democratic Party, will go to Dominion or Smartmatic or Sequoia and say, we need help in such and such a district. If you hire me and we reach a good sales agreement and you have enough money, I can help you with the election. But you have to be very smart in choosing which counties and states to target, because there are some where you cannot do this. It's a matter of patience and strategy and planning. It takes a lot of time. And that's where the expertise of Dominion or Smartmatic comes in. You give us control of the election in a certain county, and we give you the result you want. But the person or entity or the country that hires Dominion has to know what counties they need to control the election. There are 3,000 election districts or counties in the U.S., and you probably only need a handful to control the election. I said, so who hires Dominion in your experience? And he said, well, there might be 2 or 3 buyers, but you need only one. The Chinese government pays more money than anyone else. They pay because the result of a U.S. presidential election changes the world. And I said, and you've seen direct evidence of this? China interfering in U.S. elections? And he said, yes. I've been in meetings in Venezuela where they discuss these things. And who attends these meetings, I asked. Jorge Rodriguez, the head of the council, the head of the National Assembly now, Delcy Rodriguez's brother. Jorge Rodriguez and his inner circle of the Venezuelan regime. Despite all the safeguards in your election system and the audits, the source code used in the Dominion voting machines is owned and controlled by the people of Venezuela. When you change the visuals and the language, but the source code, the process the machine follows, is still the same and controlled by Venezuela. And another question I asked, what is the motivation? What is their motivation? And he said, political power. Jorge Rodriguez and members of the regime in Venezuela do it to make more money, but what is more important to them is to undermine the electoral process in the United States and other countries. So from looking over all the evidence that Martine and Gary gathered, it became apparent to me that we are under attack by foreign actors, foreign enemies, right? And the problem, and so a curious thing, so I asked Gary and Martine, I said, well, have you presented this evidence to the FBI? And they said, Gary said, yeah, when we first put it all together, this was during the Biden administration, we went to the FBI, and the FBI listened, saw all the evidence, and they basically told us, you should leave the country. Hide this evidence, leave the country, and if you talk to anybody else, you can expect to be arrested. So here we had a situation where we were under attack, and we've been under attack, and our whole national security apparatus that was put in place to protect us, they spend, whatever their budget is, altogether it's probably hundreds of billions of dollars a year. They have done nothing. It took these 2 whistleblowers to uncover all this, and they've done so at great personal expense and at great danger to themselves. They are American heroes. Now the other question is, where do we go from here, right? We have a president who talks about election fraud. He has not been talking about election machines recently, but what's going on? Well, so they went into Venezuela in November of last year, and they arrested the leader of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife. But they left the cartel de los Soles in place, the criminal cartel. Delcy Rodriguez, who the president praises as cooperating and helping us and so on. She is the leader of the criminal cartel. So all the apparatus is still in place. They're still dealing drugs. They're still shipping drugs into our country and addicting our young people and killing our young people. They're still running the election machines and this whole system. So, you know, you talk to a lot of people and a lot of experts who are in this room and who have spoken to you, and they go, well, don't worry. The Trump administration is working, and they're going to issue subpoenas, and they're going to take down this whole system. And I will tell you, based on what I know, is that President Trump has good intentions, but he needs help. Because there's a tremendous amount of collusion within our government, within state officials. These people, China, Venezuela, Russia, Cuba, the people the countries that Martine put up on the board, on the slide, they've been working together for a long time. And they have, with no opposition. So they have bought off all kinds of people, county officials, election officials, and so on. So what I suggest is that right now, we need to help President Trump. We need to show him that there is a tremendous public movement of people who in this country who are concerned about this problem and want it solved. And that, I think, can help him sway different members of Congress and so on, because he's getting a lot of opposition both within his administration and outside. Now, we've recently had an election, a primary election in LA County, which is a key county in the United States. And it was run by Smartmatic. This is a company that is under indictment, federal indictment in Florida, and they hire it to run an election in LA County. So I think we have an opportunity as citizens and as concerned citizens right now to expose in a public campaign the fact that all of this is going on and the mistakes that were made with selecting Smartmatic to run such an election in such an important county in the United States. So myself and Martine and Gary and other people were trying to organize a public campaign in California called Save California, Save America. You can talk to Sophia Carsons, who's sitting up front. She is one of the organizers of this effort, and we're looking for public support, anybody who wants to help us, because our intention is to expose this in a PR campaign with very targeted, short messages, that TikTok messages, YouTube messages, that point out all of these anomalies in California, right? Like, people don't know that Smartmatic ran the election in California. They don't know that Smartmatic controls the poll books in LA County. So they can, they're responsible for cleaning up the election rolls, and they haven't done it. So we need to point out all of these things in order to galvanize public attention in LA. This is such an egregious stealing of an election, and hopefully this campaign will spread the news to other states in the United States, because everybody's watching what's going to happen there, and we can build a public movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. I will end the conversation today with one thought I want to leave to you. I'm sure all of you have heard for many, many years that NASA got hacked, that the Pentagon got hacked. Like any computer system in the world is vulnerable to be hacked. But we have to believe that election machines are not hackable. And the one actually who made the decision who sit in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. So when I have the opportunity to meet with Elon Musk and And as you can imagine, my background is not on technology. I'm not an IT expert. I have to force myself to understand very complex explanation from engineers over 5 years to be IT for dummies on election. And I asked Mr. Musk, which I do believe knows a little bit more than me on technology, what is the solution in your opinion? And he said, 1 day of election, not a month, no mail-in ballot, and no machines, manual. This is a person who today leads this country on innovation and technology, who believe that if we use machines, we compromise the integrity of the election. So with that, I say thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you today, and I'm looking forward to keeping the fight. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, it's ours. Let me, can you unplug this one? I introduce you. That's their computer. I'll leave you, if you want this mic or this mic, both are on. Thanks, Rob.
It's called Stolen Elections, the takedown of democracies worldwide. And it's got all the information from Gary and Martine's investigation in there, and a lot of the same slides that you've seen today. And it's available on Amazon. Thank you.
Thanks. Gary, thank you, sir. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Stolen elections. Stolen elections.
Hey, Matt, let me dive in first. I had a distraction for a second. I hope you folks realize the gift we have with these gentlemen here. Martine, it's been a couple of years, and we've worked through this together. Patrick and you have done tremendous stuff together. Let me ask you a question, because this audience is really connected on this whole thing, and we love Patrick, okay? How's he doing? Do you know anything?
He's doing better. He's doing better. He's a fighter. So he has some health issues, so that's why he cannot be here today. But with God's grace, he will be all right.
That's true. And, you know, he's had a couple hundred operations in his life to deal with those issues. About 2 years ago, there was something happened. It was pretty serious, and I said, Patrick, it'd be easy. A lot of people would just give up, but there's so much more of the fight left. Some really cool stuff, some vindication. Please stick around. You know, and sometimes people rally because, you know what, I hope that Patrick is rallying because of the work you're doing, the work that you're doing. It's all coming to a head right now. We are seeing things that we've been talking about for half of a decade all coming to fruition right now, much of it because of work that Patrick did, much of it because of work that you gentlemen did. It's a stunning thing, isn't it?
Let me say something about Patrick that I deeply honor to meet him and to work with him. When we started this journey, we went to Congress, we went to the Senate, we talked to senators, we talked to congressmen. We talked to about a bunch of people in the United States, government and outside the government, that we will have expect they will come and said, let's do it. Let's get to the bottom of this. All of them run from us, except Patrick. And Patrick came with his checkbook and put his checkbook and said, let's do it. And he put all the wealth that was left on him to protect this nation, to protect the country. So some people said, well, he sometimes is a little bit too much. But I love he is too much. That is how we prevail. Without Patrick's contribution, because it was not just the money, it was the hard work, the endless amount of travels around the world chasing the truth that he did with a team, putting together a lab in Switzerland with all the engineers building an election company in Switzerland to recreate, which is the part you don't see today because we don't have enough time to go through the demos. But in order to prove this to the US government, we have to do a technical work. And the technical work took to build a lab in the Swiss Alps. And we did that over 2 years, recreating every county we could to prove by fact how the election was stolen. None of that will have ever happened without Patrick.
I mean, I don't know that it's important for us as a group to, generations from now, even just 5, 10 years from now, so much stuff will have been forgotten about this part of the fight. It'll be obvious that China did everything. The president had to act because it was an attack on America that was not just a policing action required for response, but a military action for response, because we're under military attack. Stealing an election is the same as far, it's categorized as a WMD. So it's just like a nuclear bomb, a virus, anything like that, which, by the way, those were leveraged into the election too. The threat of nuclear, the virus, everything. The virus was part of the fraud to get the drop boxes in. This is so much more sophisticated, and that's why the response that's going to come is going to be justified. But you've had a chance to look at all the minutia, to even have an embedded reporter, I don't know that we want to say necessarily right now, but that has documented a lot of this along the way. We're about to get hit with almost a tsunami of information over the next many months. I mean, people saying, well, is it going to get taken care of in 10 years or 5 years? No, no, no. You're in the Cat 2 stage of the storm. It's moving to a Cat 3. It will be a Cat 6 before this is over. Am I overstating it, you think?
You are correct. I mean, I recently met with a US government official who has been on top of investigating this. And when I was leaving the meeting, I said, well, in your investigation, I know you cannot share with me whatever you have found. Some of that is classified. Some of that is part of the criminal investigation, which cannot be shared with anybody. I said, but I would like at least to get your impression of if what we've been investigating is somehow, some way connected to what you have found. And he said, you found 5% of the problem. And he said, we do have the goods. And I do understand that sometimes criminal process investigation doesn't work on political terms, the timing that we want, but I'm confident that we will see results from this.
Martin, you're a national hero. Seriously, you've done Lord's work. The book is actually fantastic because there's nobody else actually probably has had a chance to get access to actually document this. I loved Patrick's documentary, but really you're going into it in a different way, even than what Patrick's book is. National hero. Thanks, bro, so much. Both of you. Thank you very much. I hope you guys really, really, really appreciate what you just got, okay? It doesn't get any better than that, except we have one other guy that's been in this loop the whole time. We met first back in 2020, back at the beginning of a lot of this stuff, and at that time, it was still in question, who's a good guy, who's a bad guy, who actually knows what they're talking about, who's full of shit, and it was a lot of turmoil. One of the people that has emerged out of all of this, he's been traveling the country, having the one-on-one conversations. He's the best I think there is so far in being able to talk with people at any level, county clerks, election officials, the general public, and explain the problems, and that's Mark Cook. I'm glad to be able to have been one of the people who's helped support him at different times. He's part of the unauthorized team, the coalition. He's been, we would not be here as an organization in the same way as we are without Mark Cook. One of my favorite people on the planet. We've worked very hard with him. At moments, you know, we've had to arm wrestle a bit, but he usually wins because he knows what he's talking about. So, Mark, I love you. You've been a great friend through all of this, seriously.
Thank you.
And you do your own car work.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
He actually fixed the springs on his motorhome. He's in there pulling wheels and doing stuff. He really knows what he's doing. He actually left his business, which is in part, besides the computer stuff, some car modifications. And I want him to do some stuff on stuff I have, but I can't get him to break free. He's too busy. So anyway, Mark, I'm going to hand it over to you. Great stuff. Oh, yes.
I just want to say that Pat is not down for the count. He is going to be coming back swinging, and he wants everybody to know that he's here in spirit.
You know, Patrick, he and I have already told you about when we were in Venezuela. At one time, we were both just down the hall from each other at the same hotel and didn't even realize that we're just working furiously on Tina stuff. And we've talked about the fact we both are on parallel lanes in a lot of ways. Our paths kind of hit once in a while. Our vectors cross a little bit, but we have to stay with our lane so that we don't, you know, it's not wasted effort or duplicated effort. One of the great people that I've had the pleasure of being with and working with and sharing stuff with in this whole thing has been Patrick Byrne. So, and he put it all that he has on there, plus even the health stuff where it's been a little bit risky for him at times. He stayed right in the fight. So anyway, I'm glad Patrick's kind of monitoring what's going on. The president's monitoring what's going on. Probably China's monitoring what's going on. Cuba's monitoring what's going on. I don't know if they give the live video feed to Maduro. He'd love to monitor. Probably in the, you want to know what happened today? So he'll be giving us information all the way through. He's already probably given us everything. So, Mark, love you, bro.
Cool.
Take the helm.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And don't run us on the rocks.
Yeah, I'll try not to. All right, howdy y'all. Let me get my timer set up here because actually someone's going to have to let me know. We'll see here. All right, sounds good. I'm going to open up with this here. What do you think's happening? Okay, that's a baby bird. And when the baby bird sees a worm, it knows it opens its mouth, and then the worm magically jumps in its mouth, right? Because that's what happens when mom's there. However, as that bird grows up and when mom's not there, when it sees the worm and the worm just keeps walking away while it's got its mouth open, what is it going to have to learn to do in order to survive? It's going to have to learn to take that worm. It has to learn to get the worm. That worm is freedom. And that baby bird is every one of the American citizens right now. We all thought that we were not going to have to continually fight for our freedom. I hope this is a wake-up call for every single one of you here, because our freedoms are about this close to being taken away. God gave us an opportunity. He gave us a small window, a sliver, to take the action necessary to reclaim our liberty. And it's as easy as counting our own votes, as running our own elections. That's really all it takes. And all of this stuff you've seen this entire day, all of the fraud, everything, is downstream of our elections. It is all as a result of our elections not reflecting the will of the people. That is you and I. We own this place. This country, this nation belongs to each and every one of us. And as such, if we aren't the ones running our elections, we don't actually have a say. That's the problem. Right now, our elections are in control of by our government, by corporations. You realize our government are our servants? Those are supposed to be our fellow citizens that step up into a position to serve the rest of us for a short period of time. That's how that's supposed to work. And how do we choose who those people are going to be? Our elections. So we use our elections to determine who represents us and who works for us in order to determine who is in government. Now, can you imagine what could possibly go wrong if the government itself ran the elections to determine who was in government? Hello? That's what we've got going on right now. And they didn't just take the control immediately. They also have taken it, given it to NGOs. They slipped it right out from under us. That's what all this is about. Okay? There are entities, foreign and domestic, that want to have their hands on the levers of control in this nation. And that is our election system. Foreign and domestic. And some of those, and I'm probably not going to make very good friends today, some of those people that like to have control are in our government right now. And they have zero intention on giving it up. And they'll tell you to your face, oh yes, we want the citizens to run their own elections, of course. And when they turn their head, they say, we can't let them run elections. They're too stupid. Because these tyrants, even if they are better at doing whatever they need to do, it's not their right. Okay? We get to say, we get to vote. But they think that they are better than us, and they have zero intention on giving our nation back to us. And that is people in our domestic government. That's who we're up against. Yes, we've got some foreign threats, absolutely. We got foreign threats everywhere. But it's the domestic threats that are the biggest threat. So, yes, I know, and other people are going to know, and I travel all around the country telling people that. And likewise, I'm sure I've made a few less friends today. I don't give a, okay? Because our nation is worth it. Thank you. I might want to actually give you my information. My name's Mark Cook. Thank you. I am an IT person. Started programming when I was 10 years old. Started my company when I was 13 years old. I've been doing this for a long time. I love our nation. I love this republic. I love my fellow citizens. I don't like criminals. I don't like tyrants. I love freedom. I like to fight for what's right. I don't care what I'm up against. It doesn't matter. I have, like many of you, like many people up on this stage yesterday and today, and in this fight that couldn't even make it here, have lost everything. I have nearly lost everything. I'm about to lose my house. I've lost my businesses. I basically live in a trailer, and I drive my trailer around the nation trying to wake people up county by county. I've been doing this a long time. And I got to be quick because thank you guys, I appreciate it. I probably have seen some of you in my travels. And if I haven't seen some of you in my travels, I'm going to show you where I'm going to be, because you need to set up a little get-together in your neck of the woods as I come through your state so I can educate everyone around you so you're not the only ones trying to wake people up. I will come and help you wake people up. What else? Gosh, I've been involved in so many things, and I've got to cram about 2.5 to 3.5 hours of presentation into less than an hour. So I hope you guys had your coffee. I'm probably going to go quick. Okay, election past, present, and future. 2016, everyone always asks, well, what happened? Well, they underestimated. These people have been manipulating elections for a very long time. Decades they've been manipulating elections. And they've always been able to manipulate it one way or another a little bit, a decent amount, but not a huge amount. And they've slowly designed this system of control. Write this down, thelostinterview.com. Write that website down, lostinterview.com. Just watch it and send it to every single person you know that doesn't think we have a problem with our elections, or that when they hear the word election, they see the orange man and they can't see anything other than 2020 insurrection, Trump, 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 Trump. Okay, the TDS folks, Have them just watch that video. That video is an interview that was done far before Trump ever showed up on the scene, back in the 80s. 96, I think, was the interview. Everything that happened in the interview they talk about is in the 80s. We are living Groundhog Day. We are living the same problems. We are decades deep of living in a nation that is not controlled by the will of the people. That's why everything seems upside down. That's why we don't have any control. That's why everything's a disaster. It's decades of that have caused that. So the easy way to fix it is we start running our elections again and we fix it all. In 2018, remember, they freaked out when Trump won, okay? Because they didn't have enough to beat him. They didn't have enough in their coffers to offset the vote. And so that's how he got past the finish line. That's why the media freaked out. That's why everyone freaked out. And they freaked out for about 2 years straight, and then they all shut up. They shut up very quickly in about 2018 because they knew if we fix the election system, they lose their main mechanism of control. Because the elections are their easy button. There's a lot of other ways to control the human population, especially the US population. But the elections, that's the easiest way. You literally get a candidate on the ballot and you can get them into office. It's that easy. You have to, well, here, the instructions are: 1, get them on the ballot, make their win believable, and then steal it. That's it. And the illusion, that make their win believable, is a really big part of that. So they knew that they were going to steal 2020. And they knew if we fix the elections, there'd be no way they could steal 2020. So they kept us distracted. What did they distract us with? BLM, Antifa, burning our cities down, right? George Floyd, all those things. Distraction after distraction after distraction. This is 5th generation warfare tactics. If you are not familiar with that, you need to go buy The Citizen's Guide to 5th Generation Warfare. It's a book written by General Flynn and Boone Cutler. Boone Cutler, we lost about a week after Charlie, unfortunately. So Boone is no longer with us, but he is fighting from up there. Buy that book. Start with session 1, then go to session 2, which is the role of the church. And session 3 is about how AI is used and will be used to defeat us. So you might want to read that one too. They're very good books. 2020 was 100% absolutely stolen election. There is no question about that. 2022, do you remember that little game where they kept saying it was going to be a red wave? Even our enemy media was saying it's going to be a red wave. That was a tactic. That was a tactic on their part to suppress turnout. And I know a lot of people that stayed home because they thought it was going to be a red wave. Well, that's how you turn a red wave into a pink trickle. 2024, it wasn't about too big to rig. It actually was about making the illusion too big to sell. That's what it was about. When everyone knows that there's no way a particular candidate could win, and they know that obviously this one candidate's going to win, and then they don't, then the illusion gets broken. And that is what was about to happen, okay? So they made a decision. We steal it again from Trump, which they easily could have. Remember, they stopped counting in the middle of the night, stuff a bunch of mail-in ballots. It's all doable, okay? And I know you've heard some conflicting stories. As soon as I see evidence to actually absolutely tell me otherwise, this is what I believe happened with everything that I know. If they wanted to steal it, they could have. They have all the control. Look at the elections after 24, right? Look what just happened in LA. If they want to steal it, they're going to steal it. Ain't nothing going to stop them. Okay? If something stopped them from stealing 24, well, how'd they still steal 26? How'd they steal all these elections we've had since the 24 election if that stuff's gone now? How are they still doing it? Because that stuff's not gone. Because they still have all the mechanisms of control. And you take one out, they just move it to another. These people are incredibly intelligent. They are some of the highest IQ people ever, and they're incredibly evil. They're as evil as they are intelligent. And they want to run the show, and they don't care. Now, that doesn't mean we can't outsmart them. We've got a lot of smart people on our side, but we haven't really got organized, and if you've been in the grassroots, you kind of know we run around like chickens with our heads cut off most of the time, arguing with each other instead of staying focused on the mission. We got to stay focused on the mission, and when I come to your county, I will help you guys understand why we need to stay focused on the mission. So if you guys are having little spats with each other as grassroots, cut it out. We're not going to win that way. So 2024, they let him win. That was the strategy. Let Trump win, Because if we let Trump win, here's what's going to happen. If we let Trump win, all the people that say there's a problem with the elections now look like fools, right? Because how did Trump win if there's a problem with our elections? Okay? It also killed half the movement, because a lot of the people that were in the movement just to get Trump in office, when Trump got in office, they disappeared. And you'll notice your grassroots election integrity groups dropped down to almost nothing, right? Because they didn't see what was actually going on. That was the best strategic move on their part. I knew they were going to do it. I made this slide 2 years before the 24 election. I knew exactly what was going to happen, and they did it like clockwork. Unfortunately, I've been right 100% of the time. Every one of my gut instincts from 2020 has been dead on right. Thank God for that. I appreciate it. It's scaring the heck out of me, but thank you. They allowed Trump to win. You know how? Did you see a riot? No riots. Did they let us know right away? Yep. Did the media throw a fit? Nope. Because they planned. They didn't want us questioning the election. They wanted us to be happy little patriots while they stole all the down ballots, because they've got the mechanisms to do it. And their intention was to retain control of the House and the Senate and give Trump the executive. And they couldn't quite pull it across, because God bless everyone, a lot of you did vote in person on Election Day. A lot of you were poll watchers. A lot of you helped clean up those voter rolls. It was the combined collective efforts of everyone that got us past that finish line. And get ready, because you're going to need to do exactly the same thing coming up here in a few months. It's going to take the combined, collective, focused, strategic efforts of everyone, full spectrum insurance to get the fairest possible election with the least amount of manipulations. We have to beat the cheat. This year, we got to beat the cheat, because they are going to take the House and the Senate. And do you think they're going to cheat? Absolutely, they're going to cheat, because they know what's at stake. They're going to cheat every which way, and they're going to cheat right in front of your face, just like they did with Spencer Pratt. They don't care. It's like the criminal that walks in and steals your TV off the mantle while you're sitting on the couch, and you're like, "Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?" And he's like, I'm stealing your TV. But that's wrong. That's illegal. I don't care. I'm stealing your TV. But I have evidence showing that you're stealing my TV. It's against this law and this law and this law. What's the criminal going to say? I'm stealing your TV. I don't care. Right? He's not going to stop. There's nothing you can say to convince him. You can't even demand that he stop stealing your TV. He's going to walk right out with that TV. But what happens when you got 10 of your friends standing beside you and say, I think you need to stop stealing that TV, sir? Do you think maybe then he might reconsider? That's what it's going to take. That's what they're afraid of. They are afraid of us. They are afraid of these huge numbers of people. But we have to create huge numbers of people. If there's only a small number of us, they're not going to be afraid. There are 320 plus million of us. Stand up. The time to stand up is right now. This is it. This is our final battle coming here. And that means each and every one of you has to work. You got to put time in. If you're not willing to put in 5 hours a week, you're not putting enough in. I'm telling you right now. If you come to this wonderful conference and you learn all this important information, do you think you somehow learning this information is going to fix the problem magically? Do you think we're going to have a fair election? No, we're not. You're going to have to take this information you learn, and then you're going to have to go home and you're going to have to say, okay, what impact am I going to make? What can I do? How am I going to move that ball down the road? Okay, each and every one of you has some talent of some kind. Everyone can do something. So you figure out what you can do, and you do it. And if you need some guidance, I'm really easy to get a hold of. I'm happy to help you. You've got other election integrity groups. If you've already got a group and your group needs some guidance, please reach out to me. I'm happy to come in and do a remote session with you. I'll give you some guidance. I'll help you fine-tune your path. I have no problem with that. I'll do everything I can. None of us get out of this alive, right? Not one of us get out of life alive. What impact are you going to leave? What impact is your soul going to leave on the souls of millions, billions of people after you? Think about that. Existentially, what impact are you going to have on everything, on the universe? What are you individually going to do and leave? We are extremely powerful if we use our power. If we work together, we are infinitely powerful. And that's why they tried to scare us into submission. Fear is their greatest tool. Our compliance is their greatest power. All we have to do is do what's right in great numbers and stand up to the evil, right? Evil prevails when good men do nothing. That's it. You do nothing, evil will prevail. You stand up to evil, I'll stand up right beside you. And I'll bet the person to the left of you and the person to the right of you will stand up right beside you. And if we all stand up together, we will crush evil. Period. It's that easy. I did pretty good here. I was going to spend 30 seconds on this slide. Amazing, huh? 24, 26, I already talked about. They're going to try to steal it. They're going to impeach Trump. They're going to impeach Vance. They're going to put Hakeem in there. And then it's going to be a 40-year fight. Our kids and our grandkids are going to be the ones suffering the consequences of our inaction. We cannot do that to them. We're not in this right now. You, everyone in this room, other than the younger crowd, you're not here for you. You're here for your kids. You're here for your grandkids and every future generation. Okay. Okay, is our election system broken? Raise your hand if you think our elections are broken. That is a lot of hands. Boy, you're all wrong. How do you like that? Our election systems are not broken. They're working exactly as they were designed. You have to understand that. Our election system was designed to take the citizens out of the elections. It was designed to subvert the people and control the outcome while keeping the little peasants at bay. They put on a little show to make us think we have freedom. We go through and mark our little dots, and they're able to override that. I guarantee they are. I got all the evidence. If I had hours to spend with you, I'd go through it all. What Ed Solomon showed here, what a lot of these other speakers have showed, yes, absolutely. And when I come to your county, I'll spend that time with you. I'll show you the insides. I might show you the insides of some of this stuff right now. I'm doing, okay, I'm at 19 minutes. All right. Let's see, I'm gonna cruise through a lot of these slides now. This is what happens every time. Right here, there's our reality, okay? That's what's going on. There are people that think they know better than you do. They have no intention, like I said, of giving this up. But I'll tell you what, that's not gonna work for me. It's just not. I understand we need to be safe, I get that. But they went a little bit overboard here. And when they've turned a very loosey-goosey, Swiss cheese election system into controlling the outcome of elections in this country and playing games like that on us, I'm done. I ain't doing it. And I hope each and every one of you are done as well and not doing it. Because when you get to the point where you're effing done, that's when they start to lose. We got to get organized and we got to stop this, and we're going to take this thing back. I'm going to show you this here. I don't know, some of you probably haven't seen this video, but it is important that I show you. I have some audio. Hopefully it will work here. And let's see here. One of these days I'm going to get a computer guy up here. There we go. Yeah, I heard that laugh. You're laughing at me. That's cool. That's cool. All right, let's see if we got this. Get it?
The election results are unlikely to be finalized on November 3rd, which is perhaps different than what we're used to in previous years. There will likely be disagreements about which ballots should be thrown away and for what reason. We've seen lots of court cases happening in this in many swing states around the country, and there's a chance that certain decisions around the election will take place in the courts.
I think we're going to start with our election simulation timeline to a meltdown today. Is everybody ready?
We're going to read out a brief scenario and then develop a plan based on that scenario.
So the teams are loosely based on.
These are the groups of
similar organizations in our
that are
real
working
world
against the American
we have
people, and they are
Liberty
American
City
citizens.
Antifa. We have capital disruption.
Lincoln Project Senior Advisor Michael Steele was a leading figure in the Transitional Integrity Project, the source of the predictive models used to wargame out how to secure a Biden win.
Group number 2, the Nixon Project. The floor is yours.
Our strategic point of intervention, because we are prominent Republicans, we are first going to approach the mainstream media and to also lean into our networks that we will use positions of corporate prominence to lock out all Republicans, including those on the Trump team, from future corporate jobs, media interviews, etc.
They practice with participants ranging from activist federal employees in senior executive services services positions to protest agitators.
Everything from choose democracy to hold the line, to shut down, we count on us. I listed a few of those in the slides earlier, but they're the ones who are really in the vanguard of helping people think about, interpret red lines, and think about different actions that can be taken well beyond kind of street protests and demonstrations.
I'm going to go in thinking Antifa is going to be in coalition, but doing its thing and being on the radical end, but part of the package.
Making sure that we're naming what is happening as a coup.
Totally agreed. In the shutdown BC conversations that I've been having, and that's not on the federal side, we also are often saying, call it a coup. It's a coup. Don't let anyone tell you it's not.
From bureaucratic slowdown tactics to agent provocateur tactics, they were working together in unison towards a common goal: a Biden win regardless of any one of the 4 possible scenarios.
We should be clear, just gotta go. Trump's gotta go.
Throughout the fall of 2020, predictive headlines about Trump staging a coup during the election started circulating. Headlines were predicting Trump plans a white supremacist coup against a Biden win.
What the president is doing here is the most explicit that he has been about his plans for this election. He's plotting in open and public repeatedly a coup.
Leftist organizers were planning their so-called counter-coup against President Trump. How were they able to plan against a coup that hadn't happened yet? Based off of an election result that no one would have predicted, yet miraculously they knew which states were going to be contested. Wow, how amazing. How did they get the precise election results they needed to match their predictive election response that they've been planning, practicing, and role-playing?
Okay. These people have been planning this for a long time. They planned 2020. They had it all ready to go. They knew exactly what they were going to do. They profiled everyone. They knew who was going to stand up, and they had plans. They had wargamed the entire thing out to take everyone out. J6 absolutely was total setup. They came to my house. The FBI came to my house on January 5th, the day before, showed up at my doorstep asking why I had a We the People banner on my Facebook page. And they asked me and I talked to them on my Ring doorbell because I wasn't in Colorado at the time, and they knew exactly where I was, but they were at my doorstep in Colorado asking me what I thought should happen the next day. Isn't that interesting? On J5, the day before, the FBI is asking me, what do you think should happen the following day at the Capitol? They tried to ask me that question probably 4 or 5 times. They wanted to get a soundbite from me. They wanted to most likely claim that I had something to do with the little show they put on J6, because they would have loved to have taken me out. But what I told them every single time they asked me, I hope people peacefully and patriotically let their voices be heard. That's exactly what our president at the time asked us all to do, and I kept repeating that over and over and over again. It was a show to manipulate the perception of the American people, to solidify a stolen election, to demonize every one of us that dared to question it. That's why they called us election deniers, suffering from election denialism. Okay? It's psychological warfare. They are lying. They run on lies and deception, mass deception. And that mass deception has gotten so big, it's turned into psychosis for a lot of American citizens. Okay? We've got citizens that have had mental breaks. The folks that are suffering TDS, it's not because they're bad people. It's because they're passionate people, and they've been deceived to the point where they can't even think logically. They blindly hate this man because they've been programmed to do so. So not only are we fighting, foreign enemies, domestic enemies that are in our own government, but we're fighting our own citizens who are brainwashed. It's not a fun thing to be in, but hey, God assigned you this job for a reason, okay? You get to wake up the rest of this nation. And we're going to save this republic. I'll tell you all that right now. We are going to save it because we are going to decide to save it, period. I think Bannon says, if you want it to be saved, it'll be saved? Okay, that's exactly what's going to happen. We're saving it, period. No matter what. All right, so hopefully we get some slides here. All right, let me get over here. Again, that computer guy thing. Okay. I usually have everything set up a little bit more in advance here. All right, see, we got this here. You cannot win a war if you don't know you're in one. You can't win a war if you don't know the goals of your enemy. You can't win a war if you don't know the tactics of your enemy. You can't win a war if you don't know the tools of your enemy. You can't win a war if you have no strategy. And you cannot win a war if you have inferior weapons. So it's time to step it up a little bit. We are in a war. I told you about this book. There they are. There's the series, 1, 2, and 3. Grab them. Okay. And all right. Come on, quick. Coffee. I told you I was going to go quick today. Come on. Okay, you got 3 seconds left. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Okay, good. All right. Election manipulation. It's an entire process. It's not just the machines. Okay. They got bribery, blackmail, threats. That's old school. They got political manipulation, mainstream media, social media manipulation, technological manipulation, big tech, public education, then selection placement, where they pick the people they want to put in office and throw them in office, or at least try to, like, Victor Marks in Colorado, the fake candidate. Hey, Victor. Technological manipulation is what I'm going to focus on here. And I'm going to go very, very quickly because I have very short time. 4 main components of our election system: voter registration, voter validation, tabulation, and reporting. Voter registration controls the number of ballots in circulation. The voter validation controls which of those ballots get counted. Tabulation controls how those ballots get counted. That's really important because that's like Ed Solomon's work. And the reporting system controls the totals that we all see. If any one of those 4 legs are manipulated and not in our control, we can't trust the results at the end. And right now, we have no control of all 4 of them. But I know how to get them all back. I have a plan. And I'm starting to work on that. There are 3 main places elections are abusable in the technological component. In the voting itself, pre-county, at county, and post-county. Those are your 3 main areas. The pre-county, they've set up a feedback loop where they can monitor the results of the election without even knowing what's on the ballots. And I'm going to go through that process here in a second. They've built a very brilliant, covert way to do it. It's very subtle, sleight of hand. And once you see it, you'll say, oh my gosh, how did we not see that? They've developed this, and they use it to know what the results are. If they know what the results are, and they know what they want them to be, it's a simple subtraction, and all they have to do is stuff in the phantom ballots to counter the real votes, and boom, they can manipulate it. And the beauty of this way is they do it before the ballots get to the county. So your county officials, your good, honest county officials, won't know this is happening. They have no way to find out if it's happening unless they really start digging. But they don't dig because other people are responsible for all these systems. And when they try to start digging, they get Tina Petered. Okay, that's the problem. God bless Tina Peters. Is Tina Peters here? She in the back room? All right, there we go. God bless this woman, okay? Not one, and I think maybe we'll get her out here just to wave or something. Not one other clerk has stood up in the entire nation. Any other election official, any clerk has stood up to this demonic force like Tina Peters has stood up to it. That, I mean, can you imagine, could you do that? Could you fight this machine, this Goliath, almost by yourself, when the entire weight of them is crushing you? Still stand strong. When they crush you down to almost nothing and then give you an out and say, if you just apologize and say you're wrong, we'll let you off everything. And you don't take that, and you tell them where they can shove it, that takes courage. That right there, Tina Peters has more courage in her pinky than most every other American has in their entire body, I can tell you that. And I can see why she raised a Navy SEAL. Remington. At the county is the tabulation system. Okay, if you have bad actors at the county, they can manipulate your elections. If you've got bad clerk or bad election officials, they can manipulate it. You'll never see it. They know exactly how to do it. They've got a bunch of different ways to do it. If the voting system vendor or one of the contractors wants to manipulate the election under the nose of your election officials, they can do it too inside the tabulators, inside that tabulation system, the EMS system that Martine talked about. They can do it there too. And in fact, I happen to know Tina Peters fairly well because I'm Tina Peters' lead forensic guy. So those voting system images, I was the one that first examined them and was the first one on the team. Mesa County Reports 1 and 2 were my work and Doug Gould's work. So I know it extremely well. Let me ask you guys, thank you. Show of hands, how many people have seen inside this system the Tina Peters image? How many of you have seen that? Raise your hand. Seen my demo of it? Oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna do it then. All right, I'm gonna veer off, and we're gonna do that here in just a second. Okay, Post County. After your election officials conduct the election, they've got to get the results off this system. And then they got to take those results and they got to somehow get it to the next phase. You know, at the end of the night, it shows up on TV, right? Election night. Have you ever wondered, how does your ballot, from after you fill the choices out, how does it get from the point you fill your choices out to show up on the TV screen on a ticker? Right? I felt really stupid in November 2020 when I first thought about that, thought, gosh, I have no idea how that works. And I figured people there, when I was working out in DC, I was called to go out there, none of them knew the answer either. They had little bits and pieces of it. And then I started talking to election officials. They didn't know the answer. Can you imagine conducting an election and not knowing the flow of the votes all the way through it? I mean, but I'm that kid. When I was a little kid and I had a tool set, I took everything apart in the house because I like to know how every little thing works. I understand that that's not normal. So that's okay. That's just the way my brain works. A lot of people argue how elections are stolen. It's D, all of the above. Stop arguing. It's ballots, it's tabulators, it's this, it's that. It's all of it. They do it all, and they pick and choose what part they want to use everywhere. It's really, really easy. And they want to do that on purpose because they don't want people to see the patterns. They're not stupid. Election math. Virtual voter registrations plus virtual votes equals what? Virtual results, right? If you have virtual registration records, like some fake registration records, and they're putting fake votes in, even mixed in with real stuff, you're still gonna get fake results, right? Virtual results equals virtual freedom. Our freedom is a facade if we don't have elections that 100% accurately, verifiably, and transparently reflect our will, period. So we've got two groups, psychological contrast here. We got group A, the citizens, who feel elections are a tool to measure the will of the people, for them to determine who they want to represent them and what laws they want to follow. Group B, the other guys, are the criminals. You have to know your enemy. KYE, know your enemy. Corrupt elections, they look at it totally differently. They look at elections as a tool to obtain and maintain power, launder money, and control laws in a covert manner without the citizens figuring it out. We think elections are a patriotic way to represent our will. They think elections are a way to steal. We're not the same. We are very different, and you have to understand that. We are not up against people that are a little confused. We are not up against people who are really trying to make sure voting's accessible to all. That's the bullshit, okay? And of course we want to make voting accessible to all as long as we do not open up any risk that someone could manipulate it that would end up disenfranchising the very people we are trying to make voting accessible to. Because otherwise that's kind of insane, right? Of course. Corrupt elections are a tool that will destroy America. And Group B is actually communists. And corrupt elections are the communist sleight of hand, and we are living through that right now. That's exactly what is happening to this nation. And communists come in a lot of flavors and colors. They want to destroy this nation. They want to destroy what this nation was founded on. They don't want people to be free, right? Collectivism versus individualism, right? America is based on individualism, not collectivism. Let's see, we're at 36. All right, we're doing okay here. I'll go through this, of course, super quick because that's the way I roll. In a normal election, you know how a normal election works, so I'm not going to bother. But can you imagine between collecting the ballots and tabulating the ballots, what if I had that ballot box off to the side and Bob and Mary are running for an election, okay? Let's say Bob and Mary are running for each other. I'm on Team Mary. I pull the ballot box off to the side, interrupting the process. No one knows I have it. And if I wanted Mary to win, what could I do? I could open that box up, I could count all those ballots, and I could see how many votes Mary's shy, right? If Mary is shy by 10 votes, what could I do? I could stuff in 10 votes for Mary, right? I could take out some Bob votes. I could do a little from column A and a little from column B too, right? I could swap the ballots. right? You kind of want to swap them if you're stealing it, if you're a bad guy, because if you add votes or you take them out, then the numbers of ballots change, and then, you know, the citizens, the peasants, we're told, well, just check the numbers, make sure the totals are the same, like the number of pieces of paper, like if you have 10 people that walked in to vote, and you should have 10 ballots, right? And we're told if that matches, everything else is fine. That's how stupid they think we are. So the bad guys are just going to swap the ballots out. The other thing they could do is fill in undervotes. If you don't like Bob or Mary and you're voting on that ballot and you leave them both blank, you've just left a free vote for someone. So if they get their hands on that ballot, they could fill out a free vote for Bob or Mary on your ballot without having to do any work. Just fill in an oval and it's done. Don't leave undervotes on your ballots, please. Not a good idea. Now, if they have a little problem here, because what if Mary is not very popular? What if no one likes Mary? And they're going to steal the election for Mary. Would anyone believe that? That Mary legitimately won? They probably wouldn't believe it. But if they have control of the media, what they'll do is they'll condition the public to believe the result before the election. So what they'll do, if I'm a bad guy, I'm going to do some puff pieces on Mary, and I'm going to do some hit pieces on Bob. That's how you do it in the media, right? So you do some hit pieces on Bob. You say, Bob is under investigation for walking around and littering in City Park. Threw trash everywhere. He's under investigation. Then you're going to do another one a week later, and you're going to say, Bob is now under investigation while he was walking around in City Park. Someone saw him kick a cat. Like a football. He kicked a cat. And then the next week, I'm going to do a little puff piece on Mary. I'm going to say Mary got together a team of people, went to City Park, and they all picked up trash to clean up the city. And then a few days later, there's going to be a big story. Mary, while she was there in the park, heard a little meow. And she looked up, and there was a cat somehow that got stuck in a tree. No one knows how the cat got there, but they think it was Bob. And Mary climbed up the tree all by herself and rescued that kitten. Isn't Mary amazing? Then they steal the election for Mary, right? But what if they still can't get people to believe it enough? Well, then they got to have a great big campaign rally, right? So they have a rally for Mary, but no one shows up because no one really likes Mary, right? So then what they've got to do is they say, well, we got to make people believe Mary's popular, so let's use AI and we'll fake a big audience. So they fake a great big audience, and then everyone knows it's AI because everyone's wearing, like, you know, the same shirt and their faces are all the same. And so we call that off because we're getting too smart for that game. Then after that, they say, well, we got to get real people there. So they go on Craigslist and they put ads and they try to hire people to come in, pay them $10 an hour to stand there. And they bring the buses in, but then they still can't find people to come in because Mary is such an idiot. No one would ever believe that anyone would vote for her. So then what do? They pick up their phone. Hey, Beyonce, can you come to an event here? And Beyonce says, yeah, sure, I'll be there. Perfect, great. Then they advertise that Beyonce's coming to this Mary campaign rally, and then everyone shows up. Are they there to see Mary or Beyonce? Probably Beyonce, right? So they all show up to see Beyonce. Then, of course, Beyonce can't sing, because if Beyonce sings, it's a campaign contribution, right? They can't have that. So then everyone's like, well, why didn't she sing? She just showed up. Because it was to lure the people there to get the photo shoot. What's Mary's real name? Kamala Harris. Yeah, you just lived through that. And if you look back at previous elections, you'll realize they've been doing this to us for a long time. There's a reason why the people that have been doing this bought all the media. They bought the media to have control over what the people see. And if you control what people see, you can control what they think. And if you control what they think, you can control what they do. These people are disgusting, what they have done. Now, third order election manipulation works a little bit differently, and this is what mostly is going on now that I told you I was going to explain that feedback loop to you. Here it is. So they start with staging operation. They use the FBI, DHS, CIA, and CISA, and of course mainstream media as propaganda tools because they've taken over a lot of those agencies. I'm sure there are good people there, but they have infiltrated those agencies and taken them over. And hopefully they're getting cleaned out now. I don't know if they are. I'm happy to help. If anyone good is there, I'm more than happy to help you guys out. Then they tell us election officials are under attack. They do that to create an artificial wedge between election officials and the citizens because they don't want the election officials siding with the citizens, because if the election officials start asking the same questions, then they'll figure it out much quicker because they have more access. So they had to do that early on to create that wedge to get the election officials on their side. A lot of them will use the county clerks associations, National Association from Secretary of State. All these different associations are control mechanisms to keep people in the dark and control that group of people. They'll tell us to expect delays in the results. Why are they going to say that? Because there's going to be delays in the results because they're cheating and it takes some time to clean everything up. And if they just cheat and there's delays without telling us to condition us that there's going to be delays, we're going to say, wait a minute, what's the delay for? But if they condition all the peasants and tell them that you're going to see delays, you're going to see delays, you're going to see delays, then when there are delays, you're going to say, oh yeah, they've been saying that. This is what they're doing to us. They'll also tell us the elections are the gold standard. In my state, Jenna Griswold, that crazy loon, who's running, by the way, of course, right? Totally crooked Secretary of State is running for Attorney General. I mean, this is the bizarro world we live in, but that's what corrupted elections allow them to do. Because all they have to do is get on the ballot, they rig the election, boom, they're in. That's it. It's the full takeover. And they're going full throttle now. So she told everyone in Colorado that Colorado's elections are the gold standard. Well, as I started traveling around, I go to another state and they say, well, our elections are the gold standard. I said, well, wait a minute. Your elections can't be the gold standard because our elections are the gold standard in Colorado. They said, no, we're told our elections are the gold standard. So we're going to have a fight about, it's not gold standard. It's elections are the fool's gold standard. And I'm tired of being a fool. And I hope you are too. We're done with this. They use the logic and accuracy test to create a false sense of accuracy. That's what they give our clerks. And I'll tell you, most clerks are good, honest, patriotic Americans that are trying to do their best they can. They are trapped. They are trapped by corrupt people in positions of power, and they're threatened, they're coerced, they're lied to, they're deceived, and they think all the citizens hate them because they've been programmed that way. And a few of them finally break through. Obviously, Tina Peters is the exception. She made it right through right from the beginning. And there's a few others, they're just too scared to say anything. I've been traveling all around the nation. I've been to probably almost 45 states so far. There are election officials that have told me, Mark, I know there's problems. I'm too afraid to say anything. I don't want to get Tina Petered. I have a family. I have a wife, or I have a husband. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I've heard people say that. Can you imagine how disgusting that is? Not for them to say it, but for them to have to say it. For them to be put in that position, to feel threatened that they can't talk about the truth. In the United States of America, they can't talk about the truth. They can't even ask questions. And their job is to help conduct those elections for the American people. And they're not even allowed to do their job because these criminals won't let them. I'm not angry at all, as you can tell. They subtly raise the margin of human error. They conduct a manipulated election. They design the risk-limiting audit to minimize the error detection. They've engineered the audit to not find the manipulation. They're engineered audits. People do not understand that. And there's many different ways they do it, but they all do the same thing. They don't find the fraud. And they're made that way to confuse everyone, to make them think, well, there's no problem, because we did the RLA. Don't bother counting the dots on the piece of paper. What we're going to do is you're just going to hope and pray, and then we're going to do all this other stuff to make you feel good about it, when, of course, we could just count the dots, right? Because they're right there. They're literally right there. No, you can't count the dots. We got to do all this other crap to try to convince you everything's right, that the dots are right. It would be stupid. You're too dumb to count dots on a piece of paper, peasants. If I handed you a stack of paper and said, count the dots on the paper, you'd just sit there and stare at it, right? I'm pretty sure anyone in this room could do it.
I was going to say, Mark, July 5th of last year, with him and the great Shelby Bush, we had 12 to 17-year-old kids do it faster than the adults with 100% accuracy. And they go, the machines are hard, this is easy.
And the kids did it with about 5 minutes of watching the adults do it. They didn't have instructions. They watched over the shoulders of the adults. They figured it out on their own, went and did it. 12 to 17 years old, they nailed it, 100% accurate, in 2 minutes quicker than the adults that had been traveling all over Arizona training people for a year. Of course, kids can see and hear, so that kind of helps too. Kids are very good at doing that. They condition the gullible to trust the risk-limiting audits. They've got everyone thinking the RLA is the best thing in the world. And in different states, they call it slightly different things, okay? Post-election audit, RLA, it's all the same crap. They explain any mistakes they do find as isolated human error. So if you're lucky enough to find a mistake, they'll say, oh, it was just a glitch. Like, it's an election oopsie. They make so many election oopsies, it's pretty incredible. But when you're in the county and you only see an oopsie in your county and you don't see all the other oopsies in all the other counties like I do as I travel all around, you don't really understand what you're looking at. But when you see oopsie, 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 it looks a little bit like crap. Then they claim if you do find a bunch of mistakes, they'll tell you this. Well, all the mistakes, it wouldn't change the results of the election, so we're not going to bother investigating, right? You'll hear that a lot. It's below the margin of loss, so we're not going to bother investigating it. Then they create headroom. They removed the citizenship question off the census. Do you remember that many years ago when we couldn't figure out why they removed that question? Like, do you really think people are breaking into our country to fill out the census? Do you remember any of the riots from all the illegals that were breaking in, demanding to fill the census out? Do you guys remember those riots? The year of what? Nothing, because it didn't effing happen? Because people aren't breaking into the country and demanding to fill out the census? Hey, I broke into the country. Can I have some paperwork to tell you who I am and where I'm at? Give me a break. They removed the question to create a census that's now unverifiable, to be able to inflate the census. Can you have 2,000 people registered to vote if you only have a population of 1,000? Nope. And if you're stuffing a bunch of voter registration records in to create headroom in order to manipulate the election, you can't have more voters than you have population. So first you have to inflate the census, inflate the population to create headroom, so you can then inflate the voter registration records. And there's a number of different ways they creatively do that so they don't get caught or they have plausible deniability on, oh, it was a typo, and oh, it was that, and oh, it was that. Look at Dr. Jerome Corsi's work, absolutely brilliant. Andrew Paquette, Dr. Andrew Paquette is absolutely brilliant as well. He's found and cracked the code like Ed Solomon has in the tabulators. Jerome Corsi and Andrew Paquette cracked the code in the voter registrations. People, they have engineered the theft of this nation. In fact, if you go to my website, handcountroadshow.org, and you click on that picture of the RV, you can download a brief I wrote for Jim Jordan, and it's titled, Engineered Theft of a Superpower. And I wrote that for him 2 years ago. And it was handed to him, right to his hands, the day before the weaponization hearings. And my name and number right in there, not a peep. It was also handed to a lot of other members of Congress. I was a little naive back then. I figured if the right people got this information, they'd say, oh, we're going to do something about this. But here's the serious story here. They already know. They know elections are manipulated. That's the game they play. It's this team versus this team up there in the club. As George Carlin says, it's a big club and you and I are not in that club, okay? The club plays a cheating game while we all get effed down here. That's what's happening. Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, I don't care. We are all getting the short end of the stick. We have to understand that this is not a D versus R thing at all. It's not a color thing. It's not a sex thing. It's not a religion thing. It's literally a bunch of criminals who want to control our elections and the people that need to control the elections. That's it. They've used the mainstream media, social media, and officials to condition the public. They tell us there's going to be record voter registrations, of course, because they're going to stuff a bunch of voter registrations in. So when they stuff all the registrations in, if they just showed up, we'd say, wait a minute, where all those come from? But if they condition the public first, they're really good at doing that. If they condition us first and say, there's record voter registration this year, and you see all these voter registration drives all over the place, and you got some tall, skinny, long-haired guy prancing around the whole country, taking in millions of dollars, doing these mass voter registrations. What great cover to stuff the voter rolls everywhere, right? They've taken the voter registration away from the counties. They've outsourced them to NGOs. They have motor voter pretty much everywhere in every state now because their goal is just to get as many voter registration records in the system as possible because that means they can stuff in phantom ballots to count to the real votes. That's that front-end manipulation, the pre-county manipulation. They're also registering our underage kids to vote, right? They do that because when they turn 18, those records automatically activate. Also what happens when they're 18? They kind of go off to college, right? So they're not even there at home anymore. So why would you want to get someone pre-registered to vote in a place they won't even be at? Unless you just want to stuff those voter rolls as much as possible. That's why they're doing it. They create phantom voters, they create new records or tweak existing. If they tweak existing and just change like a letter or a number, then they can claim, oh, it was a typo. So they do that often. You'll see that all the time. They also inhibit pruning of ineligible records. If your dog Fido got registered to vote somehow, and you walked in there with Fido and said, my dog got a ballot, somehow he's on the voter rolls, can you please get him off the voter rolls? That clerk would look at you, uh-oh. All right. That is, I wish it was. So what they'll do is you'll say, Miss Clerk, Fido is registered to vote somehow. And Miss Clerk would look down and say, well, I can see it's a dog. I see the dog tag says Fido. But unfortunately, according to state law, I have to wait for Fido to not vote in 2 presidential election cycles before I can remove him for the voter rolls. Look at you with a straight face and tell you that. Because our clerks, a lot of them have been so brainwashed or are so scared to veer or to say anything, they just follow state law blindly. It's crazy. Feedback loop. Measure, assess, adjust, and act. Here's how this works. Mainstream media, FBI, DHS, CIA, CISA as conditioning tools. They tell us there's going to be record voter participation. Okay? Then the citizens cast their votes. They monitor who votes, okay? Here's how they do it. If I knew what your party affiliation was, what is it, by the way? Are you Republican or Democrat or Libertarian? Right there, you. Republican, okay, all right. So you're Republican. So I would have a pretty good idea of what your ballot's gonna look like if I had to guess what you're gonna vote, right? I'd be like 90% right. Okay, now what if I had all this other data on you? What if I bought all that free data that's harvested from your cell phone? All your Amazon purchase data, your Visa data, all your tweets, everything about you I got. And if I got all that information, I knew everything about you, then how close would I be on your ballot? About 99.9%, right? I'd know pretty much every way you're going to vote. So it's very simple to take all this data, build a profile on every single American citizen to know exactly how they're going to vote. They already know what's on the ballot. They've got a profile built on you. They just need to know if you have voted. Now, how are they going to know if you voted? Well, if you vote by mail, they've built this wonderful system called a mail-in ballot tracking system. And they told all of us they built it for us because, you know, the peasants are stupid and we believe crap like that. And then if they tell us they're going to build it for us, we're going to end up paying for it. And if they get caught building it, they don't really get caught because they told us they were building it. But they didn't build it for our convenience. They built it for their convenience to know when we put a ballot in the mail. And if they know you put a ballot in the mail and they already have a profile on you, they can build a predictive election result model. Do you remember that video we watched a little while ago that talked about predictive modeling? There's your predictive model. They build a predictive election result model just by knowing you have deposited a ballot in the mail. And if you show up in person to vote, you get checked in on an electronic poll book. When you get checked in on that electronic poll book, they know immediately you showed up in person to vote. And so it doesn't matter whether you vote by mail or you vote in person, they know you're there and they can fortify their predictive election result model. If they know what the results of the election are in their model and they know what they want them to be, all they have to do is subtract, and they know exactly what ballots and what needs to be on those ballots as they stuff them in to counter your votes. It's really easy. How are they going to do that? Oh, mail-in ballots. Amazing. Because a received mail ballot, nobody has any idea who filled that ballot out. It doesn't matter what's on the signature. It doesn't matter if the signature is perfect. How do you know who filled out the ballot inside the envelope? How would any election official know who filled out that ballot inside the envelope? The answer is there is no way for anyone to know who filled the ballot out. The signature is a distraction to confuse the peasants. That's all it is. It's a warm fuzzy. It's a false sense of security. It's a facade. Mail-in ballots, the entire security of mail-in ballots, we are told, is the signature verification. It's BS. It's designed improperly from the get-go. It's defective in its design right from the start on purpose. These people are not stupid. They're very intelligent. That's why we can't have mail-in ballots. But if I monitor all that information about you, I can feed my result model, I can calculate what's needed, and I just stuff the votes in. Now, could I do that all in one day? I could not do it in one day. I need a little bit more time to do that. So what am I going to do? I want to extend the voting period. If I just did that, the peasants would say, no, do not do that. We have election day only. The Constitution says election day. Okay, what they're going to do is they're going to say, well, you're all very busy. So for your convenience, what we're going to do is we're going to give you a couple days of early voting for your convenience. It's actually for theirs. but they tell us it's for ours. And then 2 days is enough. They start with 3 and then 5 and then, oh, that county has 7 days and that state has 14 days. And do you know some states have 45 days of early voting now? The reason they want the early voting is because it gives them opportunities to get all that information to build their model early enough so they have plenty of time to put those votes in the system. It backfired though, originally. Here's why. Raise your hand if you're a procrastinator. All procrastinators, raise your hand. Okay, everyone that has not raised their hands yet is just procrastinating, so we'll wait. Told you. See, I know things. My gut is always right. Everyone procrastinated. And what would happen is everyone waited till election day anyway, and it wasn't working for them. So they had to condition the public to vote as early as possible. So what did they do? They took advantage of anything bad that happened on election day, even induced some things on election day, and then they plastered that all over the media to scare everyone blindly to vote as early as possible. Like if you ask someone suffering TDS, why don't you like them? They can't even answer, they just get angry. If you ask someone that votes early, why do you vote early? They can't really answer that either. They come up with like, oh, there could be a snowstorm, or there could be this. They can't really rationalize a real answer. Some people can, but very few. Can we all vote on election day if we want? Yes, absolutely. Most all of us could vote on election day because somehow we did it for like over 150 years. All right, and we have even better transportation these days. I'm pretty sure we can get our butts to go vote. It's all a frickin' scam, intelligent people. So they do that, they've got early voting, and then what happens on election day voters? They hate election day voters because they don't get any advanced data. When election day voters show up, they have no idea how you're gonna vote or if you're gonna vote. They don't know anything. Then when you show up, they know they can count your vote, but they know only on that day, so what do they have to do? They gotta stuff ballots in after election day, and then they've gotta give you like a week for them to show up because you know, the U.S. Postal Service, they get surprised every time. They're like, have you ever been driving and all of a sudden like a tree just pops up out of nowhere and you run right into the tree? Like that's what happens, I guess, to election day also with USPS is like, oh damn, we have an election, it just popped up out of nowhere. We weren't ready for it. I'm pretty sure they knew election day was coming, but somehow the U.S. Postal Service, which barely delivers any mail anymore because everyone's emailing, they suddenly just can't get ballots delivered. Every single time. They're just too inundated, too slow to get ballots delivered. That's what they're feeding in the counter for the election day ballots. It's really simple. And if they still can't pull it off, well, they just have their override. It's real simple. They override it. They stop counting in the middle of the night. They feed you results. Everyone freaks out. They say, oh, don't worry. Those are the unofficial results. Just settle down, everyone. And then they drag it out and drag it out and drag it out. And they put out the official results right before it's got to be certified. So we have no time to actually do anything about it. Because people aren't going to verify the unofficial. They're going to have to wait till the official come out to start verifying. And then, oh, you only have 2 days. They have gamed this entire thing out. And I'm happy to go over in detail how they do this when we meet. Then they shuffle the voter registrations, they backfill any results, they'll backfill paper, they'll delay any potential audits like Maricopa County that took forever. They publish their official results and then everything matches, magically. All right, I'm not gonna go into, unfortunately, Hyder, you luck out, my friend. We don't have to go into you here. All right, so, we had the Tina Peters thing. I was gonna show you this. Boy, it's tough. All right, can I do this in, I don't wanna steal time away from some very important people, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to have to not show you the vote flipping right now, but maybe I'll talk to Ed and I'll see if I can get maybe 10 minutes later on after dinner, or if we have a break, maybe we can squeeze something in, and I will show you all the built-in software on the voting system that allow you to flip the results of the election, okay? Built in, it's really important. I'm just gonna have to do this really quick, screw it. We'll have to do it really quick. We'll take time elsewhere, sorry. It's just too important. I mean, these guys are here, so it has to happen. All right, hold on. I can do it quick, turns out. Okay, here we go. Look at it, I already screwed it up. All right, let's see here. Boom, find it, there we go. Okay, so let's go here. You're gonna see the world's fastest election flipping extravaganza here. So this is the EMS server, and this is the system that aggregates all the votes. I found SQL Server tools in here, not supposed to be on here. This is a tool built into the voting system. automatically built in. And this is on Tina's image, the before image. Okay, this software should not be on here, but watch what it allows me to do. I don't even have to put a password here. I can just click connect. It goes right into the database. So think about that. Like, don't you think these voting system vendors, do you think they might have add a password? It might be safer if you add a password to it. You shouldn't be able to go into all these elections. Look at this. I can go right into the election here. This is the 2020 general election, by the way. And watch this here. I can edit. That means I can make changes to it really easily. And I can actually flip votes. Now, I want to show you this. Let's pull the results first of the election, because you won't even know if I actually was able to successfully do it if we don't look at the results. And we'll look at stored procedures. And there we go. Contest results. And we're going to run this to pull the results of the election there. And here is running the query. Oh my gosh, 8%. This is quick. This is going to be quick. Okay, look at that. Biden, 31,000. Trump, 56,000. Right? Okay, now watch this here. I'm going to go over here. And this is a tool built into the voting system, by the way. Built in. I'm going to change this number from 1 to a 2. That's all I'm going to do. And I'm going to go up here and I'm going to find Trump. Right there. I'm going to change that 2 to a 1. I changed 2 numbers, right? Let's run the results again. Watch this. What do you know? Biden, 56,000, Trump, 31,000. With a tool built into the voting system, I was able to flip the results of that election just now. That's all I needed. That simple. Now, I've got a flash drive right here. See it? Okay, I'm going to plug this flash drive into my computer right now. And I'm going to keep my hands up here so you can see I'm not typing this. But this flash drive is a special flash drive, and it is pulling up another backdoor utility on the voting system that's already built into it, by the way. Oh my gosh. This is going to be really interesting. I do. I don't know if you can get it in time, though. Oh, uh-oh. Don't you love it when computers do stuff that you don't want them to do? All right. Let me see if I can close this without, there we go. Okay, we're going to try this again. Lenovo, please. Just last. Come on, battery. Pray. Pray to the battery gods, everyone. So it's pulling up the other backdoor utility on here. And what it's going to do is it's going to go into the database, and it's going to run. It is USB, yeah.
It's 100 volt, 110 volt.
I might have got it. We'll see if we got it in time. I did. Okay, so it just did it, and it disappeared without leaving a trace. Okay, now watch this. We're going to pull these results again. Okay, contest results, execute stored procedure. I love Patriots. That's great. All right, now we'll rerun it. Now watch the results. Look at that. Biden, 31,000, Trump, 56. It just swapped the results by plugging in a flash drive. Now, everyone here, open up your phones and look for your wireless networks, and you tell me when you see wireless backdoor. Because this little flash drive is not only a keyboard emulator that runs a backdoor that's already on the voting system, but it also is a wireless access point that lets you get right into the voting system to flip the results of the election from wherever you're sitting or outside. Raise your hand, the first person that sees it. There we go. You cannot secure these systems. There is no way, there's nothing you can do to secure the system. And I'm going to unplug it because I don't want any of you screwing up with my presentation. Okay, I had to show you all that, and there's plenty more I could show you too, but that was really important. Okay, let me hit a few last things I wanted to go into. Oh, see, I can never do this in time. Okay, follow me on X, Patriot Mark Cook, very important. And I think I'll do these last ones here. I've been traveling all over the country, by the way. And this is my route on handcountroadshow.org. If you have not signed up for a visit, please sign up. Even if it's a remote visit, I need to educate people. There's so much critical information I have to get to the citizens here. Also, I've been helping with South Korea's elections. I got called about a year ago to start looking at South Korea's stuff. And I started looking at it, and I saw the same things that were happening here, the same Swiss cheese election system I saw there too. And I said, oh my gosh, you guys have a problem. It's the same thing's about to happen in South Korea. I guarantee it. Here's what they're doing. Here's how they're going to do it. And then a few months ago, I got a call. I did a presentation remotely. I did another presentation about a month later with a great group of people from South Korea, and we've actually created this little task force, a united task force, and they are coming, right? Come on down. All right, so we're gonna welcome our South Korean friends because they just had a very corrupt election a few days ago, like on 6/3, they had that election, but they listened to the guidance I provided, and they got tons of very valuable data, and they caught them. They caught their elections getting stolen. Okay. And these people are amazing heroes. Now, they're in the same boat. They're right now in the 2020 phase. Like, they caught them like we caught them, but now they're fighting their own government, right, that's corrupt. And so Dr. Frank, by the way, I could not go out there. They wanted me to go out before the election. I couldn't make it out because of what I was doing with the roadshow and all this. So Dr. Frank went out on site. So he went and spent about a week or 10 days or something out in South Korea on the ground, going 2 weeks, going site to site to site, seeing all of it with his own eyes. And if you don't know who Dr. Douglas Frank is, I'm going to let him explain to you the background. How many of you people know who Dr. Frank is? Raise your hand. I'm expecting a room full here. Oh, then you are in for a huge treat. Come on up here, though. All right, we got our friends here. I'm going to let him do the introductions. And I'll jump back in after. I'm going to bring them in. We're going to do a South Korea focus. And I'm going to stay up here because we're going to all talk together, but mostly it's going to be them. And then I'm going to finish up with about a 5-minute closing at the end of that.
Do we want to put the chairs out so they can sit on them?
Yes, we'll get the chairs out. Yeah, if you can, thank you. He's not only is he a brilliant mathematician and an incredible presenter and a hilarious teacher as well, and he can sing. I don't know if you know this, but the man can sing. Maybe he'll grace us with a little bit of something. Come on up, and I'll let him do intros. Let me get a mic here. And he can take chairs here. There you go.
Good.
Okay.
Come on up, brother.
Come on, everyone come on in. Thank you.
So you two ladies, we brought a Korean flag for you to see. You two ladies come right up here to the front. Very good. They're figuring it out. All right.
While they do that, we are fighting
here.
the same war. Okay, we're just in two different nations, but we are going to unite against this common enemy. Because the enemy is corrupted elections, and it's destroying their nation, it's
They're
destroying
good at
our
math,
nation.
but not good at flag folding. There we go. All right, there we go. Come on up here in front. All right, so right now as we speak, and I'm not exaggerating, there are hundreds of thousands of people in South Korea that have surrounded their Seoul Athletic Stadium, and they are waving flags. Let's wave flags. Woo! And they are shouting, "Yoon again." And why are they shouting "Yoon again"? Because he's the president that they did elect that's now in prison. And so they've lost the presidency. So I thought we would help them out and we would join them for a moment. So wave the flag and everybody say with me, hold up the "Yoon again" signs. We're going to say, "Yoon again, Yoon again, Yoon again, Yoon again, Yoon again." All right, good, we got that. The other thing they're saying, and it's amazing to have, I got to stand in front of like 50,000 people. It's kind of a crazy thing. There's a mixture of people. I'll tell you about it in a minute. But they're also saying re-election. But that's not quite the way they're saying it, right? Chuhyun, how are they saying re-election?
부정선거, 재선거. It means election fraud and re-election. 네.
Re-election.
네.
So we'll say re-election because I don't think you could say that. All right? So let's help them out. We're going to say re-election. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Re-election, re-election, re-election. Very good. And what's fun is they're doing this. They're waving flags like this, but also waving American flags because they really want us to help them. They're desperate. They're very concerned because because they've lost their presidency. It's now, they don't say communists, they say they're leftists, but they're communists. They're leftists, and they've lost their National Assembly as well. That's like our Congress. It's now to the left after two, guess what? 2 corrupt elections in a row, okay? So they've lost their country. Their judiciary is corrupt. Does that sound familiar? Okay. And so they have no recourse, and North Korea is right there with China right there, and so they are desperate. So they're also asking for hand counting. How about that? So let's join the chant. Let's say hand counting. Ready? Hand counting, hand counting, hand counting, hand counting. All right, good. Isn't it fun to be part of like 1 million people chanting at once? That's pretty good. You just join them over there. And then there's one other chant that they're doing. They're saying same day or one day. What are they saying? Same day or one day? Translate.
Same day election.
Same day election. What they mean by that is one day elections, like we have. So let's say same day elections. Ready, and same day elections. Same day elections. Same. Very good. All right. I think that's good enough for our little demonstration. Thank you, ladies, and maybe the rest of you can sit down and I'll introduce them to you. Thank you. Very good. Go ahead and have a seat. Yes, sure. Isn't this fun?
I love it. Yeah. I love it. I'm so glad they're here. I've been on the phone with them for a couple weeks, and it is wonderful to be able to see them. We might have more chairs than we need. Oh, you probably want, do you want to move all my stuff?
Yeah, plug my HDMI in here.
Let me move all my stuff for him.
Yeah.
Keep on going, though.
I think my computer's turning on. But in the meantime, so what happened is I got a call from Mike Lindell because the former Prime Minister, Hwang Kyu-an, is the former Prime Minister and was president for 2 years. He came to CPAC. He brought his translator with him, Jennifer, and they gave a speech at CPAC. I think that deserves a response from him. So I'm just going to shut up and let him respond. What would you say to the people today?
첫째는 만나서 반갑습니다.
First of all, I'm very happy to meet you all.
특별히 한미가 만나서 반갑습니다.
I think it's special because Korea is meeting United States.
둘째는 정의가 세워지는 날이어서 기쁩니다.
And it is the day when justice is prevailing.
거짓과 겹겹이 쌓여 있는 부정선거가 드러날 때가 다 되었기 때문에 여러분과 함께 기뻐하고 싶습니다.
I want to be joyful together with you because the days of election fraud will be numbered. It'll be all exposed.
셋째로 이제 승리가 얼마 남지 않았습니다.
The day of victory is near.
오래 싸웠고 힘들었고 어려웠지만 이제는 고지가 바로 눈앞에 보이는 것 같습니다.
The fight was long and arduous, but I think we are coming to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We'll just play it without audio.
미국에서는 트럼프 대통령이 그들을 다 걷어버리고 있습니다.
In the United States, President Trump has worked well and has made all the evil forces behind election fraud go away.
대한민국에서도 이제 바뀌어가고 있습니다. 지금 서울에는 정말 큰 집회가 열려지고 있는데 잠실에 올림픽 공원에서 정말 수많은 사람들이 모여서 정의를 외치고 있습니다.
South Korea is also changing. At this very moment in Olympic Park, hundreds of thousands of young people are demonstrating against election fraud.
Thank you very much.
Did we do it right? All right, sorry. Kamsahamnida means thank you. I had to learn a little bit. So this, what you're seeing here is, get this, 200,000 college students, okay? And the demographics there are interesting because we fought the Korean War there, 1950 to 53, and we sent our people over there. So the older people remember communism. They remember the effect of it. So the older people are very awake and they want to fight for their freedom. And then the younger people are all awake because they don't like the government telling them what to do. Just like our kids, right? Okay. But the middle generation, they are all educated in the West. And guess what? They lean left. It just sort of sounds like us. So the demographics are interesting. You've got the older folks that remember the Korean War. You've got the younger kids that are like, we're not going to put up with this crap anymore. And then you've got the church. And this is a huge thing about South Korea that was just amazing to me. You know, here in America, a lot of states where I talk, and you've seen some of my talks around the country, the states won't even, the churches don't want to hear about elections. They don't want to talk about elections. But in Korea, they see this as an existential threat. Why? Because they had this massive Christian revival 140 years ago, and in Korea, South Korea, all of Korea became a very Christian place. Then the war happened, and North Korea basically slaughtered all of its Christians. It's illegal to be a Christian in the North, and so that's a serious thing. So if the North moves into the South Korea, they are afraid. The churches are afraid. So actually, the churches are the third arm. And I wish I had the video queued up, but I had to rush down because I was just on Bannon. We're trying to make this public. You need to realize what's happened in Korea. I'll explain that. But anyway, the third leg is the churches. They are awake and engaged. And I was invited to speak at some of their churches. They love Americans. And they're a very Christian nation. They understand that their success in the world has been because of their faith and because of their relationship with the United States. So this is a big deal to them. So that's a little different. Here's the thing. In 2024, they had an election, a national election, and they put in a president, President Yoon, right? That's what we're saying, Yoon again. And it was his first time in politics. He'd been a prosecutor up till then. And he got into office, and he looked around his country, and he discovered massive election fraud in his country. And he panicked, and he declared martial law. And he sent the troops to what's called the NEC, the National Election Commission, to recover the servers. Well, it was unsuccessful. And 3 hours later, the National Assembly, like our Congress, took him back out of office. They overrode the what did I call it a minute ago? Anyway, his state of emergency. They overwhelmed, and he's now in prison. And so then they had another election, and they put a leftist in, and now the National Assembly's taken over. So what's happened is they have no recourse. The Korean people have no recourse. There's no legal recourse. There's no, how can you elect new leaders in when the elections are corrupt? So they are feeling desperate. But let me just back up for a minute. I have to tell you a story. So those of you who know me know I'm a numbers guy. I like going into counties and analyzing the voter rolls and finding all kinds of fraud. That's what I like doing. So I went over there. Chu Hyun has been running election and integrity team there for about 8 years. I went over there to help them. And I thought I was going to be bringing all my smart tools with me and showing them what to do. Nope, they're very, very advanced. They've already exposed tons of fraud in their country. But they had the same problem there that we have here. It doesn't matter how much evidence we have. We have mountains of evidence. We have a media that suppresses it. We have a media that mocks us and calls us conspiracy theorists. And we have people that are asleep and don't know what's happened to them. What happened in Korea is something extra special. They have 2 days of early voting. I think, Mark, you mentioned that. And then there's a break, and then they have single-day elections in person on paper. It's pretty cool. But what happened was, on election day, many of the conservative provinces were not sent enough ballots. How about that? Okay, does that sound kind of familiar? And also they were running out because they had multiple people voting multiple times, and so that was depleting the supply of ballots. Now, if you have to imagine the way these people live, it's different than us, and it's kind of interesting. They live in like suburban groups of towers. They live, it's not like here we're spread out. They have these like 10 large towers all living together, you know, thousands of people living together. And they all go downstairs and they vote in a little polling place, and they all vote there. Well, they didn't deliver enough ballots. So the people that said, well, give us more ballots. And the NEC said, no, we're just going to count what we got already. Okay? So what happens? 10,000 people come down out of the towers and surround the polling place and tell the government, we're not giving you these ballots until you give us enough so we can all vote, right? It's like a built-in, ready-made movement. And that's where Mr. Huang comes in, because he was first on the scene and brought me with him. It was pretty awesome to see the people rising up like that and telling the government to pound sand. That was pretty cool, all right? And then once they started, then other precincts had the same problem. They started waking up. Before we knew it, within a day, we had hundreds of thousands of people all around the country because we found 140 places like this where they had under-delivered ballots. Guess where? The conservative, right-leaning places. So there's exactly what you would expect. So that's kind of the flavor. Now, I know these people now. I got to hang out with them for 2 weeks, and I'm a changed person because of it. They are amazing, warm people, and they love Americans. They just, I mean, all I had to do was walk in my bow tie, and I'm like a hero. Okay, and it was amazing because around the stadium there in Seoul, there's like 50,000 people that have surrounded the stadium. They're not letting the police have the ballots. And they won't let any of the officials in, nothing. But Mr. Huang and I walk up, and it's like part of the Red Sea. And they bring us right up to the front, and USA, USA. They love us. And but it's not just that they love us. They need us. They need President Trump to say some things, and that will fuel them and fuel their movement and keep them strong while they're doing this fight. They also need us to bring pressure to do a re-election, because that election is obviously invalid. But there's something that's really, really amazing that I experienced while I was there, and that is that they aren't just saying, come save us, America, please, we're puny little wimpy Koreans. They're not saying that. They're saying, we're ready to fight. But what's interesting is, how come we're not? And so they're saying to us, we want to help the U.S. We want to help you guys get your act together, okay? So that's a really important thing. They are not just saying, oh, please save us, we're so wimpy. They're not saying that. They're saying, we're going to fight, but we want you to fight with us. And here are a couple of reasons why, United States, why we want you to fight with us. The first one is, Camp Humphreys is right there. It's the largest offshore military base we have. It's there for a reason. It's our stake in the ground for holding back communism from the peninsula. So they're saying, are you going to defend this base or not? So that's one really good reason. Another big reason, and Chu Hyun introduced it to me, it's called AWEB. AWEB stands for the Association of World Election Bodies. And it's basically election fraud central for the whole world, okay? It's the home base of the international election fraud cartel. And they have been exporting election fraud and electronic machines all around the world. So they're saying to us, look, you guys, if you want to stop fraud in your country, you're going to need to take out AWEB. So they're saying, help us take out AWEB. You're not just helping us, you're helping yourself. And there's all these mutual reasons why we should be standing strong with them. And they understand that better than we do. I just want you to notice something. Have you seen this reported on Fox? Why are you watching it? Okay? You shouldn't be. In fact, I was just on Bannon. That's what you should be watching, right? Because we're telling, the world needs to know this has happened. We just lost South Korea, June 3rd. Their government is now communist, okay? And starting next month, they've already started limiting free rights already. This is a serious issue. And notice, the mainstream media is not talking about it. In both countries. I wonder why. They want it to be quiet. Now, there's a second thing I need to tell you about. During Trump's first term, in 2018, he appointed an ambassador. His name is Ambassador Morse Tan. He's a great man. I arrived at the airport with him when I flew in. By the way, the Korean people, they give you flowers when you arrive at the airport. It's pretty nice. Thank you for that. It's like they pampered me everywhere. It's pretty nice. But anyway, so I arrived with Morse Tan, and we dressed in plain clothes. No bow ties, no nothing, because we were afraid they would not let us in. That should alert you to something. South Korea is not a free nation anymore when we have to lay low to get in. Okay, so now we're in the country. He was met at the airport by people, policemen who wanted to take him in for questioning because he had observed the election a year earlier with a delegation from America, and he came back to America, and during a press briefing, he basically announced what had happened, and he also mentioned some very questionable things, which I don't want to get into now, about their current president, their current illegitimate president. They don't even call him the current president. You know, this guy they have up there in the office, he's illegitimate. Well, they want to sue Morse Tan for libel while he's in the country. So they put a travel ban on him. He cannot leave the country. So we had to do like this little bit of cat and mouse stuff. We changed hotels a couple of times, and we were always careful whenever we went to public events to have plenty of security. And when the police started showing up, that's something else that's weird. Everywhere we went, Chu-hyun did an amazing job. He brought me to early voting sites. We observed that. He brought me to the counting sites. He brought me to all these different locations and basically taught me the entire system. It just did a brilliant job. Let's give him a hand. Give him a hand. Chu-hyun, Chu-hyun, for you. This is for you. This is for you. Amazing man. So we would like arrive at a place, and all the people, it's amazing, they all pull their cell phones out. Hold on. You know, these people are here, these people are here. And then the cops start showing up, and as they began to show up, then the security team would rush us off. What kind of a country? You can't travel. That should tell you that South Korea isn't what you think it is. It's been taken over by the communists. We're in trouble. They need our help. And so that's why we brought the delegation here, because we need you guys to know, and we need President Trump to know. And if it's just me writing an email, he probably won't read it. Okay? But if we bring the people here, and they're amazing people, and great to work with. So how about that for a summary, Mark? Where are you, buddy?
I'm right here.
Oh, I got to tell you something else.
I know, listen, I know I'm short, but yeah, come on.
Oh, sorry. Can you tell I'm just a little excited? Just a little excited. It was a life-changing thing. To experience communism close up like that really has kind of woken me up. I'm a physicist. I'm a scientist. I spent most of my life in the lab and grew up on a farm. I just, never had direct encounter like that. And the thing about it is, everything I saw about the elections, everything I saw happening there is happening here, right now, in especially Colorado, especially Oregon, especially Washington, especially California. And yet our people are asleep. And our people are asleep because you're not waking them up. We need to have 200,000 people marching around the buildings in LA saying, this is not acceptable, we're not going to let this go on. But we're kind of all just sitting around waiting for somebody else to fix it. That's our problem. We need to wake up and engage. So
No one's coming. It's us, and it's them, and it's us together.
yes. So yes, in fact, we should all do another chant because I'm probably done now. Yes.
No,
you don't want to keep because I can.
If you got more information, we got about 10 minutes.
Oh,
but
perfect.
I didn't
and
want
you want
to
a 5-minute wrap up? You said.
I'd do a 5-minute wrap up, but I got something before the 5-minute wrap up. A little thing. Let me ask real quick.
So one of the things, yes, I know what he's doing. One of the things that's pretty cool. I told you I got to speak at the churches, and that's Mr. Tan there next to Jennifer. It's amazing to talk to the churches. The pastors actually say election fraud. Imagine that, to have pastors actually saying things like that was impressive. And then the way they count, yes, they definitely have machines in their elections. They run their elections a little differently than ours. We have like one ballot we vote on. They have a piece of paper for every race, every candidate. And so when you go in to vote, they'll like hand you 7 pieces of paper, one for each thing you're going to vote on. So they put them through these sorting machines that sort them by race and sort them by contest. But then guess what happens? It goes through a scanner. And so this machine is connected to the internet. Imagine that. And so as the ballots are being scanned, they always know the totals, so just like here. That's what I always tell people here. The real problems with your machines, with our machines in America, are not necessarily that they flip ballots. They tell everybody on the outside what the tallies are, so you know how many ballots to stuff, how many to cheat. Same here, same exact mechanisms, same software running, same feedback mechanisms, same as everything. So that's same idea there. Now, after the election, what's cool is, normally we have to, what happens in America? A county brings me in, and I'll help them analyze, we'll find some fraud. This is cool. It's like I'm a national hero. And all I did is walk in with a bow tie. It's pretty cool. They really think of us as they need us. They're desperate for us. They think of us as their blood brothers, because we are. We shed blood together. So anyway, so what was really cool is after the election, their head person resigned, essentially admitting that their election was botched. And that is a huge thing. So what happened is they have a party there called the PPP, the People's Power Party. It's supposed to be kind of like the Republican Party here, except that it's been infiltrated, and in their words, you guys call the PPP. What do you call the PPP?
국민의힘.
You call them rhinos.
Yeah, rhinos.
We have that problem here, don't we?
They call the PPP rhinos, okay? Where did they get that idea, okay?
And pro-China.
Yes. And so what's happened is Mr. Huang used to be president of that. It would be like saying, the head of the Republican Party in America. And he resigned from there because it was no longer a right-leaning organization. And they're full of rhinos. And he started a new organization called the Freedom and Innovation Party, which of course now is growing like crazy because the people know that he's the real deal. And he's defending them. And they are promoting this alliance. And when I first saw this, I thought they were just kind of saying, well, Dr. Frank's going to come help us. They're saying we need to fight together to eradicate global fraud, election fraud. And that's why they're here. They're here to say, come on, let's go, guys. And it should be kind of a little embarrassing to us that they had to come to us instead of we saying to them, hey, let's team up. But they're on fire, and it's great to work with them. And I know we're going to be going back. It's not just that they're losing their country. That matters. You have to realize this is a world issue. The entire world. Give you an example. The AWEB, they manipulated elections in the Congo. And a whole bunch of people from the Congo came and protested in South Korea. It's right there. It's sort of like the export hub because it's right adjacent to China. So it's China's port to the world, essentially. So
Every country is being attacked by corrupt elections. Every single country. Freedom is being taken from all of us, and we all have to unite together and work together to fight this. We have to fight this. It's a common enemy. Our freedoms are being taken through the elections. It's that simple. And unfortunately, we probably have some bad actors in this country that have been doing it to other countries in addition to their own or our own, because truly, it's a big club, and we aren't in it, they aren't in it. The citizens, the peons, the peasants are not in the big club. And all this does actually belong to us, and we need to start acting like it. So you guys need to get loud. You need to bring awareness to what's happening in South Korea. You need to bring unity and learn from them, because I've seen some of the demonstrations where there are seas and seas and seas of people. I've seen more American flags at their demonstrations right now over this election than I've seen at some of our own. You look at LA County and the parking lots are empty. There's no one in there. Literally, we're watching an election get stolen right from under us, right in front of our faces. Not a single American shows up to do anything about it. Yet in South Korea, they're filling their streets everywhere. So I'll tell you what, we got something to learn. We can learn from these patriots a whole lot. I want a round of applause. God bless them.
So they've taught us how to demonstrate.
Yes, learn. They are very good at it.
They are very good at it. And if you can go to the grocery store, you can demonstrate. So you have no excuse. We need to make this happen. We need to enjoin this battle. It's a global battle.
It is. And they're wonderful, wonderful people. I feel like you have family now there,
oh my goodness.
right?
They're my brothers and sisters. Yeah, they're amazing people.
Yeah. So we're going to fight this all together. There we go.
The Freedom and Innovation Party headquarters.
And that's kind of like our grassroots, right?
Yeah.
Would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the grassroots.
It started out as a small party because he left the party, but because at all these large demonstrations, he's the one, I should show that picture. He's the one out there fighting. You know what he said? He says, I need to get back to Korea. I can't stay here. Why? Because the people need me.
They're in the middle of a coup. So
they need
gotta
him
get
to
back.
lead. So, but at the same time, it's important that he came here to engage us.
Thank you. Round of applause.
I'll finish with this and I'll hand off to you.
Okay.
Get this on camera, Choo-hyun. This is what they're saying. They're chanting this together. Let's do it together. Let's chant for them. Ready? We go together. 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 Okay, that's good enough. Now I have to tell you, they've been doing that straight for 10 days.
They just had an election stolen. What, 6-3, right? June 3rd. They're still demonstrating to this day, and they came here in the middle of what their nation getting taken from them to be here with all of us for this event.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
I'm standing in front of these huge crowds, and it's like, when are they going to stop? They just never stop. It's just constant chanting. It's amazing.
It is amazing. All right, so we had something also very special here, and we almost weren't able to get all of them here because of someone very special. His name is Isaac, and
Isaac.
He's turning 9 years old today. And we're going to bring this young man up, and we are going to sing happy birthday to him. And this is Jennifer's son. Because he didn't get to be home with all his friends and family because he had to come here to be a bodyguard for mom in this foreign nation. So this is Isaac.
Say something.
Thank you.
Say thank you very much. You know how to do that.
Thank you very much.
All right. So
Wait.
we're going to sing a happy birthday to Isaac. Go ahead and start. You know how to sing. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Isaac. Happy birthday to you. What did he say?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, he said. Very good.
Adorable.
Are we finished?
I think we can, yeah, I'll close up here. And
great to see y'all.
Absolutely.
Go back to your neighborhoods and wake them up.
You got it. And if anyone would like to talk to our guests here while they're here, if you want to do any interviews or anything, I know they're probably inundated with them, but ask Dr. Frank, and let's make the most out of their trip as we possibly can to get as much awareness about what's happening. Election corruption, election fraud has no borders, and it's going to come take South Korea. We are very close to this. We almost lost this nation a couple years ago. We came this close to it, and we may be in the same boat in a very short period of time. In less than 2 years, we could be right where they're at today. So we either do this together and we do this right, or we all might not really like the outcome of that, right? Could be very difficult. And we want Isaac to grow up in a free country, not a country full of communism. That's why we were fighting for this, for that young man right there.
You want me to have him say to go, or do you want to do it from right here?
I will let you do it. Go ahead. Okay, yeah. Come on out. Unless there's anything they want to say.
Is there any closing comment you want to make?
Please, any closing comments, please.
Would you like to say something?
누나
Hyun would like to say something.
통역 바로 해주세요. 2024년에 대한민국은 총선이 있었는데 그때 부정선거로 가짜 국회가 탄생을 했고 24년 그 가짜 국회 때문에 대한민국 대통령이 탄핵되고 대한민국 체제가 붕괴되는 일이 있었습니다.
In 2024, there was a general election in Korea, and it was rigged. That's why the National Assembly was a fake National Assembly. And that National Assembly impeached the duly elected president, President Yoon.
그때 부정선거를 제대로 대비하지 못했기 때문에 졌는데 2026년 여러분들 미국에서 중간선거가 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 그때 하루빨리 부정선거를 먼저 수사하고 척결을 해서 여러분들에게는 안전한 선거가 일어나서 진정한 민의가 반영되는 2026년 중간선거가 되면 좋겠습니다.
At that time, we did not prepare well against election fraud. That's why we lost the National Assembly and we lost our duly elected president. I know that there's a midterm coming up in November, and as a South Korean, I would like to ask you and urge you to prepare well ahead so that the election fraud could be rooted out so you could keep your country safe.
미국은 한국과 같이 가야 할 나라이고 우리 한국의 형제와 같은 나라인데 반드시 정의가 승리하는 역사를 만들어 주시고 또 한국을 하루속히 도와주셔가지고 함께 불의를 이기는 그런 승리 역사를 써갔으면 좋겠습니다. 그리고 한국은 정말 그 미국의 부정선거 척결 대상으로서 아주 좋은 나라입니다. 그래서 한국에서 부정선거를 척결하는데 미국이 도와주면 미국의 부정선거 척결에 훨씬 더 큰 도움이 될 거라고 생각을 합니다.
US and Korea should go together. We are more than friends, we are blood allies. And together we need to fight against injustice so that justice could prevail and we could write a new page in our history. If you take the election fraud in Korea and tackle it as your own. I think it'll be an opportunity where you could test and hone your skills so that you could tackle election fraud that's happening in the United States ahead of the midterms in November.
We go together.
We go together.
We go together.
We go together. We go together.
We go together.
We go together.
We go together.
Stop the steal.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you guys very much.
See if this will play.
What a gift. God made all that happen, made the timing happen. It was amazing. Thank you guys very much. I know this has been a little long here because, you know, that's
I
why
have
I
a
am
letter.
long-winded. Quick video.
To America. Dear America, I'm a husband, father of 3. Well, 140 years ago, you came to our land and you taught us the Bible. So now I'm saved. Thank you. Thank you, America. In 1950 to 1953, you came to our land again. You fought for us. You protected us. Almost 36,000 American soldiers died, and more than 100,000 American soldiers got injured. You came to our land to protect us. You bled and died for us. You bled and died instead of us. Thank you. So I'm alive. And still, you are in our land. You're still protecting us. Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't thank you enough. My brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers in America, in Christ, thank you and love you. From now, we're not gonna just ask for help. We wanna fight for you now. America is the strongest country, but America is fighting a lonely fight. You have your family, brothers, and sisters here. From now on, we want to fight for you. America has to be stronger and wealthier. We want to make America stronger and wealthier and greater to protect people, protect the world, to protect freedom of faith. And thank you. So please help. It could be your words, military, finance. Give me some weapons so we can fight for you. Fight for freedom. Fight for freedom of our faith. Thank you. Love you, America.
Thank you. Yeah, there's John right here, by the way. We go together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. All right. So I'm in this to win it. I'm not going to stop until I take my last breath, and the only way they're going to stop me is killing me. Follow me on X, Patriot Mark Cook. Go to my website, handcountroadshow.org, and I just want you to sign up to request a visit to wherever you're at, because as I'm traveling around this nation in my truck and trailer, I want to make every bit of every mile to plant all the seeds of knowledge necessary so we can regrow the liberty of our country as I travel through it all. So, and read all my articles on X too. There's a lot of really good information there, trust me. Go to my profile, go to articles, and just read every one of them. Most of them are very short, but they're really important information. And please reach out all you like. I've devoted my life to trying to do everything I can to reclaim the liberty of and reignite the flame of liberty in this great nation. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to hand this off to Matt here. Thank you.
Mark, thank you so much. And what I like to say real quickly, and that Jennifer can tell the Korean folks, as a Marine, we would fly from Iwakuni, Japan to Osan Air Force Base in Songtang City, South Korea. There was a woman there who owned a restaurant. She was a little girl during the Korean War. I'm probably going to mispronounce the word, but she'd call me Miguk. Miguk. She would not let us pay for any food. She goes, "You saved my country. You don't owe me any, I owe you." They just reminded us who we're supposed to be. We're America. We got to remember that. So thank you so much. Louis Herms, where are you? Okay. We actually have somebody who was running for governor of California. He was in the election, somebody who just went through what this corruption we just saw happening in Korea. So Louis, I'm going to bring you up here. I'll plug in your computer. We'll have the guys in the back put it up on the screen, and you will have the floor, sir. But South Korean delegation, thank you so much. Unless you want to play musical chairs, like the candidates in California.
Well, I could have Doug sing for me. Why, look at there. All righty. Let's test this out. Boom, boom. That works. All right, folks, my name is Louis Herms. Hello. I know 4 or 5 of you may know me. My platform, which I'm more known for, is actually screwbiggov.com. That's where my documentary, so on and so forth. And we just finished up the primary on June 2nd, and I promised my wife, because it was a year-long journey, that we would do something. So we went to Hawaii after that, and I spent about 40 hours working on this presentation from Hawaii. So I don't see her, so she may have left me already. But, you know, if anybody's been in this fight for a while, they know that's just the way it works, right? So I decided to write something. I'm going to have a film come out eventually. I'm a documentarian. It's called The Great American Psyop, and I kind of am doing an offshoot of that because of the way we're lied to. So I'm going to start off with this just to give you some context. It's going to be very interesting, and I would suggest for the first 5 minutes you put on your tinfoil hat because I will be a bit conspiratorial. 1776. Well, that was a great year, wasn't it? Declaration of Independence. A lot of things happened, but you know what else happened in 1776 is this little group called the Illuminati was formed. Now, it's just a conspiracy theory, though, so don't, you know, let's not take it too serious. But what was interesting is, I would say if I wanted to take over the greatest country in the world, I would probably use a secret society to do that. That makes sense, right? So they were formed in Bavaria, right, named the Illuminati, and their number one goal at the time was really to suppress Christianity, because Christianity was on the move, right? And I'm going to explain some infiltration in regards to that. One of my favorite, or the most favorite Bible verse for me is Matthew 5:5, the meek shall inherit the earth. But it's because I understand what the true meaning means, and most people don't. If you look up the origins of meek, it's exactly opposite from 90% of the pastors that they're telling you. 90% of the pastors are telling you that meek is weak, docile, just pray, don't do anything, right? That is one of the biggest psyops that's ever been perpetrated upon man. If we understood that meek meant you fight for others, you stand up for those that cannot stand up for themselves, we wouldn't be here today because every Christian would have already done that. So we need to change that psychology. But that psychology was developed by groups like the Illuminati, because that's how they've convinced, through corporate churches, so on and so forth, to keep us docile. It's very important. And of course, they had this other little goal called world domination. So the Illuminati was, we were told, by the way, you can Google this today. If you Google it, your first 10 pages of Google are going to tell you the Illuminati was forcibly disbanded in 1787. Any search engine will tell you that. Okay, so if in 1787 that happened, why did George Washington say this in 1798? So 11 years after it was supposedly disbanded, he said, I have heard, he wrote a letter in September, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati, but never saw the book until you were pleased to send it to me. That's 11 years after they're supposed to be disbanded. Google lies. The internet lies. We all figured that out. I don't want to upset you, but virtually every AI search engine lies to you also. Sorry. In October, he said, of 1798, 11 years after their so-called banning, it was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied of this fact than I am, George Washington. You see what we're dealing with? Now, that's just a conspiracy. I'm not saying it exists. I do have my tinfoil hat. But here we go. Interesting enough, in 1995, this gentleman named Fritz Springmeier wrote a book called The Bloodlines of the Illuminati, talking about the 13 bloodlines. Have you ever heard of the 13 bloodlines? Does anybody think they may exist? Okay. And are they secret for a reason? Of course they are. That's how they operate, right? Did you know that this book was found in 2011 when we raided the Osama bin Laden compound? You want to hear something more amazing? Thank you, Donald Trump and the Trump administration in 2017. This complete book, over 200 pages, as you can find it right now, is at CIA.gov. You think they may be telling us something? So, if this was completely disbanded in 1787, why on earth would the book be on CIA.gov in 2017 moving forward? Maybe, just maybe, there are some secret societies working in the background. So what I'm trying to do is, this has nothing to do with the Illuminati, but I'm trying to set the table of how we've been dealing with this mess for a long time to get here directly to election fraud. So, the grand plan, fast forward about 100 years to 1871. That's when our corporation of government was established. You ever hear of that? Okay. Is it a lie? No, that's actually the truth. That's when they formed the corporation, right? It's called the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. So if I wanted to steal a country from the inside, that would have been one of the first things I do. One of the second things I would do is in 1913, I would figure out how to control the money. How would I do that? I would form the Federal Reserve Act. Oh, another fact. That created the central banking system. That created your fiat currency. That gave them unlimited power to print your money. This is how they control the interest rates from the feds. Interesting. And this is also their excuse on how they set us up for income taxes. You think that may be a great way to try to control us from the inside? That was 1913. And then 1933, they figured out how to control the economy. You know what they did? The gold standard was eliminated. We all talk about getting back to the gold standard. There's a reason why. They eliminated 1933. In fact, FDR made it so they had to, you as a citizen had to forfeit everything but $100 of your gold and silver. That's in the United States of America that happened. Crazy. You know what happened a few years later? They manufacturally increased gold when the government owned it by 85%. Overnight, in one day. This is how they controlled it from the inside. These are important to set the tables for election fraud. So, fast forward to World War II. I'm sure we've all heard of World War II. Pretty serious. How many people believe that the United States of America won World War II? Not many hands went up. Interesting. We may have, we may not have. I think there's both. But you know what we did a few days before they surrendered in Nazi Germany? We actually captured Werner von Braun's complete rocket team. These are the brilliant minds. We can capture, and immediately we started negotiating with them in the background. A few days later, Nazi Germany surrendered. Now think about this. So we grabbed the Nazis and said, come be our friends, work for us. A few days later, Nazi Germany surrendered. The official story was they did, or did they surrender? I think maybe they didn't all surrender. But here's where it's big, and this is where it matters today. The UN Charter was signed, and they coined the term NGO. What's an NGO? Non-government organization. A new world structure began on June 26, 1945. Look at this. May, June, all 1945. July 1920, 1945. Operation Overcast was launched. You may not recognize that because the official name now is Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip is when 1,600 Nazis came over here, and we brought them over under the guise of they're going to help us explore space and create rockets. Okay. Well, interesting enough, the real Operation Paperclip, you know who those scientists and engineers were? They're chemical and biological weapons experts. They worked on sarin and Nazi nerve gas programs. They had mind control psychological warfare specialists. Anybody can say MK Ultra. Aviation and stealth technology. Medical researchers involved in hypothermia, high altitude, and infectious disease experiments on prisoners. That's who we brought over. Why is that important? Because soon thereafter, the CIA was formed, formerly known as the OSS. If anybody's seen my documentaries, they know I talk a lot about this, right? The DOD was formed, the National Security Council, and the U.S. Air Force, which we can call, I believe, let's just call it the legal birth of the deep state. In 1947. 1948, what happened? Why, look at there. 1948, the CIA started manipulating foreign elections. Well, that was quick. They've only been around a year and they're already manipulating foreign elections. This is all pre-planned, guys. None of this is by happenstance. This is all the way it was meant to be and supposed to be. 1948, the CIA foreign election interference was deep. I'll just give you a cool thing. So they did a lot of ballot harvesting. There's actually an ex-CIA person in here that will tell you about ballot harvesting in other countries. If he wants to step up, you talk to him later. I can tell you, though, there was a pattern set, and it was during the Cold War. And what the CIA did is they funded political parties and candidates. The media disinformation, and they forged documents, and they did a lot of get-out-the-vote drives. I will tell you now, and I know Mark Cook will tell you too, there's people in our so-called movement that are working constantly on get out the vote drive, and making sure you mail in those ballots, they're controlled opposition. They're not your friend. They have made long, pretty hair, but they're not your friend. I'm just saying. In some cases, direct vote manipulation, bribes, supporting coups when elections didn't go their way, i.e. Guatemala and Chile. My wife would be very proud of me the way I just said Guatemala. So this is important because this is exactly what happens inside of our own country. It was tested outside, brought inside. Here's something I talked to at length, and it's called the 50-50 PSYOP. And it's frustrating for me. And 80% of you are guilty of it. Doesn't make me better than you, it just says I recognized it. Did you ever hear red versus blue? Black versus white? Right? Goes on and on. Conservative versus liberal, Democrat, Republican. It's constant. It's a PSYOP, and I can prove it's a PSYOP. Did you know George Washington, John Adams, James Madison all indicated the death of America would be a two-party system? Did you know Thomas Jefferson said, if I had to pick a party to get to heaven, I'm not going to pick a party and I'm not going to heaven? Thomas Jefferson knew. The two-party system is a PSYOP. I believe President Trump has taken down the Democratic Party right now, the Democrat Party, and I believe the Republican Party will soon follow. The second we put party before policy or before people, we lost. The PSYOP is 50-50. It's always 50-50. Everything. So I can tell you if there's a rise up and they have 60% Democrats, they're going to push them down until they get it to 50, or at least the illusion of being 50. If the conservatives rise up, which I believe we're probably about 67%, the illusion they're going to make is 50-50. Why do they need the illusion to be 50-50? Because either way they want an election to go, they win, we lose. And we accept it. Because it was 50-50. Of course it could happen. One day it'll happen this way. And I'm going to give you a little bit of proof of that right here. The rise of the swing states, 1952, the phrase swing state was coined. Swing states, interesting. This is going to surprise you. Did you know in 1960 that Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina were all considered Republican red states? Did you know that in 1960, Georgia, Florida, Arizona, and Nevada were all considered Democrat states? Huh. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it completely opposite now? We've been lied to. We've been completely manipulated. The goal is to get you to think that there are actual swing states. There are not swing states. There never has been swing states. It's a fucking lie. And I don't excuse my language because I'm pissed. We have to snap out of it. Swing states don't exist. 50-50 doesn't exist. It does not exist. It's an illusion. It's a PSYOP. And the reason for the PSYOP is so when we lose, we say, okay, we'll get them next time. And it happens. And I'm going to show you proof moving forward here that it happens. Something happened, though. In 1960, I call him the first disruptor. Did Kennedy already know the game? Did maybe the Chicago mob help him steal Illinois? Which, by the way, they were talking about being a 50-50 state at the time. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I think he may have had something figured out. So let me show you what happened between 60 and 78, and I'm going to whip through these really, really quick, but there's a couple that I'm going to point out. The fight for voting rights and access was huge. Now, some of it was legitimate, and a lot of it, I think, was for public view, so they can convince you and make us docile, make us what we used to think was meek. We don't now, correct? They want to make us feel that they've got it all handled. So what they did is they flooded our brains with Civil Rights Act of 1960, James Meredith enrolls at Ole Miss, Appalachian School Walkout, March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, get rid of the poll tax, Civil Rights Act in 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 65, court enforces voting rights, Loving versus Virginia, Fair Housing Act, Voting Rights Amendment 18, and then the 26th Amendment lowers voting age completely in 1971, 1975, Voting Rights Act amendments, and of course, Civil Service Reform Act in 1978. So the goal was, some of these may have helped, but the goal was, the psychology was, we are government, we're taking care of you. We've got you. One of the single biggest issues in this right here, I believe, was the 1975 Voting Rights Act. So it does strengthen the protections against discrimination and expands language access in voting. Wait, back up. Expands language access in voting? Should we have multi-languages in voting? I'm wondering, because I would think if you're a citizen, you should have to learn, maybe assimilate. Like, by the way, we have the largest amount of legal immigration in the world in our country already. Legal. And they try to demonize President Trump, right? The largest legal immigration. So if you come over here legally and you talk to people that have gone through the process and you say, would you be willing to assimilate? They go, not only would I be willing to assimilate, I would love to assimilate. I love America. Okay, would you be willing to learn the language? Absolutely, I'd be willing to learn. Okay, so why would we have to start putting in dozens of different languages in there? Unless it was to steal the vote. Maybe that's why. Disruptor number 2, Reagan Bush 80. Did you notice what their slogan was, by the way? Let's make America great again. Thought that was original? Right there. That was Bush and the great Ronald Reagan. Leadership experience, a new beginning. Now, why is this so important? Because I believe that Reagan upset the apple cart. And I believe that's why Reagan got shot just 69 days into his administration. Now look at this. If you think this may not have been planned, if you think this is just some wacko off the hook that was in love with Jodie Foster, well, let me give you some information. The cowboy, the disruptor at the time, he didn't follow the plan. He disrupted the deep state apparatus. He probably promised him that he was going to follow the rules and did not. March 30th, 1981, he was shot by John Hinckley Jr. Hinckley was MK Ultra'd, okay? And I can give you some proof of that. Hinckley stalked Jodie Foster at Yale. He actually enrolled at Yale just to take a class. His father paid for that. Why does that matter? Many people don't know that Hinckley's father was directly connected to George Bush, who also went to Yale and was a key player of the secret society Skull and Bones, and I believe had something to do with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. See the connections there? Do you think that this Hinckley was just some crazy guy, or maybe he was designated to go-kill Ronald Reagan? I think it's probably pretty obvious. I don't know why you take a .22 to go kill anybody, but hey, I mean, that's his deal. So Bush would have benefited the most if Reagan would have gotten killed. I know many of you may love Bush. There we go. Now we're awake. Love it, love it. June 25th, 1984, I talk about this a lot. I will not go into detail on this, but the Chevron deference came into play. The guise of the Chevron deference is it was too much to put everything through our legislative body, which was the rule in order to get fines, fees, and create laws. So what they did is they created the Chevron deference, and they thought, that's what they said, they thought it'd be great for deregulation, but after Reagan, it turned out to be a deep state's wet dream. Yes, I did add the word wet in there. So the NGOs and three-letter agencies then used it to fine and regulate the hell out of the people until its reversal, thank God, 40 years later, The Chevron reversal, I think, is the SCOTUS's biggest decision in the last 50 years. But here's the problem. It needs to be affirmed. What does that mean? That means somebody in this room or somebody watching right now needs to challenge it. They need to say, I'm being illegally fined, I'm being held accountable for something I should not, whatever that is, and bring it back up and have them do an affirmation. And if it gets all the way to SCOTUS, they'll say, that's true, that's exactly what this is talking about, and then it's done because now they have the precedence and everybody can use it after that when you go to court. And all these NGOs, in my opinion, will fall apart if this happens. That's how we can make a difference. How does that have anything to do with elections? Oh, the 50-50 PSYOP. Interesting. Everything's 50-50. That's the goal. They want us to think 50-50. So right before what happened next, there was a lot of talk of everything's even. It's just really hard. We don't have any idea who's going to win the upcoming elections in 2000. Year 2000. Would it be blue? Would it be red? They didn't know. They had no idea. But funny enough, in March of 2000 in Florida, Smartmatic was put together by a bunch of Venezuelans, and that just happens to be what they promised would secure our elections in the future. But Smartmatic, and there's also Dominion and ESS, as you know, they weren't getting any traction. Well, bang, look what happened next. Just a few months later, after Smartmatic wasn't getting any traction, the famous hanging Chad. Oh, not the hanging Chad. That should be hung. So, hanging Chad was Florida, November 2000. Right? Interesting enough. So that set precedence. It freaked everybody out. And look at this. So we had a problem, and then we had a reaction where the public's like, well, what do we do about it? The hanging Chad. We can't have a hanging Chad. These 50-50 elections have to be fair. So the solution came in, and what was the solution? The solution was, of course, use the machines, and you'll never have a problem again. Do you see how all of this correlates together? It's very, very important. And then 9/11. 9/11, tragedy. So many people died. But what happened because of 9/11? Can you see the bottom of the screen? The Patriot Act. Problem, solution, right? Problem, reaction, solution. Somebody agrees. But let's just explain the Patriot Act really. I call it the Surveillance State Act, and it's election control. How does the Patriot Act have anything to do with election control? Well, let me show you. So there's mass surveillance. It legalized total data collection for dossiers, blackmail, and voter control. Blackmail. So now you can find people that you want to do nefarious things in election, and you find them ahead of time because now we have all the surveillance and we blackmail them ahead of time. See how that works? Influence ops, profile, suppress key voters, officials, and challenges, because they knew everything about us. They knew all our demographics. They already knew the way we were going to vote before we voted. Therefore, they can do that. And then the big tech alliance, which enabled censorship and election interference via Silicon Valley. So massive election interference. All of this is because of the Patriot Act, by the way. And the voting machines, as we know, real-time monitoring, hidden manipulation under national security guise, right? That's why we couldn't audit them properly originally. And then the terror label. You're branded a skeptic as your threat is to silence any opposition, anybody that would speak against that. And then the third disruptor happened in 2015. Whoa, who is this guy? So the third disruptor, President Donald Trump, and this is, I believe, this is why the deep state accelerated operations into election fraud. They thought they had this one locked up because they were spending all their time polling ahead of time, so they knew how they could manipulate the election ahead of time. Here's the problem. Voters that were voting for President Trump, 48% refused to tell the pollers who they were voting for. So they were shocked on that day. But because of it, they went back to this again. The 50-50 PSYOP, everything's 50-50. Why did they do this? This is going to shock you, but in 2018, I think may have been the single most important day of election fraud that happened. Here's why. You had 4 Republicans in Orange County congressional seats, Ed Royce, Mimi Walters, Dana Rohrabacher, and Darrell Issa. I'm sure many of you know this, right? All 4 of them were up, they were winning, and then the vote stopped, and at 4 a.m. in the morning, the ballot harvesting were dropped. And what happened? All 4 of those Republicans got beat out by the Blues, and there's a lovely Katie Porter in the middle. They stole it. In 2018, they ballot harvested, and do you think they already knew how to ballot harvest? I can tell you they've been doing it all over the world for several decades before this, so they knew how to ballot harvest. What they didn't know is how the Republicans would react. Well, here's the reaction. We'll get them next time. I believe on this date, in 2018, the deep state knew that they stole the 2020 election already because they knew we did not have the appetite to fight. And the proof of this is Mark Cook just said the lovely Koreans are where we were in 2020. Yes, in regards to election fraud, no, as in regards to the appetite to fight, because we're still not fighting. I can tell you, I put out some major posts, some major organizations, and funded to get people in front of the LA County Central County office, and barely anybody showed up. Do we really think we're going to take back our country when we're sitting on our ass? I don't think it's going to happen. Now, I do understand there's a major psyop at foot. I get it. I get that Sean Hannity likes to tell people you're not conservative if you protest. You're not conservative if you boycott, and you're not conservative if you raise your voice. That sounds like the old definition of meek, right? That's a game. That's a psyop. Fox News is a psyop. Yes, Greg Gutfeld may be funny, but it's a psyop. It's a way to control us. We have to be very, very careful of that because we're not standing up. We, the people, are the plan. We always have been the plan. I can tell you, 5 years ago, I determined that trust the plan didn't mean what people were interpreting it to mean. In fact, I went through the drops myself, and I can tell you that 42 times it said trust the plan, and 147 times it said the people. The people are the plan. We've always been the plan. And I don't think President Trump's coming in on a white Pegasus to save us any day soon. I do think that there's many people willing to support us when we stand up, though. Are we ready to stand up? Are we willing to have our voices heard and say, screw the Hannitys of the world? We must stand up. This is the only way we're going to take our country back. And then what happened? COVID, mail-in ballots. Oh, we're going to save the world with mail-in ballots. We got your back right now. We're going to save the world because mail-in ballots, that's what's going to keep you more than 6 feet apart. Is you got to mail in those ballots. I'll tell you something fascinating. So the baddies established the legal framework. They definitely established the psychology, and they did the infrastructure. So we are currently a complete and utter captured operation right now. Completely captured. Maybe President Trump's not captured. But I can tell you, we're a captured operation. Can we act more like a caged lion, though? Are we willing to do that now? Are we finally ready to say, am I going to have to say it? Am I going to have to say, let's be South Korea? Sounds weird, doesn't it? 200,000 people show up to protest after a second steal when we've been stolen after stolen after stolen after stolen, and we do nothing. This is the time. But they're right back at it again, right before this last election. Oh, 50-50. We don't know what's going to happen, 50-50. So right in 2020, what happened when you believe 50-50? Trump was leading, and the big F-bomb dropped. Boom. There it is. And suddenly, Biden, I don't know if this is 2, 3, or 4, but suddenly Joe Biden was the winner, right? Because they convinced us of a 50-50. And then what happened after was fascinating. Fascinating. Anybody that was at J6, I was, we know it was fascinating. I think one of the main reasons nobody stands up is because some people at J6 got arrested. Right? But there was 2 million people at J6. I was at J6. Right? There wasn't 1 million people that got arrested. But they sure abused the people that did. God bless their hearts. They absolutely did. But here's what happened. It's the warfare of words by all of these. And yes, sorry guys, Fox News is right there. I know, it hurts. The LA Times said false claims. Guardian said without evidence. New York Times said unfounded, debunked, conspiracy theory. Framing it eroding trust on preview challenges. CNN said Trump sowing doubt. LA Times, baseless California election fraud. I just heard that one. Without proof. NPR, false claims. This is all MK Ultra, guys, live. That's what that is. They repeat it and repeat it and repeat it until we believe it. And I'm not going to stand here and tell you I'm not susceptible to it. I'm going to tell you that on 9/11, I watched the towers fell, and I'm screaming at the TV on 9/11 controlled demolition, screaming at it. Right? Then 3 days after watching the news tell me it was something else, I'm like, let's go get them. I completely took out my discernment, my God-given gift, and I was completely MK Ultra'd for a few years. And I was awake. Don't think it can't happen to you. We have to be always using our discernment, completely connected to God Almighty as much as we possibly can to win this war. So that's what they do. The MK Ultra is very strong, and it keeps going on and on and on. So what do they say? No widespread election fraud. Okay. Well, they're right. There is no widespread election fraud because it doesn't need to be. You can do it in isolated cases, and you can win any election you want to win in. All court cases were lost. Well, they didn't see all the evidence in all the court cases, did they? Right? So they throw them out on standing. All audits prove no fraud. Well, if you understand the way the audits, they only audit what the fake numbers were already telling them to audit. It's all BS. And then anybody that would stand up became a targeted individual. God bless Tina Peters. Thank you. Anybody that tried to do the right thing, whistleblowers were targeted. I was poisoned 2 times. I know Mark Cook has gone through it. He may not say he's targeted, but I've seen how many times his RV broke down, so I certainly believe something's happening there. Anybody that was standing up is targeted. That's another way of suppress you, because if you're watching somebody wonderful like Tina Peters being targeted, why on earth would you stand up? Well, we have to fight for this, and we have to be willing to give it everything we've got. So here's the links of events for election fraud, and I'm going to hurry up through this. Foundation of control, power is centralized. They built the machine. They engineer the election systems. They test it, normalize it, and deploy it. That's a PSYOP to make sure we know it's okay. They execute, they control the narrative, which I showed you, and the result is you have an illusion of choice where we think we voted for somebody and, well, we get them next time. but it's always fake. And I mean virtually almost always. So I did something. One of my biggest frustrations was that everything I would read would always say the elections they were good, there's nothing wrong. So I started to go to AI and I went to Grok. Everybody trusts Grok. Okay. Well, Grok was telling me constantly there was no fraud. And Grok started saying the same thing. There's no widespread election fraud, using the same tropes over and over. And I was like, wow, this is a little bit weird. So after me arguing with Grok for a long time, and I'm very clear, I never call Grok a name. I say, you're a robot, you're a bunch of ones and zeros. That's how I deal with this robot. But anyways, it's a very important search tool. So I said, okay, Grok, can we play a game? I'd love to play a game. Let's play a game of discernment and math. Grok says, okay, I got you on this one. I go, great, let's play it. I said, so what are the odds that Biden would win an election in Arizona, which he didn't campaign for or visit, where President Trump had a 97-mile caravan, and it's a pro-2A state that's voted Republican for a long time? What are the odds? And it was some crazy number, like 1 in 50 maybe. I said, okay, fair enough. I go, what are the odds that basement Biden would have secured tens of millions of more votes than Obama did when he didn't do anything to ever try to earn those votes? Oh, it's like a 1 to 500, I don't know what the number, it was astronomical. It could never happen. I go, okay. Remember that F chart I put up here just a moment ago, right? I said, what are the odds that that graph can be like that in not 1, but 7 swing states? And then I said, okay, add all the numbers up together, what are the odds, according to your math that you're doing with your discernment, not mine, that Biden could win? And he said, it'd be a 55 trillion to 1 chance for Biden to win the election. I have the film. I did it all, so it was recorded. You could see me talking to Grok at the time for proof of it. Blow you away. The math doesn't lie. Even Grok said 55 trillion to 1 chance, or a 1 in 55 trillion chance. The reason why I did that is because it was very hard to get through to what we call normies. What we tend to do is we tend to truth barf on the people that we want to convince of something, when we need to speak to them where they're at. So if you start speaking to them in just the math of it, some of them will come around and say, okay, well, let me take a look. And then you can dive in deeper. And then 2024 comes and Trump wins. Everybody's excited. Well, I predicted that Trump was going to win 2024 because Kamala was such a weak candidate. They wouldn't be able to get enough ballots, so they're going to focus all their time where? Down ballot elections, Senate House races, local elections. What do you think is exactly what happened in 2024? Because they wanted, I've always said the micro fixes the macro. Well, the micro can also destroy the macro, so they knew that this is their best way to fight against President Trump and his agenda. So what happened is I created something while I was running for governor. And I was the first person in history to visit all 58 California county ROVs, that's Register of Voters offices in California. In 29 days I did this, to interview them. I think only about 35 actually interviewed me. A lot of them dodged me. But we were very specific in the way we asked them questions, so I would never ask them questions to add up to my outcome sequentially. I would ask them one question here, we would talk about their dog, I'd ask another question here, talk about something else, so on and so forth. So we got a lot of answers, so I want to explain the psychology. So in the central counting centers, it's a full transparency PSYOP. I will tell you that most of the county clerks and the ROVs absolutely believe they're doing a great job. Believe that. Some of them are doing a really good job. They don't know what, right? So, but here's the way it works. It takes 2 years to get a signature verification certificate through the FBI if you want to do forensics on a signature. It takes less than 5 seconds for somebody trained for 2 days to verify a signature in an election. 5 seconds. How's that possible? Am I missing something, right? Then, of course, you have the mail-in ballot. So there's a lot of theories on how this works. I'm just going to give you one basic, and it's very simple. May 4th in California, they started doing the mail-in ballots. What happens is they get the mail-in, and I've asked all the ROVs this, and you know what all of them said? I said, do you count these ballots before the actual election day on June 2nd? And they said, we absolutely do. We start counting them right away. Okay, so they're already counting ballots before the election. Think about that. But don't worry, Lewis, because it's air-gapped. The system's air-gapped. Now, the air gap is another psychological ploy. They're trying to convince you that it doesn't go to the internet. But guess what? It doesn't have to go to the internet, because here's the way it works. The mail-in ballots come in, they're pre-calculating all of these. They will all tell you on June 2nd, when the polls close, they'll take that USB drive, they'll move it over here, and they'll plug it over here, and then all that data is live. So let's assume that they're not lying. Let's assume that no internet, it's no access whatsoever. It doesn't have to be anymore, because they move those over, and then at that moment, they know what percentage they need. And what happens? Go figure, all the counting stops, and it suddenly takes 3, 4, 7 more days to count all the other ballots. And that's when that F-bomb curve happens again and again and again. It's all a complete psyop all the way across the board. And I just want to throw something out here. If somebody says, but there's wet signatures on the actual envelopes when they come in, and they match what's on the DMV records. Has anybody ever heard of an auto pen? Did you know there's CNC machines that can do over 20,000 of these within a few hours? You literally just put the digital image in there, all over the place. So don't tell me that it can't be stolen because there's a wet signature on it. It absolutely can. And it would probably match closer to a signature than normal because you have a machine doing it for you. So, Los Angeles County, and I'll finish with this. This is how much the LA County ROV made in 2024. His compensation was $650,424. That's a pretty well-paid job for somebody that doesn't work full-time, by the way. Over $650,000. Do you think that may be enough money to pay somebody off to look the other way on something, or maybe be involved? And I'm sure there's a lot more bonuses that come with that. This is facts. Look this up. So in LA City, the mayoral race, you have Rahman and Bass, right? By the way, I have an investigator involved right now, and we can already tell you it looks like Act Blue through smurfing has possibly already given them millions of dollars. Already. But let's finish with this. There's Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt was ahead. And then Rahman, I don't know why Rahman and Bass, it's like we have two food groups running against Spencer Pratt, right? But you have Rahman that suddenly goes from all the way down below, and she goes up here to 29%. Spencer Pratt drops to 25%. See how that works? All those ballots that were pre-counted, when they had to put it by law, they had to put it at 8 p.m. Pacific time in California, we got the real numbers. Who was ahead? Pratt was ahead. And then the counting shut down, and what happened, right? So they don't have to access the internet to do this. Plus, they can manipulate it. But here's the good news, and here's the breaking news. You ready for this? Somebody that many of you know named Corinne, she actually does a lot of great work. She introduced me to Christopher Gleason. So when I was out of town, what people didn't know is I signed over designee to Christopher Gleason, and we've been investigating internally the Los Angeles County election for the last week and a half. Now, why is that important? Because as a candidate, which I was, you have unique access that somebody else may not have to request certain records. And we did. And you can see it seems like there's almost 6 million registered, well, which is a crock anyways, if you know how many people are faked on the voter rolls. 2.2 million voted. The turnout, believe it or not, is astronomical. They average about 28%. They had 37.7. That was probably the Spencer Pratt effect, wouldn't you think? So, you have that much more, but he didn't get the vote. Wonder how that works. So there was a huge number of vote by mail. That's at 82% of the votes were vote by mail. But look at this number that we've already found from our investigation. This is huge. Undeliverable, as addressed, vote by mail ballots were 694,308. I can tell you my investigators on the ground saw pallets filled that said UAA, which is undeliverable as addressed. Pallets. It's pretty easy just to grab those. Now, I'm not saying that where the election was stolen, but what I will say that part of our investigation is pulling the numbers gave us this. Out of those 694,308 undeliverable as addressed ballots, 129,806 of those happened to vote. By the way, that's a fact. That's their numbers. Almost 700,000 undeliverable, but out of those 700,000 undeliverable, almost 130,000 actually voted in this last election. Would you think that may be a place that we should look at? Okay, and we're working on it. There's some things I can't say because I don't want to give it away. I know they're watching, but we're working on it. But Spencer Pratt, who should be fighting and he's not, Spencer Pratt only lost by 29,627. So even if 100,000 of those voted and 29 were actually supposed to go to Pratt, he would have won the election. You see where the problems are? Why are we not protesting in front of the Central County Center in Los Angeles? I don't get it. Now, I can't be specific, but I can tell you, because of what we already found, we have a slew of FOIAs and CPRAs in process right now. A slew of them. And we're already targeting 5 or 6 other counties that either dodged us or had really weird answers when I was interviewing them over those 29 days. I can tell you there was one that refused to let us go into the counting room. He says that's against their protocols, which was BS. And he was shaking like crazy and sweating profusely, and it was very, very cold in that office. By the way, sir, you are now going to be part of our FOIA requests. Ultimately, folks, we the people are the plan. We've always been the plan. We need to step up and make the difference. You can find me, if you need to, at screwbiggov.com. My name's Louis Herms. I will never give up, and I love you very much, and we have to take back our country.
Going to bring up Juan and Tina's dog. No, Tina. But here's what a little bit of a change of plans, and I know they're going to be setting up the buffet and so forth. Juan talked to Roseanne, because we have Tina here, and so many of you have asked to have a Q&A, hear Tina speak, have a Q&A with some of the speakers, the Mark Cooks, the Trentises, the Peter Tichtons and Tinas, Sean Taylors and so forth. We're going to get the chairs up here. I'll get some mics up here. I'll run around best I can if you have some questions. What I would suggest, if you could, is line up on both sides so I can get to you easily. And Pam will try to help as well. And we'll do that for about 30 minutes. Then we'll have the buffet will kick off at about 5, a little bit later, because we're running a little bit late. and then we'll have the deep dive with Ed Solomon at 6. So I'm going to bring Juan up here to get this rodeo going. Just said, he talked to Roseanne because so many of you have asked to hear Tina speak and want questions answered. We're going to push her off. We're not going to do it, and we'll bring her back in September, or in September if we have to. But he made the command decision that this is more important.
All right, you know what? I want to give the stage over to you. So many people just want to hear what you have to say, and just give you a couple minutes to. Oh, hold on a second. There's people call at oddest moments. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Is this Tom Arnold?
No, it's Randy Quaid. Gosh, you don't even get your boyfriends right anymore, let alone husbands.
Oh, damn.
Hey, I've got.
What?
I was going to say, go ahead. I was going to interrupt you. I was being Nino.
So excited. What?
Did you get the pictures that we sent at your gate? We were trying to visit.
I loved it so much. I have definitely enjoyed looking at those pictures, and I really want to get them printed up so we can all have a copy. When Jennifer and Tina climbed my gate at my home in Hawaii, they were really good climbers too, I noticed.
I had this spotlight with the headlights on the truck pointed at him. I caught him breaking in at Roseanne's residence. It would have been a hard explanation when the cops got there if we'd stuck around, but we made a good, clean getaway.
The cops never get there. The cops never get there. They're all at the donut place, you know.
Okay. You know, Roseanne, I've got a national hero, a world hero, really, because we've seen the election frauds in Brazil, South Korea, and other countries around the world. I have got such a beautiful friend here, Tina, and I know you just love her too. And
I do.
You want to say anything to her here?
I do. I want to say, Tina, I want to say, I feel so grateful because I did a lot of praying for you to be able to be released back in America.
I appreciate you so much, Roseanne. I could feel the prayers. I just want to say I could feel the prayers when things got so dark in there, and I would just call out, please, people pray, and it would break it. It would lift. So I appreciate you so much, and I can't wait to give you a hug.
It's the most powerful weapon we have, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, especially when we all pray for the same thing with a good heart. It's good.
You know, Roseanne, we've got a whole building full of prayer warriors here. I actually don't think there's probably a single person in this audience here who's not a prayer warrior. And when you put the call out, I put the call out, we all showed up. Tina's here. I think that's proof, seriously, because they came at you hard, didn't they?
I was saying congratulations from being released from detainment in a communist country, Tina.
Yes. Yes.
Back to America, where you are our hero. You are stalwart, brave. You paid the cost to be the boss, Tina. You paid the cost to be the boss. And we all appreciate you so much, and we love you so much. And, I wish I could be there, but, it's just hard for me to travel right now. But if I could, I would be, to give you a big kiss right on your cheek and say, Gold Star Mothers rule.
Amen. Amen.
And I got to tell you, Roseanne, Tina really does look great. It's so refreshing to see you. I know you still have a lot of healing to do and strengthening up to do, but she looks wonderful, and I'm looking forward. I'm going to try and get you two together real soon, okay?
I hope so, too.
I was going to say.
Well, we'll figure that out because I'd love to do it.
Well, I was going to say, you know, Hawaii is still one of the 50 states, so I can still travel.
Are you, Tina? Oh, okay, that's where I want to do it, is in Hawaii too.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
Are you allowed to speak about your case in public or not?
I defer, some of it I can, and some of it I defer over to Peter Tickton and John Case, some of the legal stuff, because we are looking for the Colorado Supreme Court to rule on accepting our case. And then, and you know, I'm thinking it would be really stupid, Roseanne, if they don't, because they really got stomped 9-0 in the Norma Anderson, trying to keep Trump off the ballot. So I think they'd be really, really dumb, and they would put so much, I mean, so much light on them, literally, from truth tellers if they were to go dark like that. But if it doesn't go, if they don't accept the case and it goes on to SCOTUS, you know, we have some real constitutional issues that were violated.
Yes, you do.
And so
yes, absolutely.
I'm in it.
Absolutely.
I'm in it to win it for the people, for free speech, and for liberty and freedom. So I won't.
That's right, and that is exactly what it's about, our liberty and our freedom. I mean, that we pay taxes to put Gold Star mothers in jail just infuriates me so bad. And look how they steal the taxes and do everything to hurt the American people. I just can't stand it anymore. And Tina, you are just you and your appearance are a great message of hope to everybody in America who loves liberty and freedom and the rule of law.
Well, Roseanne, I'm going to let you go. And
okay, good, because I'm trying to learn how to operate this grill.
Hey, I heard AI is good. I haven't seen a lot of it since I was locked up for almost 2 years.
I don't want an AI cooked steak.
Oh, no, you haven't missed anything, Tina. You ain't missed nothing.
Oh, my gosh. I love it. Okay, well, we'll
I love you guys.
We'll try to get together and maybe even do it in Hawaii. We'll try to do it.
That's where we need to do it. That's where we need to go.
Well,
I need it. I miss it so bad. I'll go. Come on.
You know, we have a whale that's still waiting for Tina. Remember when you got to the house and then you looked out the window? It was a whale jumping right in front of the house. Oh, my gosh. It was like a perfect timing. So he's still out there. Tina, Tina. The dog will be barking the whole time.
Well, God will give us the perfect timing, like always.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will.
Well, love you guys. I gotta go. I think I burned all this garlic.
Oh, my God.
I forgot to take it out of the oven, damn it.
Hey, folks, give it up for Roseanne Barr.
Hell yeah.
You are loved too, and you're a national treasure. You stood up when others wouldn't, and we really enjoy you. This audience really enjoys you. Would you come? I know you couldn't make it this time. Would you hurry up, get everything sorted out, and be here on September 10th when we do the next one?
Yeah, I told you it seems like that would be the perfect time for me, and I'd probably be rested enough to travel by then, I think.
All right.
And it's the day before my birthday. So.
Oh! That's
my
right,
gosh.
September 11th.
Your birthday is September 11th?
Oh my God! Yeah. You don't think she's a 9/11 everywhere she goes?
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my! Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, that's great timing. Let's make it happen, and I'd love to have you out here. We had so many other people. We barely missed you. They were so good.
I'm glad you didn't miss me. I heard you was busy starting riots down in whatever that.
Yeah, riots in Brazil. The
Bolsonaro
president's
stuff.
been listening in. South Korea. Yeah, South Korea. We have a South Korea delegation here right now. Yeah. And some of my favorite people. Jen and I have gotten to where we watch South Korean, what do you call them, K-pop or whatever stuff.
Oh,
Jen,
And then there's another country. There's another country that was represented here too, Los Angeles County.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Communist Party, LA. Yeah, so.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, they've got to get caught and stopped at some point with all this election stealing.
Yep, it could be a great video. We could like get one of the police cars. There's one here in front of the Trump and go on a, what do they call those gang movies with the video games? And yeah, we could run through the town with Roseanne and Tina running shotgun. So yeah, we could go do some chaos there. And with your dog, that's right. It'd be a canine unit. Oh yeah, now you're talking.
I bet we could get some ride-alongs going with.
Well, I got a whole place here full of people who'd like to run shotgun with us. Okay.
Hell yeah, they would.
We get the Trump flags out, the Megador flags out. We put our hats on. Yeah, let's go take LA. Because Rachel Maddow said we're vigilantes.
Listen to what we're doing. Here's my plan.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Okay, when it comes time to vote, everybody from America has to fly to LA and vote. Because they don't check nothing,
I think they probably have immigration laws for Americans into LA.
They have homeless people that'll do that.
Well, but you see, if these people aren't homeless and then they go to LA, then they wouldn't be able to vote.
If MAGA goes to California, hell, it's over.
Yeah, that's true. We could all immigrate to California, live there for a day, and then come back home. Just go there and vote.
Colorado, because they have same-day voting there.
Well, that's true. But see, they vote extra times. We'd have to go to LA and stay for like 2 months because we'd have to go vote every day.
Yeah, that's true.
Same-day registration too. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a bummer.
Hey, Roseanne, love you. Thank you
Love
for
ya,
coming
bye.
on, and I'll look forward to seeing you shortly. And also,
All right.
and by the way,
what?
Don't burn the garlic. Yeah, but yeah, if you had proper
What?
if you had proper supervision, you wouldn't burn the garlic. Okay, and by the way,
My girlfriend stayed over and she missed it too. The one I told to set the dang timer.
oh my gosh.
They have AI for that too, Roseanne.
Yeah, they have AI for that. Gosh, but people don't know. So you've got your new TV show, special, a 10-part series. That's not got a date on it yet. We wanted to show the trailer, but there's not. The distribution's not locked in yet. Yep.
I'm too picky. I re-edit every day and drive everyone nuts.
Well, and so Roseanne, it's an inside joke. Jennifer's here with us, and so the inside joke, we're hanging out with Roseanne, having fun, going four-wheeling in Hawaii, up the river in my Mercedes, four-wheeling up the river. Oh my gosh. I got my in-laws with me, banging their heads on the ceiling and going up the river. But the
You did great in that car.
Yeah, I didn't crash, I didn't roll it, I didn't anything,
No.
So, but the deal is that we want to go hang out together. You were calling me the boyfriend or something. Jennifer and I were looking at you, but you were writing the script for this thing, and then you cast Randy Quaid trying to copycat me.
I like Randy.
Yeah, so Randy Quaid is my double.
Do you know he can play
No, I told you I wrote it with, I wrote the part with you in mind. And then it turns out the guy looks just like you. But I wanted Randy Quaid always, and he's great in it.
He is great.
I mean, it's just, the lines I wrote for him are so guano-saving.
Do you know, Roseanne, that Randy Quaid can play just about every musical instrument there is?
No.
He is amazing musician, amazing. Yes, I saw him in LA. Yep, I saw him in a little bistro in LA, right off Rodeo Drive, and I couldn't believe it. His wife and family was there. He is amazing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And by the way,
He's so great of an actor. He played such a great part, and it was so fun. Yeah, we even did sex scenes.
okay, that's a line too far. I don't know that we want that.
But it was you know, fortunately, the writer is an old Jewish woman that's a prude.
Did you have
So
twin
they're
beds?
they're kind of ridiculous, but funny.
Yeah, the 60s scenes from the TV show with the two beds. Yeah, that's a little hard. Holding hands across the gap was something.
Hey, Roseanne, I have to tell you, when Juan said that you were not gonna be here, that you were, that I was gonna be here instead, they said, everybody started protesting. They said, "Where's Roseanne?" So
It actually happened. They were all,
really
yeah,
did. It
I
really
almost had a
did.
riot here. Yeah, fortunately we have 5 full-time police officers.
I'm so sorry. One thing is, okay, I fell down and I hurt my neck really bad, and then it kind of got okay. But then my son bought me a Tesla truck because he said, "Mom, this has self-driving, and you're the worst driver in the world, so
And
I
it's
really want you."
bulletproof. My security team told me it's bulletproof too.
Well, that's probably good too.
Well, it's not electric eel proof. If you drive it in the pond, it could still be a problem, so be careful.
Yeah, well, there's no pond out here for that.
All right. And by the way, we had Kathy O'Brien here. Her house got hit by a tornado.
I know. She was making plans to come and visit
She
me.
did. She came up here instead of going to you, so there you go. She thought you were going to be here. I flew her out here, so.
But she was going to come earlier to see me, and the next day I said, "Well, let me know tomorrow what dates, you can come, because I want to send your tickets," right?
Mm-hmm.
So the next, about 4 hours later, she goes, "We just got hit by a tornado." And she sent me pictures, and I was like, "Oh, this is so awful," because the girl that plays my granddaughter in my show, check this out, her house got ravaged by a tornado there in I forget where it was, the Midwest someplace. These things, it's just crazy, right?
Yep. Yeah, the devil used him. He's twirling his finger around. We'll go get him. We'll stop him from doing it. So, Roseanne, we love you. Thank you for just calling in for a second. I know everybody here appreciates it.
Tina, we love you so
Roseanne.
much, honey. We love you, baby.
Thank you. Love you.
God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, all.
Was that kind of fun? All right.
Hey, Juan.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we could, because the buffet will be put out at 5.
Mm-hmm.
You got 2 hours with the state law for it to stay out there. So if we can do 30 minutes tops here.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
folks, if you need to, you can go get your food and come back. But please be quiet as Tina speaks, and we have some of the other presenters come up here. Maybe some folks ask some questions. We'll put 2 mics up here. We'll have 2 mics out here.
Perfect. Okay, folks, go ahead and get your buffet, but we'll be answering questions. You can listen closely. If you be kind of courteous for everybody else, we'll try to make more of this. I mean, I know it's a long day, but where are you going to get gold like this, okay? It's just so fun. So let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy Tina and get some questions answered by some of these pros up here. So we got some chairs out here. Tina, you want to sit down? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and come on over, sit down, relax, take a load off, get the purse. Do you have the gold bars in there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is gold bars in there. Oh my gosh.
Mark, if you want to come up here, Mark, Trennis, Peter Tickton, please come on up to the stage.
Please. Yeah. Peter and I had a great conversation just a few minutes ago. Wonderful.
Mac Warner, if you want to venture up here and give us the inside scoop on DOJ, you're more than welcome.
Come on up, Peter. Gosh, he's got a spring in his step. You should be Attorney General with that kind of energy. Yeah, come on. Let's make it happen. Grab a seat there. And seriously, it ain't over yet. Peter, I think you might still be Attorney General. Let's make it happen. If there's anything I can do, I want you as Attorney General.
God willing, it's the last thing I want, okay, frankly. I need it like another hole in my head. But I need to do it.
I'm the one, okay? I might have to give the Dawn a deal he can't refuse, okay? I could come help you out on this, okay? We got pull, okay? All right, come on, Chris. So, because I do think there's a question, are we going to get where we have to get to with anybody that's in the system already? You know, Blanche, I don't know. I just don't think that we're where we need to be, and confirmation, stuff like that. I think we got a fair shot. Maybe somewhere down the road we get you in still, and you got enough spring in your step. You're still sharp. You still have lots of energy. All the cases you're doing, you know more than most of the other people in there. Let's not give up on Peter Tickton getting into that spot. He's the only guy I think that gets it enough to actually go in there and clean house the way it's supposed to do. So.
It's also because he's old enough to not worry about what he has to do next.
Yeah, seriously. I don't think that's a light issue, that you're not going to allow the politics. You're going to go do what has to be done because you're not trying to get the next job, the next promotion, the next whatever. You know, there's probably not enough. Are they going to try to honeypot you? You got a hot wife. She's a babe. You don't need any of that. You don't need the money. You're just a tough guy. And by the way, Trump promoted you. Your first military promotion came from Trump. Gosh, you got to get to work. Let's get you in there. Your second promotion could be to Attorney General. Seriously, by the Commander-in-Chief in the right circumstances. Think I'm kidding? All right.
Look, the fact of the matter is, if I do that, nobody will be seeing me anymore.
Yeah.
I'll be on some military base someplace, because if I do it, I'm going after Soros. Okay.
We got the secret moon base, and we're going to put you on the moon base, okay? Does that work for you? Okay, it's got a nice view.
The air is too polluted up there.
Okay, we got a question out there. Anywhere out there that we could start with a question, Matt?
Yeah, we got one right here.
Thank you, Matt. Very quick question I want to ask.
Yeah, who you asking? Speak into the mic. Those people back there in the chow line, you can hear the forks just scraping away, throwing the slop on there. So you got to speak loud so they can hear you back there in the slop line.
Thank you, Juan. Pat Sonti, Investment Banking, New York.
Sock right in the mic.
Pat Sonti, Investment Banking, New York. That's my name. Very quick question. LA County, what happened with Nitya Raman? Is that the Rubicon, number one? Number two, we're already in mid-June, and how do you see optimistic, most likely, worst-case scenario going forward to deal with these cultural Marxists? Thank you.
He wants to know about the bonds in California, the money situation, and is this going to take down California? We got a shot to get it right. The one thing I think people need to keep in mind is that we're aware of the problem. I think it was intended to cause this financial crisis to take us away from the vote fighters. They're ace in the hole. If we got close on discovering how they were controlling the votes and getting people in, then they sink the whole monetary system. And suddenly you have no time, no bandwidth to worry about that. So, oh my gosh, look, they got a lathe. That's right. You got Matt with a beautiful shirt. You got Tina. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
Take it back in to Hawaii. Yeah, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt, but we brought this from Hawaii for you because we've been following your journey, and I know the hearts and minds of people in Hawaii are behind what you've done for our country, and we just wanted to make sure that you know you're welcome there anytime. That's your ticket in.
Thank you so much. And it smells so wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The context is we had Tina got a respite before she had to go to trial, and so we were able to bring her over to Hawaii. Jen and I had her as our guest for a couple weeks while she was preparing for trial. And even with all the pressure, everything going on, and she still had her show going, it was, for you, I would hope, before you went into that final trial phase, it gave you at least some refreshment so you could have a breath of fresh air before you went into the rest of the storm. But now it'd be nice to come back out and take another fresh breath of air in like that. We love Hawaii, so anyway. Okay, next question. And I don't know if I answered the last one, but I guess the quick answer is we're certainly aware of the danger out across the country of these school bonds and into the bond market, the banking. If we have the collapse that we're anticipating based on the inside backdoor information, you take out 600 banks day one, and the small banks, and then it creeps up into the other stuff. It's about 100 times worse than what happened in 2008 on the numbers, and that's what Mitch Wexler, David Kenny were explaining to you, is that, and it's a freight train. There's nothing stops. It's no judge, no commissioner, Besant, anybody else. You can't stop this on the numbers. So the only way you could stop it is from and not even a presidential side, it's a commander-in-chief thing, while we pause to reset what's coming. So in the
Juan,
financial.
And if I could ask you to comment, and we'll get a question over here, and we'll go over here. I remember Mitch and Dave telling us of all the school bonds out there. No school district in America can pay the interest on their bonds fully, let alone the principal.
Yeah, yeah. It's a theft against the property owners to destroy property ownership. And President Trump said just after we did the bond conference that I had right here in this room 2.5 months ago, a week later, he said that, yes, we probably are going to have to suspend property taxes and come up with a federal solution because it's on path to destroy the country. So that was in response to what we were talking about here at the bond conference with financial people. And so next question. I want to hand the mic down the way here. Sean, did you have something, or who had? Here we go.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we got another pretty girl over here. Matt, you're not as cute as you're flashy, but I want to hear her question.
Thank you. You guys are absolute heroes. Thank you all for what you've done. This conference has been incredible. I'm coming from Utah. We saw a governor's election stolen. Phil Lyman ran for governor. There's provable of election fraud there. I ran with him for lieutenant governor, so we were on the ticket together. He is still in the fight, and he's now running for Congress. And we have a month-long election time, and the election day is coming up on Tuesday, on the 23rd. What would you recommend?
A primary election, yes.
And the primary is the only thing that matters in Utah because we're red running against red. We're running against the rhinos. That's the Republicans against rhinos. And so what would you recommend as we send poll watchers in on Tuesday? What should we be looking for as we try to prevent more fraud from happening?
Here.
Mark. Yeah, okay. There you go.
Monitor everything. Get people watching everything. Take all the pictures you can legally, of course. Don't harass anyone, but just keep an eye on everything you can possibly monitor. Make sure you get out a massive get out the vote effort on election day in person. Huge. And put it out on social media. Make it a real big thing and show them that it's too big to rig, so they can't end up doing what they, of course, are going to try to do. And Phil Lyman, I've known for years. He is a solid, wonderful patriot. So there's no reason that a whole bunch of people shouldn't be right behind him. And I'm happy to help you, so feel free to give me a call, and I'll give you any other tips I can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Phil Lyman is a personal friend, and I know his integrity. Please tell him I said hello. I'll be praying for him, and he would be awesome for Utah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. He was here yesterday. He had a debate that he had to attend, so he wasn't here today, but he loves all of you guys. Thank you.
I have something I want to add too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Weston Martinez ran for the primary in San Antonio, Texas, and in Bexar County. It's spelled B-E-X-A-R, but it's pronounced Bear. And the first day of the primaries, he asked them for a list of the voters. And he got a list. And that list, they made a mistake. They didn't fix it yet, and it had all of the duplicates showing how the machines manipulated the vote, and a real lefty got the primary for the Republican seat, if you can imagine. That's how it works. So make sure during the first day in the afternoon that you're asking for the list of voters so you'll have the evidence that you're going to need later on to show that it was rigged. Okay, I'm sorry, but the machines are still in play. But that's what you have to do. You got get the list of who voted that day, and then get it again and again. The second day that he got the same list, it was all different voters that were listed. Okay, we have a smoking gun showing that the machines are in play. So make sure you get that for your race as well, okay? Thank you.
Let me just add this. You know, I have kind of uniquely all along said that we had to have a military intervention before this is over, but it has to be with some basis. It can't be done in a vacuum. And so you have to fight through to get the documentation, to prove the case, to make it so that down the road, when President Trump has to do what he has to do, the country is in step with him. And maybe they're not doing the fight specifically, but they're not fighting against it because they know that it's based on lie. In fact, we talked privately a little while ago that President Trump, the only real solution here, and Peter and I talked about this, is going to have to be some type of military intervention. Of course, we did the 17-page proposed executive order. That was the coalition effort. A number of members out of the coalition participated in putting that together. It's absolutely stunning. Peter helped push it with the president. But it has to be done not in a vacuum, but with the consent and agreement of the population that we're on track. Something has happened. We've been attacked. And if you go forward with the 2026 election with the winners of the primaries who are there through fraud, then all you have that you can elect are people that got through the primary process fraudulently. That can't stand. It must, you're going to have to do a pause, a reset, look at the candidates there and start over is my only, I think it's the only way we get there. You think so too also, I think.
I think it's gonna come down to that sooner or later. It's possible we can avoid it, but everything has to go right, and it has to start going right soon enough. And it's a matter of timing, and God help us. Hopefully we won't need, well, I don't see any other way, because right now, we can't go forward with this election if we have all lefties in Republican candidates. You know, so they're going to still vote the same way as the lefties are going to vote. They just have a different label on this sleeve. So I think it is too late at this point to just go forward. I think we're safe though with the senators because they weren't really dealing with the primaries, but with the House, it's going to be irreparable.
I want to ask you a question. If you had one question to ask President Trump, what would it be?
Hey, and Pam, if you can, just move that mic over. It's on the podium. You can actually use the hot mic there on the podium too if you needed to. That should be working. The batteries on these remotes die sometime.
Hello? The reality is we are all bonds out there. You know that, right? Every one of you is a bond since the day you were born. And I would ask Mr. President, show me the money. Where is the money? We made a documentary about this, and every single one of you is worth a lot of money. They're not allowing us to have the reset, number one. Number two, you're all worth $300 million. Everything you've done in your life has been traded through your birth certificate. And if they can keep us poor, then we cannot fight with them. We want our money so we can, imagine if there's 800 people in here and you're all billionaires. Would we have a fight? Would we have a good fight for these guys? They would be in a lot of trouble, wouldn't they? Hopefully these guys are going to give me the opportunity to play my short trailer that we made specifically for this event. Dear Mr. President, show me the money. Dear MRPresident.net. We put out flyers yesterday. We need your support. This is a war. You can't win a war without money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. And yeah, we will show that before we do Ed.
I like his enthusiasm. I could hear him. You know, when I was in prison, they called me into medical, and they said that they did a hearing test, and they said I needed hearing aids. I said, I don't need hearing aids. I need to not be able to hear these women that are yelling and screaming all the time. So, you know, being in prison is a really strange experience. Do you have a question, sir? What would I ask the president? I would ask the president, Mr. President, after 5 years of having put forth the images that prove that Jenna Griswold and the deep state, Merrick Garland, deleted 29,000 presidential election records and have unauthorized software in these voting machines. Why are these machines still being used in this country?
Juan, I think we have a question over
Evans,
here.
go ahead.
We have a question here too after Trennis talks.
I'd like to answer Tina's question. Because we have allowed ourselves to be ruled by tyrants.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yes, ma'am. State of Freedom podcast right here.
Hey, thank you, everybody. Danielle Walker.
Talk loud. We have a hard time up here.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Danielle Walker with the State of Freedom podcast. I just appreciate you all so much. And Tina, you look even more gorgeous in person. It is such an honor to be under the same roof as you. Question for you. How are you doing, and how is life acclimating now that you're out?
I've been out a week and 5 days now. Having been in almost 2 years, it's a weird feeling. It's like nothing's changed in a good sense and a bad sense, if you get what I mean. I wrote the president. I wrote 2 letters, and I appreciate everyone that wrote me and prayed for me and supported me at tinapeters.us. But I was discouraged, and I wrote the president, and I said, you know, why everything that I've done to be in prison, what good was it? And so the president called me, and I asked him that question. And so, you know, I'm going to have a voice to talk to him about this, and I'm very grateful for that. But the thing that I'm most grateful for, I'm not afraid of dying. I've never been afraid of dying. I didn't raise a Navy SEAL for nothing. Even in prison, when the women would be chest bumping me and threatening to punch me and things like that. I mean, we're talking, Colorado does not have a minimum security prison. They do for the men, but there's only two women's prisons in Colorado. So what they do is they actually get on a variance and override, and they send these women to the prison that I was in. And I mean, those are women in there that have killed their children. They have shot one girl that I would walk with. She shot her boyfriend in the face. So many people in there, violent criminals. And what it taught me is not to be afraid, to stand up. I won the women's support. They were asking me, they said, please don't forget us. One second.
So everybody's voice needs to be heard. And we've come so far into the violations of our First Amendment that sent me to prison. Since I've been out, people ask me, what's the first thing that you did? I went and had a big, fat, juicy steak. The next day, I had a big, fat, juicy steak. I think for 5 days, I had a big, fat, juicy steak because I got so tired of watching on TV all those slicing of the Badlands or whatever that was, ranch beef being sliced, and we didn't get any. I'll let you know, there's things that I notice that trigger me so far after being out. That's really interesting. But I'm very grateful. But the fight still goes on. The fight is still going on. So, yeah, thank you for that question.
Well, I think you're actually going to be a very strong voice. Look, you've moved from pawn to queen. You've moved from pawn to queen. You're going to have a very powerful voice moving forward. We've got to get through this election thing. But the trauma, the horrors, really, that you've seen, you were in several women's prisons because they had to move you around. I think you're going to be a voice for prisoners because the whole prison system is wrong. It's not just the justice system, the way they send people there. It's the prison system. It's just totally screwed up. So we have a responsibility. We have so many people in prison that really shouldn't be there, and then the ones that are there are not being treated correctly. And so we have an immense problem within the prison system that I think your next mission is going to have to be something to do with that beyond this election stuff. And I saw Sean want to say something.
You can't have it. No, I appreciate Sean so much for all he's done, the sacrifices he's made. And I'll talk more about this as time goes on to everyone, but the prison systems are a business. They're meant to keep people coming in and coming in and coming in, repeat offenders. And they do it by I believe it's a federal program. I'm going to be asking those questions. It's called Suboxone, and they cloak it in. Well, this helps people get so they're not dependent on, opioids and different things. Well, let me tell you something. If you're sentenced to prison for more than 6 months, and people just leave you alone and don't give you drugs, guess what? You're not going to be addicted anymore. But what they do is they give these women things that keep them addicted, and they go and they take them, then they hide them in their gums, then they go out and spit in a cup back in their cell, and then they let that dry out, and because they only pay them $15 a month, you can't even afford shampoo and things like that. So then they chop it up and they sell it to afford to live in there. It's really pathetic. But I'll be on that more. It's a terrible program. We need to do something about reforming people so they actually can have a life that have lived in generational drug and violence. And food. They need food.
Tina's absolutely right. We have a private prison system in Tennessee and many other states. And what people don't seem to understand is a lot of our courts have been privatized. The probation and parole services have been privatized. And a lot of the district attorneys and the defense attorneys are owners of these very systems. And so they're profiting off of everybody that's going through the system. So they're not really even allowed to have a fair trial anymore. What they're trying to do is they're trying to push people to take deals because every deal that they get is more money into that private system. And when you have these DAs, these judges, and all of that actually own the privatized system, they're getting richer and richer and richer for every case that comes before them. and the only thing that's doing is violating everybody's rights. That's all it's doing. We have it I told you guys about Tennessee. We have a problem with the drug courts running a human trafficking ring out of the drug courts. You heard about the sheriff in Kentucky that shot and killed the judge. That's going to be over a lot of the sexual allegations and things like that. Our justice system is broken, and until we clear the benches, until we clear the judiciary, until we clear the district attorney conferences, and we get back to the nuts and bolts of what our Constitution says, nothing's going to change, and it comes down to each one of us to demand the change.
And the foundation of it all is elections. The foundation of it all is elections that put these criminals in places of power.
You want to go? Go ahead, no. I just want to say that either we concentrate first on the machines, or we're going to be fighting the prison system as inmates. So
Hey, Peter, repeat that. Repeat that. That's so important, Peter. Please say that again.
Okay, we need to and this is Tina's, I've spoken to Tina a lot, and this is probably her main thrust and the main concern, is to get rid of the machines. Because if we don't get rid of the machines, we'll be fighting to improve the prison system as inmates.
Here's how I would say it. Get rid of the machines or live under their reign and rule. Because the machine is about to take over, right?
For as long as they'll let us live under their rule.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not going back to prison. I already did that once. You can check that off my bucket list. I just don't think that I already had that experience, so. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. So, but no, seriously, folks, what we're saying up here, these aren't colloquialisms. These aren't just ideas or thoughts to something you go, hey, I heard that, and you file it away. You have to make a conscious decision as to whether or not you're going to live in a country. How many generations have we known? How many, did our parents know and our grandparents now that the fraud, the corruption was rampant? Everywhere I go, and I think every person on this stage and many of you in the audience would attest to this. When I first started doing this, speaking out and traveling the country, I'll never forget the first county I spoke in, South Carolina. And somebody came to me and said, you have no idea what it's like here. The fraud is so bad. The rhinos are in control. We can't control our election. They're doing this. They're stealing this. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is horrible. Does anyone know? And then I went to the next place. And the story was the same. And here, how many of you in this room, raise your hand, how many of you in this room came to me tonight or to yesterday and told me a similar story? You did. They're out there. I know they're there. I see some hands. You came and told me about your county. Tina Peters is living proof of what a county will do. January 6th defendants are the early adopters, as Peter says. This is the world we live in, and we have come to accept it. I'm not willing to accept it anymore. If President Trump can't get it done, maybe we the people do. So he has a choice to make. Operate with the courage of Lincoln and get it done, or let it fall to the hands of the people, because we will.
Love you, bro. Okay, we've got a line here, and we've been a little bit slow in answering stuff, but let's power through quickly. Go ahead.
They're just going to use that mic up there.
So we'll keep our answers shorter.
Juan?
Make it a quick one.
Juan, how many people in the audience have ever made their own citizen's arrest? Anyone? I have. I was 15 and a half, and a man was following me down the street, and he didn't have any pants on. He was in his car, and he was pacing me, and I thought, well, that guy's a pervert. I don't want him on the street, because there's a lot of kids on this street that I babysit. Hey, Dad, can I do a citizen's arrest? I went to that house and had that man arrested. I got him on that Megan's Law site. So if someone's double voted, and we know about that, and there's 600 of us, how many citizens arrests is that? How many criminal complaints is that? And can we get a software with app and a template to write those criminal complaints? Because I believe if I know somebody double voted or voted 10 times and I have enough paper evidence, why can't I do a criminal complaint and a citizen's arrest?
No, I think that's a good point.
Can we?
You can, yeah. Well, Sean, here.
Oh, I was just asking, what exactly is the question?
Can we do a citizen's arrest if we know someone has double voted or voted multiple times?
In a lot of states you can. It just depends on what state you can. Tennessee's a private prosecution state, but each state's different on their state constitution. Anybody that can make a constitutional arrest like that absolutely should.
So we would depend, it would depend on your state.
Try to get action, yeah. You can still file a complaint and try to get action.
So it'd be state by state?
It's state by state, but normally, for the most part, it's that you're allowed to, if you personally witness a violation of a felony, not if you see a
So you have to witness the felony?
You have to witness it, and it's got to be a felony, not a misdemeanor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Next question, let's
Right
power
over
through
here.
them.
One of our presenters,
Yep.
Roy Thorson, on the Hawaii public housing fraud.
Okay, speak clearly right into the mic, loud enough for everybody to hear you.
Well, Tina,
Louder.
I would like to address Tina specifically and tell you, Tina, that you stood, and because you stood, I stood. And I was all alone. Nobody was by me. Nobody in Hawaii would talk to me. They would call me names at the board meetings, you bigot, you stupid, crazy woman. And all I was doing was telling them there's fraud. There's fraud here. Look at a $1 billion fraud scheme, and I can prove it. Nobody would talk to me until I found Doug. He's the one that gave you the lay. He gave me the lay. Him and his wife came with me today from Hawaii. They're my support. But it was because of you I stood alone. I love you.
If I affect one person like that, like I've affected you, then it's all worth it.
Amen.
I want each person, and that's my, people can tell you that it's not about what they do to me, it's about what they do to you. And there was a woman in prison. Her name was MJ. Little black girl, 19 years old, kind of heavy-set black girl. And she loved me. She called me Grandma. She'd yell across the yard, Grandma, Grandma, free Tina Peters, free Tina Peters. Well, this awful captain who ran the prison put her in the hole for saying that. They took away her tablet, you know, any communication that she had or any privileges she had for saying, and told her, you can't go and say free Tina Peters. Everybody that stands up will be persecuted. I can promise you. The Bible says that, right? But it's so worth it, because when you do it, when I do it, and it affects you like that, and then you do it, and it affects somebody else like that, then everybody gets courage to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
So you keep going, girl. I applaud you. You're my hero.
Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. And that's where I have no fear. I have no fear. I'm going home after this fraud conference. I'm going home. And there's an element of me going, what's going to happen to me? You know, am I going to be safe? But I don't fear anybody. And so that comes from the Lord. But you gave me strength. Thank you, honey. Thank you.
Remember, everyone, courage is contagious, and spread it everywhere.
Yeah. We're not done with Hawaii, and we'll be sensitive to what's said there and done there. And you do have a support group locally, great guys, Marines.
I was going to say,
yeah.
Doug Pasnick, who gave you that lay, retired Marine Colonel,
Yep.
F-18 backseater, great
Yep.
guy. The Marines are with you. Tina's with you, but more importantly, God's with you.
And the whole country is coming on this Hawaii thing. Hawaii, if you can get Hawaii halfway back on track, you can get the whole country on track, because they are so far off
And
the
if we could
rails.
say one thing, and get a couple more questions so you guys can all eat too. State of Hawaii, and they know this. What if I told you the state of Hawaii inaugurated their governor before they certified the election, and the court said, no big deal?
It's insane. I could go on and on about Hawaii, but we're coming. Okay, next question.
It's not so much a question.
Oh my God, you girls are going to kill me. Speak in the mic like you just told your, get off that couch with the ice cream cone. Okay? Speak so we can understand what's going on, okay? If your husband is leaving and he hasn't done his yard work yet, you can't leave till the yard work's done, okay? So talk like we can, it's with some passion.
Hello. Lori drugged me up here. I wasn't going to do this. I had my card talking about the video that I put together to, it's a tool for people that don't believe in election fraud. I sent it to my cousin, who's a Democrat, and she texted me back, I had no idea there was that much election fraud. What can we do? That was a Democrat. And so I completed it just before the election, the 2024 election. Tina Peters is in it. That was before she went to prison. Mark Cook is in it. He was my second editor. My first editor was my 10-year-old granddaughter. I brought my 14-year-old grandson here. He's been taking notes, and he's going to do a report. So I just want to get this card to you so you can see that, and it'll tell you how to search it on YouTube. If you remember 3 words, you can all watch it. So it's hopeful.
Oh, it's got a car in it.
Patriot.
Couple cars,
Journey.
classics. I liked her. Well, now I'm on track. I want to see the movie.
Okay, well, my husband and I toured the country in that Model A.
Oh, really? Is that
Yeah.
one of the shades, or is that an original for
It's
real?
original, not an original shade. No.
Okay.
My
okay.
husband painted it.
Very, very cool. Okay, we will, yeah.
Hopeful,
It has a car in it.
patriot,
That's
journey.
very cute.
Hopeful,
all right.
patriot, journey.
Maybe we can put it out there in the unauthorized site or some at some point, or in the hub with Mark's stuff.
It's
so.
been on the hub twice.
Has it? Okay, good. Well, Mark's in it. I understand that now. So, okay, next question. We got to keep moving here.
Thank you. Well, let me ask you honest. You guys got to eat. Ed's going to start at about 6 p.m. So 2 more questions, 3 more questions, what?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my question, we didn't talk much about the new financial system. I'm in the state of Texas. I am a 23-year Navy veteran. I was combat search and rescue. I rescued Marines and SEAL teams. We did all their insertions, but that's not the question or what I'm trying to ask. And I also worked at USA Financial Services, so I retired twice. My question is, I've been following, Legal Tender Act in Utah when it first got approved through legislation and through their Attorney General. I was following that, and then I watched Texas with Governor Rick Perry, who repatriated the gold and silver that was in New York. I think it was under Chase, who actually owned it. And it took a lawsuit to repatriate our own gold and silver. At that time, as it progressed, it went into where we got the final approval for the Legal Tender Act. It was sometime last year, towards the end. I think it was in September. And now, with that Legal Tender Act, they're creating a lateral financial system using gold and silver as legal tender, but using blockchain for you to go ahead and exchange, I guess you could say, U.S., like American Eagles and silver and gold, and be able to transact. Is that
Let me jump ahead. I got it. Here's the deal. To the extent that the cryptos are a receipt or a title deed ownership to silver or gold, or eventually a basket of metals, including the rare earths, to the extent that the cryptos are a transactional receipt, fantastic, okay? But, or for in-the-ground materials to be mined, etc., something tied to something physical as opposed to vaporous. Look, digital fiat is actually more dangerous than paper fiat, okay? So we are going back to constitutional money, which is gold and silver coin, which has been minted, okay? It can be bars, and we're going back to that. And we'll pay our receipts, pay our debts as a country. We build a new submarine, it'll come out of Treasury. We're not going to play the Federal Reserve System, but there will be a transition. You can't stop the ship. You have to keep forward momentum. The business of America is business, and we need to keep the machine going, but there will be a trade-off, a handoff. So, next question. I want to keep moving because we had a bunch of people. Oh, and here.
Only
here.
to say.
Hold on.
Okay.
One person.
I know we're utilizing blockchain, but not to sell crypto. Blockchain being the settlement mechanism for gold and silver.
Well, I want to say one thing about elections too, because a lot of people have been talking about blockchain for that. And I want everyone to understand this. Some of you may have seen or know of Ed Solomon. This is a very big thing. First of all, people like to say that crypto is just bulletproof, and it's fine, you can't hack it, it's bullshit. You bake something into the beginning of that blockchain, absolutely you own it, and you won't know. And this applies to a very foundational concept that everyone needs to understand that gets glossed over far too much with regards to elections, as well as a broad array of technologies that run our lives whether or not we know it. Let's talk about just the election piece of it. How many of you can do math like Ed Solomon? What I mean by that is how many of you can do multiple, absolute, beyond the layman, PhD level math in your head? Raise your hand. How many? Maybe one of you? No? That's it? Wow, that's crazy. If you go to blockchain, how many of you can explain how a blockchain works? Good. I see one hand. How many of you understand if you vote with a machine or a blockchain, one of these opaque technologies, that you know how your nation is decided, how the future of your nation is weighed against your will as a voter? How many of you know that? Exactly, and you can't. So there may be a point in history where some of these technologies can influence our lives and be useful and beneficial to humanity. But until we bring us back to a foundation where it's the opposite of opaque, where it's clear to see, as easy as counting a rock like they used to do in the ancient times, throw a rock in a pile, until that is where we return to, we have no business trying to move forward with something that every single one of you, whether you graduated from high school or not, can understand, because we do not care about expediency when it comes to the future of our elections. We care about truth. That is what Tina stood for, and I heard the last woman who spoke, what she said, it inspired her. That is what everyone needs to take away from this. What this is not about Tina Peters. Tina Peters, I'll tell you what Tina Peters is about. We are all blessed beyond measure that the woman that God placed here in that position to make those images, to make sure that that was done, that she had it in her heart, that she had the strength to go through all of that, lose her husband, lose her son, endure all the slander and all the attacks, all the backstabbing, spend all this time in prison, and still she has the strength to stand here and say we need to move forward in the right direction. The fact that one of you is inspired, that's not to say Tina did her job. You need to do your job, because if you do not hand that torch over, we will never return to that foundation, and we will never be able to build on something solid again. So, yes, we should fill stadiums. We should not even fill stadiums. There should not be a house in this nation. Whether or not they agree with you is one thing, but there should not be a single household in this nation or someone on the street who doesn't know that there are hardworking, honest Americans who care about the future of this nation and know how critical this period of time that we are in is for the future of our children. It's not about Tina, it's not about me. There are millions of children that go missing. Some of them will never be saved. Some of them are waiting to be rescued, and some of them never will be. But they will never fail to continue disappearing if we do not solve this issue. I once in my life believed that my voice didn't matter because I saw very young how dark this world can be. And that is exactly the place that they want you. And this woman is a testament. Never let them convince you of that. How many of you have 1 million followers? Good. It doesn't matter. You don't need any followers. You need one voice, and that's all you need. That's ultimately what Tina has. It's what we were all born with, and it's what we'll leave here with. Use it.
Let me just add one 10-second thing. How do you defeat AI? Person to person. That's why you guys are so important. When we're working together, the AI can't control us. They might try to influence us, but they can't tell me a lie when I talk to you personally. You tell me what the facts are. Person to person. That's how we defeat it. That's the future. Matt, next person.
I will try to speak loudly.
You're doing great. Okay, perfect.
Okay, we're Bonnie and David. First of all, thank you to every person on that stage and behind the scenes. You guys are amazing. Tina, thank you so much. He gave a very good segue to my question. After hearing all of the information that we have heard this week here, what is the one biggest thing that each one of us can go home and do to make a change, to make a difference?
I got that. Well, the first thing I would suggest to everybody, what you can do to make a difference, is you need to be willing to be uncomfortable. You have to be uncomfortable. What do I mean by that? You have to have uncomfortable conversations. You have to have these conversations where you're told not to. Don't have political conversations or spiritual conversations, religious conversations over dinner. Yes, that's exactly where you need to have these conversations. Because there is no way that we're going to win this war. Are we in a war?
Yes, absolutely.
There's no way we're going to win this war if our voices are not heard. We cannot be docile. We cannot hide in the shadows any longer. I've done the math. I've gone through this country 4 times. I've traveled this country. 49 out of 50 states. The only thing that stopped me is Hurricane Helene from hitting number 50. 49 out of 50 states over a 3-year, 2.5-year period. And I can tell you, the number one challenge I see is people do not stand up. They're afraid to lose their family. I get it. I get 2 of my daughters disowned me because I was at J6. That sucks. It sucks. But guess what? I would do it exactly the same way again and again and again. You know why? Because I'm fighting for all the children that are being raped daily over and over and over again. And if you're not willing to be uncomfortable in the face of a child getting raped, there's a problem with you. We are the way to fix this. The micro will fix the macro. And we have to be willing. Now, the 2A is created for a reason. I'm not telling you to go out and use your guns, but I can tell you the opposition needs to know that you are willing to do so to take back your country. If they figure you are unwilling to fight for what you believe in, you already lost.
Fair elections are the citizens' last nonviolent check on corruption. Okay? That's why I fight. I don't fight because I want to get violent. I fight for fair elections because I don't want anyone to get violent. We must have fair elections to avoid that. And that's, hey, our fear is their power. As soon as you let go of the fear, their power disappears.
I'm going to add to that. My summary for that is, if you're afraid to speak out, if you're afraid to be on a list, if you're afraid to donate to an organization, to serve the interest of your countrymen and things you believe in, they don't need to strip you of your First Amendment. They already took it away.
You gave it away.
You gave it away, exactly.
All right, next question. Let's keep moving here.
Do not fear and do not be the church's version of meek. Be the meek warhorse you were created to be.
Thank you so much.
Matt, how long do we have before we have to?
I would allow you all. I would say another question or two. Another question or two, so you can eat.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we're being fair to the people in line. Go ahead. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I was probably draining the batteries, so I do apologize for that.
Thank you, Juan. I appreciate the invitation. I worked for the last 15 years to stay hidden in Los Angeles, working my ass off for the Patriot cause. But I never back down from a challenge. I'm here. I'm a patriot. Any question that I did have already got answered. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, panel. Thank you, patriots. God bless. Thank you.
And I like that hat.
Thank you. I thought it was a white hat event.
Man, I love the hat.
So I was like, okay, I guess we wear white hats. Somebody said something about a white hat operation. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, I'm glad they didn't say shorts. I would have been wearing
I was going to
shorts
say,
too.
we got to work on the shoes, but I love the hat.
When you're, thank you. When you're amongst prestigious thinkers and minds, you better be willing to look the part.
That's why I wore a T-shirt.
Oh, and Tina, I did pray for you. You were in my prayers. I reached out and gave you as many spiritual hugs as I could, because I've been there. I know what it is to feel alone. Okay? I love you. Thank you.
All right, mine's really quick. Juan, I want to ask you a clarification question. I've heard you say many times through many different shows, you make the distinction about silver being constitutional silver, meaning minted. Does that mean that the silver we're buying is of lesser value?
No, it affects the value of silver in a generic sense because it's an industrial metal and it has utility. But for money in a classic sense, for all good, bills, public and private, as a tender, the government recognizes it is coined silver from the Treasury. But that affects the rest of the other values of silver, including collectible and things like that. So go ahead. Next question.
I was going to say, Juan, as your chief of staff, I'm going to say one more question. Then you guys go pee, go eat. We'll have Ed Solomon get ready to get up here, and we can just keep talking.
Well, we got two pretty girls after this, so I'll field the girls if we have to.
Matt, I've just spent almost 2 years of people telling me what to do.
Tina, we're trying to make sure you are not taxed and do what you want to do.
I'm not going to pee. I'm not going to eat. And I'll do whatever the hell I want to do.
Amen.
But I love you.
We want to be courteous of your time. Good. Now I understand why Peter says, I think I'm married to that woman too.
Yeah, praise God that we all get to do what we want to do as we're called, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. So here's my question. We are a captive audience, a captive nation, yes. We're broken people. I came to this conference with, what can I do? What can I do? I have resources, a little bit. I have time, I have money, a little bit. What can I do in this fight that we're in?
Okay,
so I have this thought, quick segue. We all come and go and we see fraud in our comings and goings. Example, healthcare fraud we see on the streets. We see these stores with these signs that are all the same size and cheap print, and there's nobody in the office. We know this scenario. What can I do? What's my best avenue to report this, to bring this forward? Do I have time and resources to pro se this situation? That's my question.
Okay. You know what I think sometimes people are looking for a guru, somebody to rally their mind to operate in a certain way. But I don't know if that's actually sound, safe, or even biblical. You've been given life. You have physical presence. Your health. Now, some people do amazing things even with only half their health. What you really should be doing, I think, everybody here should be asking for divine guidance. You all have different skill sets. Look at Chris Burgard, cowboy, Hollywood, doing all that stuff, and yet he found a way to take the skill sets that he has with horses, animals, knowledge in those very difficult to get to places along the border, and that did important work. He took his movie skills and rallied people together to do movies, documentaries. I'm looking here in front row with Hugo Fugan. Wrote software, one of the greatest, the best flight software program that most pilots today that are still flying, have been flying for a very long time, saved really probably thousands of lives practicing. I mean, I don't overstate that at all. And yet he took those skills and helped to decipher and wrote the book, which I got to help a little bit with the editing on, wrote the book about the Loretta Fuddy crash. He took his skill sets that, if you asked me, if he'd just asked me, what should I do? I'd have told him 10,000 things potentially. It wouldn't have anything to do with his skill sets. But he did so under divine guidance. He's under a hand of God type of thing. I think you'd agree, wouldn't you, Hugo? So everybody here has unique skill sets. And by the way, your skill sets may be just to save a neighbor child, just to help a young person get their first launch into life to get a place in the world. Is that minor? Justice Thomas, a friend, he tells the story how his mom worked day and night as a cleaning up office buildings so that she had the money so he could go to law school. Can you imagine if he didn't have the money to go to law school, if his mom wasn't scrubbing floors, what the Supreme Court decisions would be, including you wouldn't have gotten Roe versus Wade turned over. In the heavenly realm, I don't think we have any concept of how God will weigh who did what and what rewards, what mansions are built up for them because they have valued how they use their life, apply themselves different than what the people around them would do. If you're under divine direction, he has a plan, and what he wants you to do right now may have nothing to do with where you end up. It does in his economy. 10, 15, 20 years, you start somewhere. If you're faithful with a little, he will give you more. I think every person on this stage would agree with me. He who is given much, of those people, much is required. And so I feel very, very blessed to even get a chance to talk with folks out over the week. Every person here has been given much in the way of blessings, health, clarity of mind, experience, mistakes that we've learned through. But that also means we have greater responsibility to apply that moving forward. God's watching. So does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds perfect, except I want to add to it.
Okay. Attorneys, I'm telling you.
I know.
One more stipulation.
And he charges by the hour, so just.
Boom. You don't want to know what I charge. But in any event, I was sitting here thinking, because that's the second time the question came up, what do I do? And we have so many good people here. I mean, I just love being here. I just love being with like-minded people. It's just so wonderful to have these occasions. It's kind of like going to a Trump rally, But I want to give you something. I want to give you an answer to that question, because I think of all the questions asked, that's the most important question of the night. What can I do? And I was sitting here and I was thinking, maybe join the Republican Party near you and whatever. And then I realized, no, I got a better one. You're here among a lot of experts about election fraud. You've been listening about election fraud. You've learned about election fraud. Figure it out a little bit more. Get that video, please. We got to be able to get that video up on the screen so that girl that talked about the video she made, you got the card. We got to get that out somehow. So you got a tool. And all you need to do is start talking to some of your liberal friends, and don't argue with them. Just ask them, say, what do you think about this? But get ahead of the curve. Understand about election fraud now, because when Maduro starts singing publicly, when we start showing the world that China was behind the takeover of America for 4 years and they want it for good and they want to turn us into slaves, as long as they'll keep us alive, knowing what the World Economic Forum wants to do to us, okay? What they want to do to us is not something that we want to have done to us. Let me assure you of that. So we got to win this battle. How do we win it? We win it one voice, one person at a time. So if you can convince two people, and each one of them, when they get convinced, they can convince two people, we'll have a geometric progression. And once we have that going, once we start getting momentum, and then you start seeing Maduro, and that starts coming out, then you're going to look like the genius in your neighborhood. You're going to be the smart ones that are going to be the leaders of the coming change. Because I'm telling you now, we didn't go to get Maduro for the purposes of stopping the cocaine and the fentanyl. That's a byproduct. We needed Maduro because we need to clean up not just the United States, but South Korea is having the same problem. Look at the UK, where they're arresting 30 to 50 people a day for what they're putting out in social media and their texts. We don't want to be that way. We don't want that here. So either you speak now, or you're not going to be able to speak the truth later. So that's the answer to the question. If you want to know what to do, speak up.
Yeah, our nation was built by a small group of rebels. And this nation built by rebels has turned into a nation of conformists. So what I would say is, summon your inner American rebel and rebel against electronic control of your elections. Take them back, like your life depends on it.
Okay, let's power on. Next question there.
There was a lovely lady before me who's too shy to ask you her question. Matt has it. Do you want to give it?
All right, speak in that mic. You gotta, it's like calling the kids back from getting out of the yard.
She has this. It was an image on her phone of a bull elephant, I believe bull elephant. I have many questions, but I prayed for Mr. President Trump and the 5/23/23 full moon, and she got Mr. Trump on this bull elephant. So she was asking Juan, that prayer, and then what you saw with this bull elephant image, your thoughts on, I guess, a divine influence on that coincidence with praying for Mr. Trump.
Well, I mean, there's so many amazing coincidences that we've all seen. I remember being at a rally and somebody had what looked absolutely like President Trump's face in the clouds over the rally just before he pulled in. We've had, so many coincidences on the numbers and like that. There is a hand of God thing. As far as I'm concerned, it goes all the way back to the Pilgrims and the covenant that they made with God in heaven for this land and this people. So we're under some kind of a divine hand of God in this moment. So. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to. I see it. Yeah, it's beautiful. I think that, and sometimes, there's a hand of God where He just needs to give you some reassurance. He's right there with you. So anyway, let's power to the next one. Thank you.
You all walk on water. We cannot thank you enough. I fled with my family from Silicon Valley, where I lived for almost 40 years, to Michigan, where my husband was thinking.
Talk about going out of the fire into the frying pan. I mean, holy cow.
Why didn't you tell me that sooner?
I did. Nobody was listening. You were probably listening to rock stations or something. I don't know.
No, husband's family was there. Long story short, I find it's a socialist hellhole, and I sue the school board 6 months after I get there to get the masks off the children. For that,
Oh, that'll make you popular with the neighbors.
expensive attorney, not as expensive as Peter, $25,000 retainer, takes him about 25 hours. They drop the mask mandate the day we file. We delayed a little bit to let Ann Arbor climb aboard because they were also desperate. Other towns were also desperate. You can lead. So then, the attorneys I used to use in the Michigan area wanted very little to do with me, so my next lawsuit was pro se. It was against both our city council and our school board because they are clearly a gang, a white, very white gang, and they have taken over this little town near Ann Arbor. I get stuck in what Juan has so well called magistrate hell, but my goal was to paint a picture for my fellow citizens of the corruption in our little town. And that it did do. It woke up some people. So my biggest hero aside from Juan is Peter, because finding an honest lawyer who will help you is a good trick. But I will say $185 to file a pro se lawsuit in the district where I live. And the question that I want to ask, because I want to go bedevil our school board, when the bonds blow, are the trustees on the school board liable?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, that's the word. Probably David Kenny is the one that's the authority on that, and he could really, maybe help you through on some of that. We have some stuff up in Denver that's been done that would be similar, probably. But let me just say this. We're going to do something very involved on pro se. The stuff that you've done, Trennis, Tracy out here, Greg Stenstrom, the book. I want to do a conference around pro se, and it won't be 6 months from now. It's going to be more like we'll do some stuff in that September 10th stuff. I think a day on that, but I think a whole conference on that within some short time afterwards. So I hope you'll decide to come out here and join us for that. And I think it's very important. It's because pro se, even after the president does what he does with the national security emergency, and we get in there and deal with some of the criminality and clear out some of these offices, it's still going to take some legal work in the courts as they get turned back on to overturn in the legal arena much of the criminality that's gone on, much of the malfeasance that's gone on. And so it's hard with the attorneys. And if you understand the pro se, we can do 1,000 suits with average people with pro ses. And then I would say this also, that so many of the attorneys, I know lots of fantastic attorneys, but it's the courts and the threats against their license, their ability to practice, that they have to be so careful, they have to choke back. But that doesn't mean in the world that's coming that will continue, and we may very well need some of those attorneys and will be very valuable to help us to make our presentations in a correct way moving forward. So are you in agreement on that, or am I missing it?
I have no idea.
Okay, he has no idea. So they got to you then, right? So the bar guys got to you, the judges got to you?
The one thing I can promise you is nobody's getting to me, okay? All right? No, I just don't know the answer as to whether the trustees are liable. There's a lot of laws in a lot of different places that protect people like that. So I don't know the answer. Certainly, if they act outside of the scope of their responsibilities, that could be it. But I really don't know the answer. It's the kind of thing that I would want to research if I got involved with such a case.
There you go. All right, next, let's keep moving.
All right, now, just make sure Ed Solomon's waiting in the wings for his presentation.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Danessa Rains. I'm from Coos County, Oregon. And I'm supposed to come back with some election integrity tools in my back pocket. And the one thing we're going to be doing, I'll just give some of the things we're going to be doing, is the fairs where we can have intervention, we can talk with people. It would be really helpful to have a tool because I was one of 8 observers for my election because no one wants to go anymore to observe.
Louis, this is you need to talk on
So
this.
what happened is I'm in there asking her questions, the clerk, and she's sitting there with a phone in her back pocket in the tabulation room. And they lock all the phones and everything in the tabulation room in a locker for all the paid workers. So is there any tools to show that this air gap, which they have been lied to by the Secretary of State, that there's no modem? She keeps saying there's no modem in these 2 little black towers, and we're.
I got you covered.
Okay.
Okay, you got my number, right?
Yes.
Call me tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Coos County, man. I mean, Oregonians have to save Oregon. It can't be done externally. Every state has to own up. The one thing I want to say about Oregon is you have a ballot measure. Here's what happened. They had a ballot measure 20 years ago. And the citizens of Oregon saw what was coming with all this outside money. They're, a low population state. So a ballot measure got passed. I mean, it was like, 90% of the public wanted this ballot measure passed. It wasn't, just like near 50-50. Then the machine came back and challenged this ballot measure. And the ballot measure said that no more than 10% of donations to a candidate could come from outside the location that office was for. So if you had a city council, it had to be from within the perimeter of the city where people can vote for that office. That donations more than 10% were forbidden, so that it was only citizens in that exact voting district for that office that were primarily giving money for that. The problem is, for example, in Oregon, they saw, like with Nike and other big companies, in these small rural counties in eastern Oregon, they'd throw all this money to a candidate, and the local citizens couldn't possibly come up with that much money. And then we look further with the work that Sean is doing, and like that, a lot of the money's coming out of Arizona, Tennessee. Tennessee has a huge tie to Oregon. And so people in Arizona are deciding who's getting into office in Oregon, and what's the rest of that story? Ultimately, the senators are the big one. These small population states, Hawaii, Alaska, Oregon, they throw a bunch of money in there, liberal money, Soros money, Chinese money, and then they get a senator, a couple of senators. And now you're throwing the balance out in the U.S. Senate, let alone the state Senate, with senators that are, going to go the liberal side, if you will. So what Oregon tried to do is they passed a ballot measure that couldn't let Arizona money come in for a Senate position or even a governorship, something in Oregon. The courts fought it all the way along. They numerous times won in court over 20 years. Law firms put huge money into this. But they haven't, the Justice Department, the U.S. Justice Department hasn't shown up. The courts aren't enforcing the law. So all this money is coming in from outside of Oregon to decide who the governor is going to be, who the senators are going to be, and it affects the balance in the U.S. Senate. It's not Oregonians making this decision. It's a combination of the vote fraud and then financial frauds in how these campaigns are funded. And Oregon has a ballot measure. It's valid. It should be enforced. It's not being enforced. People of Oregon have dropped the ball on other Oregonians that came in before, went through all the stress, all the strain, all the effort to get this amazing ballot measure as law through a vote that the legislature cannot overturn. It's the will of the people through a vote. A ballot measure is the strongest vote you can do, but the courts aren't even doing anything to enforce it. Oregonians, you're doing a shame. It's shameful what's being done to the prior Oregonians to went to all this effort and aren't being respected. I think that Oregonians have to save Oregon. I went on too long. Okay, all right. But Oregon's a big deal. So go ahead. Next one. Sorry.
Hi.
And then I wanted to talk about the aliens in a second, but. Okay, now I know what it feels like for Jaco and Nino, when I go on. Go ahead.
I'm Priscilla Dressen. I'm a holistic veterinarian in Fort Collins, Colorado. And I want Tina to know how much she's influenced a lot of people in my life by her story. I have a history in Grand Junction. I own a home in Grand Junction. My son went to college. Sister-in-law has generational family. So I've known of you for a long time through that. And when things kind of came down, we were on vacation in the mountains, and I told my kids, sorry, I'm going to listen to the Mike Lindell thing. The whole weekend I had the phone. And when your stuff came out, you just filled my heart. I just have been so... you've been in my prayers so much. And so just to fast forward all this time, and then you got moved to Fort Collins, you literally were 2 miles away from my house. And I kept wishing there was something I could do. What could I do to help? And I had a client in my little tiny holistic clinic in my home. She was telling me about this group that was going to do a March for Tina, and I'm like, I've been praying, can I help? And that night I got on the Zoom call, got to get involved in that, help with that. I got to stand on the church steps when we called into you and you talked to us for a long time. My daughter and I made 100 signs. I've still got signs in my garage stacked up all over the place. But the coolest part, and this is the part I want to tell you, is one of the pictures we made that was on your sign is on a corkboard in my clinic, and it's been there ever since. And every time a client comes in that we get any conversation I can steer that way, I tell them your story. And it's been a good foot in the door for people one after another because they're coming in to do natural medicine, and they're learning. And I'll tell you, the medical industry is the flipping point right now, I think, for liberals, because they're starting to get, they don't want the vaccines, they don't want the drugs. So I get them in there and then I show them your picture. And I just have to say that just a couple days ago, I had a couple gals in my parking lot going off on Trump, going off on this, going off on that, and they went, and what about that Tina Peters? And I went, she's the real deal. And I gave them your whole story, and their jaws dropped, and they stood there and they went, I guess I'm going to have to learn to look into election fraud. I said, Colorado's one of the worst states, and we're living in it, and we need to do something. So the sign is still, your picture is still on my wall. It's going to stay there. And as I sit here thinking, what can I do? Because I want to do more. We all do. But I'm so thankful that you've given me a foot in the door just by that. So all this time, you just want to
pay it forward.
And one other thing. I call my youngest dogs hooligans because all my dogs are giant and I have too many animals. But while you were in the jail, I trained my dogs by walking around the jail and praying for you. And I drove by almost every day, so if I couldn't stop to walk, I would drive my car around and do the loop before I went over the highway to go home. So we love you, and I'm so grateful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is what I'm talking about, folks. This person here is going to inspire someone else. It's going to inspire someone else. And that's what you need to do, is you just tell the story, inspire someone, show them a video, show them the Bolsonaro video, tell them about what's happening in South Korea, but tell them that it actually is happening here, that a woman, a Gold Star mom, didn't have any prior, was thrown in prison. And people like that tell the story, and it just goes from there.
Okay, remember, I want you to mimic me in a lot of ways, but there's some things that are not my greatest, bestest feature, like carrying on too long. Questions, so we don't
Real
be rude
quickly,
to everybody.
The staff here made you guys all a plate because by state law, they have to dispose of the food in 30 minutes. It can't stand out for more than 2 hours, but everyone up there has been made a plate.
Thank you so much,
if you haven't eaten back here, eat, please.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Bob Morency from Aurora, Colorado. We drove in.
I'm not quite hearing you there. Go ahead, say it one more time.
Bob Morency, Aurora, Colorado. We drove in. And a couple things real quick. Thank you, Tina. We really appreciate everything you did. But my main question is, in regards to Bill Gates, we all know how much he's involved with all the vaccine stuff. That's the main thing. But he's also involved in so many other things, you know, the GMO mosquitoes, synthetic foods. Now I'm reading synthetic breast milk. What is anything being done to rein this guy in? I mean, we all know this stuff's not kosher.
Repeat that last part again.
Well, it was kind of like one whole question. Talk about Bill Gates, all the vaccines, where we know he's involved with that, but he's also
with
involved
Bill Gates, he's taking his money, his foundation, he's putting into all of these scientific things. I think right now he's going into mosquitoes and ticks and all of that stuff there. So that is, you know, one of these ways that they are trying to create a difference in the DNA and things like that, and it's going to be going down generationally. One of the other things that he is involved in, of course, everybody knows about the Epstein stuff, but he's got a group of people there that it's at Microsoft that have a nonprofit called KIND, K-I-N-D, and what that stands for is Kids in Need of Defense. Part of that group is, I can't think of his name, the guy who was with LinkedIn, the guy who owns LinkedIn. They were moving in children around the world that were undocumented without their parents, okay? What that is that's called human trafficking, okay? So he's involved in a lot of very vile things and a lot of very bad things. Read Garrett Hoffman, yeah, that's the rat. He's involved with it as well.
That makes it even more disturbing that a while back we had seen him invited to the White House talking with Trump.
Well, just remember, keep your friends close, but you keep your enemies closer, okay? You have to remember this is an operation that's been taking place. President Trump is no idiot, and he plays chess, period. So he's going to keep the people that he needs to around him to be able to gather the intel, to be able to make the smart decisions that these people are not expecting. And you also had Bill Gates as being shunned by a lot of people right now because of his relationship with the Epstein stuff. So a lot of doors are being closed on him, thank God. But the simple fact is that's where we need the Nuremberg trials, we need the military to come in and hold these people accountable.
The courage of Lincoln. But don't worry, Todd Blanche is on it, everything's fine. And all the people we know, like John Gross, Jared Wise, Mac Warner, et cetera, all the great patriots that have been fighting for this nation for generations, all those people are liars, and Todd Blanche is the truth teller, and your nation is secure in his hands, right? That's what you're supposed to believe. That's all you need to know.
All right, next question. Let's keep it to questions. Go ahead.
So I was in line earlier and I had to go pee, and then I was in line again and I had to go eat dinner, ate a full dinner. So I really appreciate this panel for sticking around and letting me ask a question. I'm a snowbird in Lake Havasu City, great California friends that are a very conservative town. Love it. But I live primarily in Missoula, Montana, where both my neighbors painted their houses black in honor of Black Lives Matter. And very liberal town, so just ask it, everybody, don't forget about a red state called Montana and think that you have to forget about it because it's infiltrated very big. One of the things that are happening is the Nature Conservancy, I understand, was created out of the Council on Foreign Relations and the United Nations quasi-international government, has been buying up properties and lands, all in the crown of the continent, they call it, outside in western Montana. And our family ranch section is surrounded by the Nature Conservancy. Do you think that can still exist in the future?
What is the question?
Well, the Nature Conservancy, I understand, is a holding place for transferring private land to government agencies.
Matt, can you clarify the question, please? You restate.
The Nature Conservancy, asking your opinion. Nature Conservancy is a mechanism to transfer private lands out of private ownership to collective ownership.
Yeah, let me let Sean, and we've talked about this, but go ahead.
So he's talking about like the SRTs and stuff like that. So we've seen where they were trying to do that, was it on about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? And we sent some stuff up. I think some U.S. or some state attorney generals actually put some legislation in place. And a lot of that had to do with the CCP in China that was trying to come in, take over a lot of the private lands or the parks and things of that nature, and basically not allowing the citizens to be able to use it. So, of course, China needs to be stopped from buying any lands here. Basically, if you're not a U.S. citizen, as far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't be able to buy property within the United States. You know, that just goes back to the whole Dutton, you know, progress is, well, you know, it bashes itself against. You know, we don't want the progress with these other countries coming in. You know, the world economy, that can be good, but not when you're taking over people's land. That's not acceptable.
Peter, you made a great point. Oh. All right. So Peter made a great point, though. You know, China has all these anchor baby citizens. They just move the land to them. So that's not necessarily a full solution. It's something we're going to have to figure out. So go ahead. Next question.
One last one here, if you could.
Last question.
This is
Question, not a
legal question.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
You know Ted Budd ran against me in 2022. I cover 100 counties in the state of North Carolina. I also worked for the Wake County Board of Elections and witnessed there was no chain of custody. There was no security.
Talk right in the mic.
Would you like to have me testify against Wake County Board of Elections? And do you want me to file pro se? I already talked to Gregory. He said yes, but this is your chance to put your opinion in.
Well, do I want you to testify in the vote fraud stuff in South Carolina? I didn't know if I understood.
North Carolina and file pro se litigation.
Yeah, I have cars in South Carolina, so I say that a lot of times. I don't have any in North Carolina. Go ahead. Okay.
That was it. Testify and file pro se litigation.
I think pro se is going to be the answer. Look, I don't know if you're going to get there elsewise. If you got a good attorney, great. It's just hard to find one that'll go out on a limb. If you can find one though, Laura Shard probably tell you her experience in North Carolina, and then you'd have to decide.
Laura's in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Anyone else that has questions, catch Lewis Herms here at the side of the stage.
Yeah. All right. I wish we could take more. We've got to take a break.
Well, we got to go right to Edward so he can do his presentations, and the podcasters can cover some of that because they're going to have to leave here pretty soon.
Okay. Thank you, folks, for all your patience and letting us do it. And let's get into it. Thank you, everybody, for coming up and answering the questions for folks, too.
And then as Edward finishes, before you guys go for tonight, we'll play Mel's video as we conclude. So as Edward finishes, please stay and we'll watch Mel's video.
still standing in the light. From Philadelphia's zinc to the long cold valley folk. Born outside your velvet gates, stamp no entry sealed by fate. We don't kneel to polished crowns. We rise where your walls tumble down. From backroad chants to battle cries, we're the spark your silence tried to hide. Wires crossed but the signal's alive. Our network grows while your towers die. Fear chosen, not bought or sold, unshaken by the lies you told. We stand for freedoms you forgot. You clipped the wings we still take on. We are the unauthorized one, stealing fire till the fight is done. Rejected by your polished throne, we are the voice you left unknown, unauthorized, unapologized. We thunder, we rise. You build your orders out of smoke. We forge our purpose where words spoke. A constitution in our veins. We break your locks to break your chains. Your establishment's bitter creed, a crown for those who never bleed. But roots run deep in common ground. When your walls shake, our hope resounds. No gilded strings drag our resolve. Your crowded halls can't make us fall. Badge of honor, war paint on. Your temples fade while we march on. We are the unauthorized one, chosen by the many, not just one. You shut the doors, we crash the sun. We are the will that can't be undone. Unauthorized, uncompromised. We roar, we rise. Not for power, not for pay, for the people every day. Not your puppet, not your pawn. We were chosen, we stand strong. Badge of honor, flaming loud. Voices rising, fierce and proud. If the door's locked, break the sound. We are the heartbeat underground. We are the unauthorized one. Forge and fight till the fight is won. System says no, we've just begun. We are the rising of the common sun. Unauthorized, unapologized, unshaken, unbroken, unauthorized one.
All right, folks, again, please keep the conversation low. I promised you Ed Solomon, Roger Fuller back for a more detailed analysis of what you were hearing earlier when Ed Solomon was briefing, okay? So this is going to be an... It's dead. I promised you that Ed would be back. Roger Fuller here with him. Great dynamic duo. A more detailed analysis and going into it, I call it a deeper dive of what he gave us an overview of earlier. So please keep the rumble down to a low, listen, and think of some questions you'll have as he goes through this. I will get this charged up so we have some mobile microphones, but this is going to make you a hell of a lot smarter, and hopefully you'll keep Ed from having me eating crayons all the time.
Can we get the screen? Put me on the screen, please. I'll say down and zoom this over. Hey, tricky.
So while they're getting set up, I'll just speak from back here, and no one can see me. That's fine. I'm off in the corner. So what Ed's going to go over are called basically analysis of cast vote records. And a cast vote record is the records that come out of one of our wonderful electronic voting machines that is supposed to tell us how the ballots were counted. The choices on the ballot all the way down, every ballot from the beginning of the ballot to the end of the ballots, from start to finish of the entire tabulation process. And that's what this is about. And when you analyze that data, when you see patterns in it, some patterns, in fact, any pattern, is indicative of manipulation within the system. Because no real voting, organic voting, should have strange patterns in it. So what Ed is an expert at is detecting those patterns. And that's what we're going to go over here. So hand it off to you guys.
Ed's going to allow me to go first because I want to show you some of the overview, big picture things. These are pictures from when I voted in Tennessee in the primary a few weeks ago. This is a Hart InterCivic machine. You put a piece of paper in the bottom, you make your selections on a screen, it says check them, it's okay, and it prints out this thing at the bottom. You see there's a QR code up in the corner. When you get the whole thing out, it gives you this, okay? All right, I got to get over here. That one's from Arkansas.
Roger, closer to the, here, move the mic so it's right by your mouth.
Okay, this is what came out of mine. These are the people I voted for here, and there's a QR code. Do I know what's in that QR code? Can I read that QR code? No, I can't. This is completely unobservable. You have no idea what this is. And then you feed it into another machine, supposedly reads that QR code and records your choices. When you read it in another machine, it disappears into a box never to be seen again. I can't follow that. I have no idea what's happening inside that black box system. This is what we call an unobservable, unverifiable election. This leaves us with no way to check. And things are happening like in California, Gavin Newsom just signed a law that says you need a court order to look at anything like this, to look at any ballot, anything like this. And in Nevada and many other states, the ballot, even if you're filling out ovals on a piece of paper and putting it in, the ballot itself, that's a ballot accessory, that piece of paper. It's not the ballot. The ballot is ones and zeros on an electronic device that you're not allowed to see. Okay, and we're going to show you some cast vote records. The cast vote records are not meaningful either, because back in some back room there, they've done some kind of tabulation, and they put out this cast vote record. This is what a cast vote record looks like right here, okay? Let Edward talk about that a little bit.
So let me do this. So a cast vote record can actually be read by a human, but it takes a little bit of training. This is how we get the graphs that we do. So the first thing about a cast vote record is that it's the certified record from the Secretary of State or the county recorder. So I'll have two columns, let's say Trump and Biden, and every row in the spreadsheet is a ballot. So this is ballot number 1, ballot number 2, ballot number 3, maybe a million ballots like in Clark County. A million, so we'll be here forever if I show you all, okay? And then I can see, did they vote for Trump or Biden? Well, if there's a 1 for Biden, then they voted for Biden, and therefore there has to be a 0 for Trump, because you can't vote for Trump and Biden at the same time. And then, you have Joe Jorgensen write-ins, and then, somewhere all the way down here, hundreds of columns, you'll get like the ballot propositions, yes and no on abortion, yes and no on raising your taxes, because everybody loves to do that apparently in our rigged elections. And we can read exactly every choice made on every ballot, okay? Why is that important? Because of the graphs you're gonna see, I need to know if they voted for Trump or if they voted for Kamala, and then I need to reference that if they voted yes or no on a ballot proposition, say abortion. So because I need at least 4 groups to show election fraud. Did you vote for Trump and against abortion? Did you vote Trump for abortion? Did you vote Kamala against abortion? Or did you vote Kamala for or against abortion? There you go. 1s and 0s, for and against on all the ballot propositions. So this is the cast vote record. It's not rocket surgery, but at the end of the day, it does take a little bit to work with, but so I just want to let you know when I say the cast vote record, this is what I'm talking about. It's not an alien document. You don't need a PhD to read it. And once you can read it, it's very easy to show election fraud right from their own data. Okay, Roger, you want to say anything?
What I was trying to show you was I got out my phone and I had it read that QR code. There's another form that comes from ES&S machines that we got from Arkansas in 2022. Okay, that comes out like this. This is just a strip of paper. Here's the choices, and there were 15 races on this election, and here you've got, I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But there's 15 barcodes, basically one for each of these. If you read this barcode, it's like 10657256, right? And the other one's a different number. There's a different number. I have no idea if there's any connection whatsoever between that and my votes. I have to take it on complete faith that these machines are actually recording what I voted. This is absolutely impossible to have any idea whether the people who wind up getting certified by the Secretary of State, does it have any relationship to the votes that we cast? I don't think so. Now, Edward says the cast vote record is the certification of the election. I kind of disagree. That cast vote record that we showed you has 1s and 0s. You can actually go down to the bottom of that spreadsheet and put in totals and have it total it for you. The other forms of the cast vote record that we get from ES&S machines, it has 1 column per the contest, and it has Donald J. Trump, or it has Kamala Harris in text in there. You can't add those up. How can they add those up? I think what happens is all these ballots go into a box, they go into a back room somewhere, and a few days later, when they decide they're done, the voting machine company sends the county clerk a sheet of paper on an email and says, here's the numbers you're going to certify. I don't think the cast vote record is...
We don't believe that. We know that to be true. In Andy Thompson's case, when we first started in December 2024, they sent us a cast vote record that was actually completely unusable with wraparound errors such that you got infinity votes for some people. Or you got negative votes, depending on which column you ran. So that was the document that they sent to us, which under the state law is supposed to be the sole source of tabulations prior to the certification of an election. Do you think anybody did a basic checksum like they would do at the bank to see if the paper they certified returned the counts when even me and Roger couldn't read it? Hell no. They just rubber stamped that. And you know what? It's worse than that, but we're going to get there. Let's talk about the guarantee. Can I go on the guarantee clause?
Yeah, I wanted to do that guarantee.
I want to do that first, and then you can do it, okay?
Then
All
I
right.
need to do it.
How many lawyers are in here? All right. I'm going to get a Luther versus Borden objection from 1849 when I say this. Ready? If anybody is daring. The Guarantee Clause, Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution. And the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. Now, we could do the stupid thing and try to define that in the positive. And if you try to define a republican form of government in a court of law, you're going to get shredded. But you know what the beauty is? You don't have to. You can do what's called in the contrapositive, the double negative. Any state whose elections are neither free nor fair cannot be republican in form. Any lawyer want to come here and tell me I'm wrong about that? Any state whose elections are neither free nor fair cannot be republican in form. Who wants to challenge that? All right, Ninth Amendment, they call it the ink blot amendment. That the rights that were not enumerated, right, they can't be disparaged. So those rights remain retained by the people. I forgot the exact wording. And they say it's an ink blot, it's meaningless, there's no way to interpret it. Actually, it's very explicit. It means any rights that were well known to the founders remain retained just because they weren't enumerated. And the consent of the governed is absolutely one of those. Anybody with a law degree want to tell me the consent of the governed is not a right retained by the people under the Ninth Amendment from the founding? This is how you beat them. Okay? It's not an ink blot. It's our heritage. Roger, I'm about to freak out. Oh, take the mic.
All right. I also got to jump in here. Edward didn't know I was going to do this. I'm going to do this for Tina. In Colorado, I think that they had set up and executed 4 compounding conspiracies. The first one, let me get it started, and then I can talk like a slideshow from the beginning. This microphone's good. Okay, here we go. 4 compounding conspiracies. The first one was the rigging of the 2020 election, general election. Second one was the 2021 trusted build, which they did all over county, ordered by Jenna Griswold, the Secretary of State. Purpose to erase the records of the extra files that they had in the hidden directories on the machines during the 2020 election. The third conspiracy was a conspiracy against rights against Tina Peters to silence her and intimidate all the other county clerks around the country into not challenging anything. When they get their email that says, here's the numbers, okay, we're stamping that. We're not going to go to jail like Tina Peters. We're not going to ask any questions. The fourth conspiracy was, in Arapahoe County from the 2020 election, we found total lockstep motion that Edward talked about earlier today, and we're going to talk about more later. But the lockstep motion is Democrats and Republicans voting in perfect timing lockstep motion on ballot initiatives that should not have passed, with all of it rigged so that they do pass. Okay? And then what happened was, when we found that out and it was entered into evidence in a court here in Nevada, all of a sudden, Arapahoe County is changing the cast vote record 5 years later. This is like going back 5 years and changing all the stats and all the RBIs and everything and the scores in 7 World Series games and say, oh, that's what really happened. Okay, this is a confession that the original was a forgery. The new one is a new forgery. The file on the website had the same name, the same date, but it was a completely different file with different stuff in it. Okay?
So the full history, because I almost got locked up for perjury. That's how they tried to trap me with this one. So a little history on how we got to lockstep parallel motion, which I think I want to show them first before you do your presentation, if we can get mine going. And Joe Altman came to me in like 2021, 2022, and he said, Ed, there's no way that everybody voted to triple their property taxes in the state of Colorado. I mean, I have to agree with him, but I can't just say, no, the election is rigged because it sounds wrong. I had to look at it. So I looked at it for a while, and the first time I looked at it, I technically didn't see anything wrong with it because I only looked at yes versus no. I didn't split it into how people voted for president. They give me the 4 groups. I said, Joe, I can't help you. I have other elections to look at. He comes back to me again. Ed, I'm telling you there's something wrong with this election. Took a look, and instead of doing Trump-Biden and then splitting it by early and election day voting or early and mail-in voting, I said, I'll split it by yes and no on Proposition B. That gives me my 4 groups again. When I did that, I noticed that Trump and Biden voters changed their stance on all these ballot propositions identically from one batch of ballots to the next for the entire election. Now, when I first saw that in 2022, I actually went on his podcast with that, but it was just one slide amongst many. And I didn't realize how important that was for the layperson who isn't a math whiz to realize how rigged the elections were. So that's what you're looking at. So then what happened after that was Andy Thompson here in Clark County, Nevada, they had the same thing, okay? Can you get the Clark County, Nevada one with the red and green? And it was state question number 3. Okay. This is state question number 3, ranked choice voting and open primaries for future elections, okay, in Clark County. 2024, this is not 2020, and it says that when I say Republican, it means a Trump voter in the cast vote record. If I say Democrat, it means Kamala. And it says that between each batch of ballots, every consecutive pair of 13,000 ballots, the change in Trump and Kamala voter opinions on state question 3 were identical. In a fair election, that should look like random noise. You shouldn't be able to see anything. There should be no pattern. Here's Arapahoe County, Colorado, 2020. Same exact thing. Trump and Biden voters changed their stances identically at every moment in time for every, I think it was between every consecutive 9,000 or 10,000 ballots, okay? So this went into, both of these went into Andy Thompson's lawsuit in 2024, which is still ongoing. And, you know, they try to say, well, you can't bring a Colorado cast vote record from 2020 into a Nevada case in 24. I said, yes, I can. It's the same vendor. It was the Dominion Voting Systems. So it's a neutral example. So somehow that got to the people in Arapahoe County, and they said, hey, what we're going to do is sabotage Mr. Solomon and Andy Thompson in their Nevada case. And we're going to change the cast vote record half a decade later without telling the judge or telling the plaintiff or telling me when I'm under penalty of perjury, saying that the data I'm presenting is true and correct to their certified cast vote record. So Draza Smith gave me a call to help her in a Maryland Supreme Court case. And I said, you know what, I just want to check that Arapahoe County cast vote record real quick before I put something for the Supreme Court, make sure nobody tampered with it. And oh, yes, they did. Here's the original election where Trump and Biden voters do the same thing at every moment during the election. Can't even tell the difference between red and blue. And then in the one they changed with the same file name, they didn't tell anybody, they didn't even tell the people of Arapahoe County. Trump voters are now in yellow, so red became yellow and blue became green, and now there was a partisan split between Democrats and Republicans on how they wanted to raise their taxes or not, and they did it without changing the overall result of Proposition B. Like Roger said, that is a confession. We had them so bad that they, I mean, how do you fight that? They know they can't. That's why they don't even give Andy Thompson a merits hearing, okay? You can't beat, go back to the last one.
Well, these are my graphs. I did the same thing. So it's not like just one person has ever done this. I did it a completely different way than Edward did. And on the left you see the befores where everything is right on top of itself. The yellow is the combined. okay? And the yellow and the red and the blue are all so far on top of each other, you can't tell them apart. And then after they replace it, this is what you get. They're spread out, and they're not in lockstep anymore. They're changing at different times.
And then down here you have abortion. So this was very explicit in Colorado in 2020. It was specifically to ban third trimester abortions. Look, Trump and Biden voters felt exactly the same on abortion at every moment in time. Can anybody believe that? But hey, after they changed the cast vote record, they somehow fixed it. That's how bad we got them. Okay?
15 million votes were changed.
Right, so, okay, that's a bit complicated. Let's go to something else. All right, so let's do El Paso. So, in a fair election, when you have a sufficiently large sample size, we don't expect there to be a difference between batch 1 and batch 2. So if I take 20,000 Trump voters in El Paso County, and then I take another 20,000 ballots voted for Trump, also in El Paso, I don't expect the Trump voters to feel very differently on abortion from batch 1 to batch 2, do you? If they were 70% opposed in the first 20,000, they better say 70% opposed in the next 20,000. Well, this is fun. Now, there's a line you're not seeing in this graph, and it's Trump's ratio to Biden. As the Trump to Biden ratio skyrockets over time, right off the screen, over the course of the election in El Paso County, Colorado, 2020, the opposition of Trump voters to Proposition B decreased at the exact rate required for the overall rate of people opposed to raising their taxes to remain flat throughout the entire election. It's a good old seesaw. So, you know, Roger's a small guy, I'm a big guy, so if you want to negate the weight of my vote, I move closer to him on the seesaw. So as the Trump ratio was getting really heavy, they said, okay, well, we're going to decrease Trump voter opposition to raising their taxes, so we get the predetermined set point of 45 or 46%. Notice that Democrats in blue, Biden voters, they say to 33% opposed the entire time. By the way, that's normal. That is actually normal. Why would Biden voters be different here than over here? Why is the time at which your ballot is processed at the central, most things go to the central tabulation unit in each county. Why is the time at which your ballot received and processed as central counting, why would it ever affect how you voted? It shouldn't. But according to this, if you're a Trump voter, it definitely affects how you voted. Here's Arapahoe, same thing. That's the one you saw in lockstep. The only difference, this one is the cumulative percentage, where I was showing you guys the moving percentage between each batch. But at the cumulative level, it still pretty much does the same thing. And Trump and Biden voters have this miraculous bipartisan harmony and both end at, what is it? 44% no or something. Amazing. Until they changed the cast vote record 5 years later, anyway. All right. Done that, done that. Done that. Flip functions. How does this happen? Go back to, I'll explain a flip function real quick if you give me this. Yeah, give me that. So what causes this pattern, right? Are they individually targeting Trump and Biden voters and making them do the same thing at the same time? No. Okay? It's actually what I call an unforeseen consequence of the people rigging the election. All they're doing is flipping no to yes, regardless of how you voted for president, regardless of which county or congressional district you're in. And when you apply the same, let's say they take 30% of no ballots and flip them to yes ballots, that will have the same effect on the Trump and the Kamala voter pool, or the Trump and the Biden voter pool. And you end up with, let's say, you have like a weighted coin. Let's say it's, they flip 30% of them from no to yes, but then based on the needs coming in from other counties they can't control, actually now we need to flip 40% from no to yes. Actually, the other counties did okay. We're only going to flip 20% of the next batch from no to yes. And they keep applying this uniform flip function to all the ballots in that batch, even though the rate at which they're flipping them keeps changing over time. And that's how you end up with lockstep parallel motion. It's the only way you can get it. And it's actually what's expected if you flip ballots from yes to no on a proposition without accounting for how they voted for president. Yet you saw in El Paso County that they did care how they voted for president on Proposition B, which is why Biden voters didn't move in El Paso, but only Trump voters went down. So they can target the subsets here. So like here. So here they left the Biden voters alone. They didn't touch them. But they definitely touched the Trump voters. So they can target the individual subsets if they want to. And they do it all the time. Okay? Is there anything else?
No, I want to go back to my four conspiracies.
Then I want to do the rest of them.
Okay, so that was the fourth conspiracy, okay, was changing the cast vote record after Edward had filed it as evidence in a case in Nevada. So they changed it to fix that, to get rid of that, to hide their evidence.